wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. All right, traders, it's the big day, decision day. Kevin Warsh delivers his first rate call as Fed chair today. Of course, that's going to kick off at 2:30. Don't miss that stream later today. And we got a lot of action in the tape. We'll be looking around to see what's trading out there, what's on the move, and can SpaceX continue to hold the high flying? It's holding 200 this morning, was coming down towards the end of the day yesterday, but we're still getting the drive this morning. Can the party continue on? The rockets continuing. Of course, the party is on the moon. Who's invited out there? Who's been trading SpaceX? Let me know in the chat how you guys been doing with that. And who knows? I have a feeling we're going to see a couple of funded traders simply on one stock. SpaceX, of course. You guys out there, smash the like. Let me know how you're doing out there. It's good to see you out there, Mike. It's good to see you out there, Derek. I love all you guys with the energy in the chat. You guys know it. You're trading the space. Can't help yourself, right? Go get that money, right? I mean, with a stock like this that continues going up, this is what we call a money maker, right? Nigel out there in the chat, all you guys out there, especially you guys here early. Love you guys in the chat. So much love to all you guys out there. I hope you guys are having a great morning and are having some great trading action this week. Of course, don't forget our second chance. If you haven't checked this out before, maybe you're just tuning in for the first time, check out the second chance and get that second chance opportunity. That way you can go swinging hard on a trade like SPCX and then use your second chance and get to the next move. It's good to see Joe out there. It's good to see Mike, Nigel, Derek, all you guys in the chat. Much love to you guys. And like always, you guys can always do us a favor and hit that share button down below. Go over there on Twitter and let them know we're live right now trading, and we're going to continue the party here. Let's take a look at the action in the market today and see what we can find. Let's go to some first trade ideas. And we got a lot to touch on the sunrise report. So let's kick it off here with our playbook of the day. Here for you guys that you guys might have never heard of. You guys know Money Mitch always brings you guys some popular names, but also brings you the one that's hidden underneath the covers, the one that might just be coming out, but no one knows right now. So let's take a look here at AMRZ. This is a building material name. It's a rather new name, but it's an important one to know here because I'm starting to see a big run in building materials setting up here. So I could take a look to see if we start to get a bigger breakout in a name like this. This name has recently been up there to the 62, 65 area, and it's come back and now starting to trickle right back. We'll look to see if it can go for a nice little trend line break right back above this, right before the war started. This was almost at all-time highs. Well, pretty much all-time highs, right? Now it's going to start to trickling its way back up this trend line and working its way back to 65. We'll see what happens on a name like this. Of course, this is a building material chart of choice right now. It's on a nice little push. The stock has been steadily building the nice bullish structure from a $50 base. So it'll be one to watch towards the bell. Let's go to another trade. Let's go to one in the financial space. I talked about this yesterday, how we were starting to see the turn. What about MasterCard? Continuing this morning, and this looks really nice on the setup. So if you're wondering why MasterCard's up right now, it looks really good. It's getting a nice little push, and it's an overall push with credit services. This is the structural contrarian flip. The symmetrical triangle breakout across financial services space has triggered an institutional rotation into credit and payment services. Previously, this was the most hated sub-industry on the tape in the financial space. Now it's starting to get the love. MasterCard closed up 2.11%, setting up for a clean monthly recovery of the 500 chart. Well, we'll see what happens there. There's other names to watch out in this space, like let's say a SoFi. Of course, you guys have seen SoFi started to get the rebound. I talked about this yesterday, how this stock could get the lift, and it got a nice lift yesterday. We'll look to a continuation. Really, it's all about the weekly break back above 20, but we'll see if SoFi wants to make that type of action. Last one here is a trade that I've talked about multiple times. It's in the farm and heavy construction. Will Deere finally recover 600 and head back to the 660s? It's a great level to do it here right now on the weekly. You can see it trying to get back there 2 or 3 days in a row, right near that 593, 595 level. So let's see if we can get above that towards the open and drive straight through towards the 600. You want to see a quick move where it gives you that push above the 600 because that will show you that bulls are really stepping up, and then the whole dollar mentality starts coming into play and everyone starts to see it on their tape. Theme today, of course, market bifurcation, like always. It's reached a staggering new extreme. Blue chip Dow stocks were ripping higher, but we did get the NASDAQ to go lower yesterday. We'll see what happens there. But there's other aggressive broadening rotation into industrials, financials, and other places. So we got to continue to watch to see what happens in the pure mechanics over the afternoon. But the big thing will be, of course, Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, first ever FOMC decision. Don't miss that, of course. It always comes out at 2 p.m. and then 2:30 is the fireworks. Don't miss it. I'll hope to see you guys there. All right, let's continue going after the action. Let's go to it. Let's take a look into the sunrise now to take a look at the action from this day. What are we going to be looking into? What are the stocks that are moving this morning? The overnight drivers. And of course, that leads us into what's leading into the market today. Let's go to the action. Lots to talk about. All right, let's talk about the action. Let's talk first up, and of course, let's bring the S&P 500 here and talk about the action that we're seeing from the overnight. And the overnight, you're starting to see that dip back down, right? But it's just kind of hanging in there. So, of course, today is all about decision day. Kevin Warsh is delivering that first rate cut as a first rate call as he's Fed chair now, and he takes the podium for a press conference. The entire market is bracing for it. So you might just see a little bit of a mixed trade here early on, but the rate itself is that it's set to formally hold at 3.5 to 3.7, 97% priced, but the whole event collapses on two questions. Does the dot plot last drawn shown it 2026 cuts lurch to 0 cuts, or does Walsh keep the dot plot at all? He could just take it off. He's talked about removing it altogether, and this would of course take away insights on the future of where the interest rates are going for the Fed. So lots to think about in this meeting, and there's going to be a lot of kind of feeling out. So get ready, because I expect a choppy tape, especially while this conversation's going on. It could be up, down, up, down, up, down, and on the 6 fake out, really start to head in a direction. We'll see what happens there. That's why it will be important to see what happens towards the end of the day, not necessarily only when the event happens. Don't miss all of that. You can catch that right here on Trade the Pool. Let's go over now to the overnight drivers. Of course, the whole market has been holding its breath for one man, and it's just Kevin. Looking to see what happens with him today. A lot of people expect him to sound hawkish today, which sets up a dovish surprise if he leans into the oil collapse instead. I think that you'll actually see him surprise out there and start to see him say, well, oil's coming down, especially with the war kind of ending. And that's what big pressure from the big man himself, Trump. Oil, of course, handing the Feds a gift it didn't ask for. Crude keeps melting. WTI and Brent are both down to $80, roughly 27% in a month. The Hormuz premium finally unwinding, the energy sector off 13%. And since late March, gasoline futures are down 21%. So is it out of the realms to think that the inflation that just ticked into the 4% could easily be back down into the 3% and then starting to trickle down to the lower 3s? That will leave room for Kevin to actually go and make rate cuts. This is where I think investors are getting it twisted. Just go back to before war mentality is what I'm thinking here, because that's what seems to line up with the way that things are working. Right now, oil continuing to tumble. And if it gets into the 70s and 60s, what you actually might see is some strategic reserves get bought up. So that might actually cause, the price to kind of trickle back a little bit, but that's actually a good sign. That shows more and more that the expectations are that oil prices will remain lower. We'll see what happens here with the action. Let's keep it going. Let's go to some actual tape talk. Let's go to some tickers here. First up on the tape today is ASTS. Let's get to that action. All right, here you guys see it. ASTS is right now kind of getting a little bit of a tweak right back up. I'm looking to see if we start to see other space stocks start to climb now. They got the first down move with Spcx coming out, but now we start to see a lift off, right? This is up 6% right now because it jumped on successfully launching 3 new satellites into orbit to expand its space-based cellular broadband network. It lofted by, of course, a SpaceX Falcon 9. SpaceX added roughly 3% on the launch and has continued to have post-IPO momentum, a clean operational milestone that reverses the satellite deal jitters that just hit the stock earlier this week. Lazy Boy is up 16%. It surged after reporting an 11% jump in its fiscal fourth quarter retail sales. So let's go over now to Lazy Boy. And in the chat, let me know, do you guys have a Lazy Boy? Man, I am thinking about getting a Lazy Boy because, you know, it gets late nights and you're up late night coding. It's always a tough one. Hey guys, look at that. This stock had been down big, now getting a nice little jump back. We'll see what happens on this stock. Could be a nice little short squeeze candidate. Let's talk about Lionsgate Studio, of course. Let's take a look here to see if we have the ticker here. Do we finally got one that we don't have? There's not many. The good old Lion Studio. We don't have it, man. I'm sorry about that, guys, but I don't have the ticker here, so I'll just go ahead and do a quick mention. It's down 5%, reversed after Nike denied reports. After Netflix denied reports that it was interested in acquiring the studio. The stock had popped nearly 14% on Tuesday, so could be a little bit of a fade. Chip makers, of course, rebounding after, of course, yesterday's takedown action. We'll see what happens in the SMH. It's been on the downside there. We could see a little bit of a rebound back on this name. We'll have to take a watch to see if we can recover the 632.50s. Of course, all eyes out there on... Eyes on Kevin. Where is he? Kevin Warsh. Where is he? Is he hiding? Well, everyone will be eyes on him and throwing questions hard at him. It should be some fireworks. Don't miss it. 2:30, of course. Last conversation to talk about, of course, is to think about the today's calendar. We do have some earnings stocks after the bell. We'll have KMX, CarMax, a used car that shows you a lot about the consumer-facing read. You'll get Jabil, of course, an AI hardware manufacturing supply chain, something to catch about. And then, of course, you get like SWBI and SB, so some other names out there. And then retail sales, of course, coming in there. It came in at 8:30. We can talk a little bit more about that during the show. SoFi, corporate wire. Anthony Noto disclosed a 250,000 insider purchase. But moments like this is when I realized, I mean, guys, you know, 250,000 for a couple of $1 billion. Not much, right? So we'll see what happens there. But CEO, of course, of SoFi, a little bit of a backing. Something to think about. We'll have to take a watch to see what happens there. OpenAI and Anthropic leaders reportedly joined the president of course, here of SoFi at the G7 summit. So we'll see what happens, guys. OpenAI and Anthropic are going to be, of course, the next major IPOs to watch. And keep all eyes open to see when we get more information of that. But let's get to the action today. Let's bring on the traders. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's get to the action. Let's take a look. What's going on, my friend? How we doing?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Hey, enjoying it, man. It's just another day in paradise, right? We'll just keep going at it and keep reeking in the benefits. Riding the waves, as I like to say, and the surf's up. So where are you seeing the surf today?
Just like you were mentioning, I don't think any of this matters until we have FOMC, right? It's one of those clarity, where,
right?
It's But it's always like, you go back in history. I gotta find the study. There's actually a study done, and it just mentioned that it just none of it matters. If you look at what is the price action, like whether the market is up or down going into FOMC, it is like the least predictive thing in the world for how the day will close. Whereas in most days, if you are up any amount, odds are you're going to be up. You're going to be up. You're going to be up later, right? And that doesn't mean there's an edge there that you can trade. But if you're up by noon, it's like a 70% chance you close the day up. But if you're up by FOMC, it's like 50-50 whether you close the day up. Just doesn't matter, and it makes sense because it's it's like having an earnings report for the entire world. That happens at this time, and I know you mentioned we don't care what the actual number is. We all know what the number is. There's no surprise there, right? There's no edge. If I go to Kalshi, and this is, again, the easiest way. I know there's the Fed Fund futures and all this, but Kalshi has never been wrong here. And you can just go in, just type in FOMC. And the first one is, usually pops up in June. It is a 99% chance that nothing happens. 99% chance. And so if you want to be a real bold person and you think that you know something that the rest of the world doesn't know, cool, right? There's your chance to take your shot. And you can turn $100 into, what do we say? It's not 1,000, it's 10,000. So $100 into $10,000 if you want, if you think you know something here. But it's more about how the press conference happens after. And that's important because if you look at price action, you're going to have the number that's going to come out. There'll be a little bit of a move because they release the notes that come through, and people read them. By people, I mean AI now reads them and takes price actions based off what's going to happen. And then after that, you're going to get the guy come up on stage. So it's just, that's all that matters. You want to watch him leave, and then that the market is ready to pick a direction. And it was the same thing with JPOW, in which we have the second he would leave the stage, you would see the market just start to trend either up or down in whatever direction, because before that they're worried he's going to say a word that's going to spike us or tank us or do whatever. And it's more about not this report, because again, we know what's going to happen with this report with a 99% certainty. So what does he hint? What does he give us for little tidbits of, is he looking to hold straight? Is he looking to raise? Is he looking to lower? What it is that they can see from there. And then also, this is kind of like, I think, his job interview with the market, right? The market doesn't decide who FOMC guy is. That's the president who decides who FOMC guy is. So this is the first time that the market, I think, gets a vote, for lack of a better word, on whether or not they like him. So I think that everyone else is just sitting there and waiting and saying, oh, okay, we need to hang back and just say, let's wait. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what he has to say. Let's wait and see what actually happens, and whether or not we get any sort of an edge there. And that was really indicative to yesterday's price action, which we were talking about all yesterday. If you take a look, yes, we were down a little bit yesterday, but this is Monday and the gap we had on Monday, and then this is Tuesday's candle. So really, not a lot of anything took place. We closed a little bit below Monday's open and Monday's low after that gap, but this is as close of an inside do nothing day that I think you can expect in the market. And I think that was why, right? RSP, same thing. If you go IWM, right, same thing. IWM's retesting this breakout, which is an interesting area. And just with most things, I don't know why I have Apple up here for volume. Some of these big stocks, you didn't really get much of a movement either. And this is the ebb and flow of the market. I mean, we don't have big earnings that are market moving earnings going on right now, and we don't have any sort of economic reports that we care about, because all we're focusing on is this. And the MOU is kind of sorted. So it looks like the war, we're done. right? We're done with war. So we have no earnings. We're done with wars. We've got all these, everything out of the way, no earnings, no war, no nothing. And then we just kind of hang back and we wait for whether or not these people like Warsh or not. Then in a little bit, earnings season will start back up. There'll be live streams that we'll have here for banks are usually the ones that kick it off. Those are relatively important just to see the health of the overall economy. And then after banks, you start to get some of that big tech stuff. But there's just not really that news flow that really matters, right? It just seems like we're in a lull after a whole bunch of just inundated with news. It feels like we were kind of, I guess, burnt out on news because we had, we had earnings season, then we had war, and then the largest IPO ever, and all of this stuff has kind of taken place. And now it's like, okay, we need to chill back down. We need to test this new Fed chair, and we'll see what happens there. So just for levels, they're pretty simple here. We have yesterday's low and then Monday's high. And if we're inside that range, that makes sense. But again, I'll reiterate that there's nothing predictive about what happens in the first half of the day on FOMC day. It is literally what happens in that last bit. Because I think I read somewhere that it's like 60% of the time on FOMC, after the FOMC minutes, you break both a new low and a new high of the day. So the range that's established before FOMC is essentially useless because you make a new low of that range and you make a new high of that range. So take your trades, take your shots. Could be a real good day to focus on, crazy gappers, low float penny stocks, that kind of stuff, just because they're not going to be sucked into what could be a pretty mundane market. You get to just kind of trade your thing. And this is the beauty of potentially having multiple styles, is that you can kind of go through and say, okay, well, I can switch from, really caring about what's happening to Micron and things like this. And then I can worry about, some penny stocks, maybe trade those small to keep myself active, and then go back to that whenever that's done.
The well is never dry, my friend. The well is never dry.
Not with stocks, right? This is why.
Not with stocks. There's always a leak somewhere. It's kind of like that 30-year-old house. You just always find something. But just keep looking, right? The plumbing. Look inside the plumbing of the market, right? Right now, I think we're getting that moment where it's a correction type of moment, and you look for what stays relatively strong, rotation. And it's okay to play things in the short term and look to swing back to longer term trends. Longer term trends are definitely with technology, but doesn't mean we can't play things in the short run, right? And maybe ride some kind of tensions coming down, macro environments, assets like oil that affect prices, right? Riding those types of trades right now, I think, are the quick way to make money while tech kind of works this through. And really what we know probably happens, Michael, is we get this lull and then we get what? This is the classic summer lull. And then we get earnings season to come back in. And then things start to kick off again. So it makes sense for us to go into a little bit of a calm down period after such a ramp up, right? Especially the conflicting noise of, like you mentioned, the war coming in. That was kind of pressuring the things. It actually gave it more of that slingshot effect, right? And so the rubber band has come back. So now I think we need to, calm the horses down. This is usually, Michael, when strategies start to turn, when it might not be no longer the buy it and hold it type of trade, but buy it and sell the rips, right? Mean reversion usually starts coming back into play. The reason I talk about that is because I think a lot of traders have a tendency of having troubles to understand where the current environment is going. And this is exactly what Michael and I are talking about here. So let's go ahead. Let's continue. Go ahead.
If you're taught one style, right, you have two options. It's to do nothing and come back when your style makes sense, or adopt something else that ends up working. And the one thing that we know is that periods of low volatility always beget periods of high volatility, and periods of high volatility always beget periods of low volatility. So, if you are someone who makes a lot of money in high volatility markets, you have to be constantly reminding yourself that it's temporary. And as soon as volatility spikes, at some point it comes back down, and vice versa. If you're someone who's getting killed when volatility is low, you just got to remind yourself at some point volatility will spike, and just either be patient for one to the other, or just have a game plan for both. Have your high volatility strategies, your low volatility strategies, and then just kind of hanging out between those two.
I agree. And you have to have both, right? And then maybe having ways to either play both all the time, or ways to know when you want to be playing one strategy. The only way to do that is a lot of data taken. But don't forget, you have AI to help you in this process. All right, let's continue the talk. Let's talk about levels. Let's talk about money talks. Let's talk about where things are going with none other than... There comes Airplane Jane to the rescue here. How are we doing? How are you doing? I know you've been in the slumps of moving, and that can always bring a lot of pressure. So how are you dealing with all the pressure, yet the market kind of slowing things down? What's going on? What are you seeing out there?
For me, like what you guys have been saying, the Monday and Tuesday before FOMC, to me, is positioning. That is setting up for the bigger move that could be potentially coming. So looking, like Michael was saying, at the highs and the lows of the past 2 days for the parameters are going to be great. I also wanted to bring in, you guys know I'm always checking the levels. I like to look at Moby Tick for the big trades for Monday and Tuesday. I like to see where this bigger money has positioned themselves to know, hey, if we are closing below 721.63 on the Qs, that's likely going to be a bigger move to the downside, as well as if we close above 754.33 on the SPY, we're likely going to see us grind higher because we're battling against roughly $9 billion with those two trades in themselves. Looking at the broader market, we've been talking about RSP, we've been talking about Mag 7 in relation to the index ETFs. We saw that they sold Mag 7 before. It was a temporary drop. The others, the broader market, RSP, they were buying, and all the other indexes. Looking at it now, we are seeing that they have continued. We are just at the edge for Mag 7 right now. They are located at 66.43. So if we stay below that today, that has been in position since last week. So they could be taking down those 7. That money rotation could continue while we see the smaller caps rise up. With SPY-M, they had a big position at the end of March, and now they have positioned themselves at 880. We don't have it over here, but I did want to show you that we do have SPY-M where they have rotated their big money position from down below, down here in March, all the way up to the top. So those are the two caution flags that I'm seeing. However, I am not seeing any fear coming into the fear indexes. I'm not seeing selling yet on any of the inverse indicators besides gold and silver. We do see, and correction, USO. What I kind of feel like might be happening, I saw a tweet from Trump this morning saying, well, if I don't agree with this deal 100%, I'm going to go back to bombing. So is it really done? Are we going to see that this inflated move to the upside might be smashed down and that bubble burst a little bit with a Trump tweet saying, I'm not agreeing just yet. But I don't see that across the board that we're getting clear sell signals. Right now, I'm still seeing that bullish momentum. I'm seeing them buying the dollar, selling the commodities, and looking to take the broader market higher. So I, like Michael say, this is like an earnings event today at 2:30. Trade before, wait, and then trade after. However, during that time period, you're going to have extreme volatility, extreme swings in price action, a lot of high frequency trading going on. So sometimes it's best just to sit back, let it sort of play out like the first 15 minutes of open, maybe wait until about 2:45, 3 o'clock before jumping in on the price action so that you have a clearer direction with the algos and with what everybody's trading.
I will be napping on the hammock through all of this, so I just won't. It's funny because this is like I call it low stim Wednesdays, and I just do this every Wednesday where I just chill out in the caffeine instead of hitting the gym. On Wednesday I do like some chill yoga. I just don't do anything to really get the cortisol going or whatever, and it's actually a holdover from when I just used to prop trade, because these were the days where I had to really, really make sure that I was patient, because I quickly ran through my numbers, which again, everyone should do. If you're not journaling, I think you're failing. I went through and I said, okay, man, every FOMC day, I lose a ton of money and sometimes even get stopped out trading before FOMC. And then you dive in on your numbers a little more, and like Jane said, trading right after FOMC is the same thing. It's like trading right after the opening print. So I just either would just not trade that day. If it was a nice sunny day and there was something to do, I'd just FOMC day, I'll take off, or just really, really develop the patience to not do anything. Now, a little different now that I'm a quant, right? In which it doesn't matter like my feelings on anything. It's just I'm going to trade the way that the system says to trade. It doesn't know it's FOMC day. It doesn't care, and let whatever happens happen. But yeah, when I was discretionary trading, these are great days to not necessarily do nothing. I never kind of advocate do nothing, but not trading doesn't mean doing nothing. Not trading could mean reading a book or journaling or watching and seeing if you can maybe spot an edge with, sometimes it's easier when you're watching the market to spot something that could be a potential edge in the future when you're not putting any money on the line. You're just sitting back and saying, let me actually watch the price action after FOMC, instead of with my mouse hand on my mouse looking to trade. I've got like a pencil in my hand, and I'm trying to take notes on price action that I saw, and that could prepare to build a whole strategy down the road and in the future. So yeah, low stim Wednesdays I'm always like super excited for, because just nice chill days. I just need the kids to cooperate, and they never seem to cooperate with low stimulation Wednesday for some reason.
You know what you have to do? You got to get them to build forts. And then the best thing is, I'm going to get you. And then they just stay in the fort all day.
We have, I call it the boneless couch, but it's a kid's designed as a kid's couch, and it comes in all that you can build like ramps and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so that'll be the game plan, is just go, bang your head on this indestructible couch that can't hurt you, and have a good time. Because the market seems to be agreeing, right? Right now we're opening up pretty much right in the middle of yesterday's range. So we need to break potentially this low. We need to break potentially this high. We need something just to kind of really shake us and get us moving in some way. And this is kind of the day, I guess, to look at some of these more penny stocks. But when I go and I look over my hangover trades, my little robot that I made to look at the hangover, it's saying there's nothing. There's really nothing from that side of things that is going to be triggering. So I have to kind of delete that list and move on, at least for now, just because both of the triggers from yesterday's kind of sold off and hung out, and then there's nothing new that I can find for today. And then really when I went to look at, sorry, what's that?
CLPT might be a good one for you.
CLPT?
Clearpoint Neuro. Mm-hmm.
CLPT, let's take a look. Oh yeah, so that's a gapper on the day, right? So the hangover trade, we need yesterday's gapper, but there is some, that's going to be interesting, and that's why I was saying that if you're like a penny stock trader, then you kind of ignore a lot of what we said. just going on about being chill days, because this thing's still going to be active regardless of what. They don't care. These kind of weird, like pumpy dumpy type stocks, they don't care what Fed chairman, this thing might not even exist in a couple days. So just stick on the breaking news stuff. Really focus on high relative volume, large gap, stock and play, that type of thing, and just know that the volume will likely be sucked out of these things pretty quickly as well. But there's no way that you're not going to get some volatility on a name like this going right into the open there.
Yeah, especially with shorts. If there were any shorts whatsoever, that's going to give it more of the fuel right open.
Well, yeah,
We'll see
and
what happens.
fresh news. So this is I think I'm looking at it here. I think this is a drug company. So right, if it's, if you report FDA trials or something like that, well, your stock just has to be repriced. Health technology, Clearport.
And Cure as well, Qure is another one there. That this one just got approval for their drug. So the biotechs, typically because of the fundraising, it inflates the float, drops the price. They have that reverse split, and then it inflates again. There's a press release, and boom. So Cure looks like another potential gap fill or gap and go based off of the news. But this one, it's already been released. This one looks like a sell the news scenario to me. I actually set it up on my short list.
All right.
guys hear me?
Yeah. No, definitely going to be watching to see what happens with those quantum names. Definitely going to be on the watch. Also, they've been pulling back. Can they get another bounce, or will they head to the ground? QMCO, one of those names that had kind of the action to the upside, kind of hanging in there in the middle of no man's land. Now the question is it come and fall or take off here? That's one name that I'll be watching in the space. And then watching to see if the semis come right back. SMH setting up here, looking like it wants to break above the 633s today. Will we see that lift off right here and go right back into the tech party? Marvell right back at the 9 EMA. The one stock that I've been seeing that is pulling back a little bit further than most is AVGO. That stock's been a little bit on the sideways period here. But building off the weekly. So if you like that name, I do like the weekly on that look. So just mentioning some names out there to keep an eye out.
CarMax as well has a nice little retracement to follow Mitch. If you're looking for a 9 EMA bounce, that one's roughly at 8 EMA.
There's earnings tonight, right?
Already had it this morning.
Oh, it was a morning ticker.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
I thought it was an afternoon one. It was a morning one. Let's take a look into that report. I wanted to see that report a little bit, so I'll pull it up in just a second here, get some more information.
Right now, I see they've sold roughly $54 this morning.
All right, selling the rip. That's what I think is you're going to see a little bit more of now. Sell the rip environment could start to come in. We'll see if we get that mean reversion type of trade to play in. I'm of course just still playing the ETN game. We'll see if it starts to get going today. Watching for diversified industrials to take off there. I can name trades in that space. You got ETN. You got a bunch of names in that space. Let me pull it up here just to kind of give you got like EMR, right? I know you like that name. I think Jane, you mentioned that diversified industrial name.
Also looking today on my radar was DRAM, the Round Hill Memory ETF. It's got Micron, SanDisk. It's got Seagate.
You like those
Western
names right now?
Sorry?
You like those names right now? They're still on a nice little rip, right?
Yeah, the ETF is looking nice. It had a nice little pullback, just like the Qs. I mean, a lot of these tech stocks all have a very similar chart pattern. But looking right there at DRAM, it looks like it's already broken out potentially, if we have continuation this morning. Of course, it's the if, of a nice little bull flag. We had a retracement and now we're moving to the upside. So it does look like it has that potential to break out if we can have a nice move up above 72, 72.50.
Not bad action there. All right, guys, 927.
I'm working on something cool for our swing trading education segment we're going to do a little later. We had that chat with where I went over Lance's exhaustion gap strategy, and I've spent a little bit last night, like I mentioned, going in and coding it and testing it in real test. And there does seem to be an edge there. So I'll get a little report going there and show that to you guys.
Well, it just
real interesting.
There you go. Well, Michael coming in with the education. Love to see it. Love to see it. That seems like that seems like my first TikTok right there. You just gave me the idea. It was going to be something similar to that, but why not we just use that, Michael? So there you go. You give me the idea live, baby. Get ready, because Trade the Pool is taking off on TikTok, guys. If you guys are TikTok fans out there, let me know in the chat. I want to see who's on the TikTok life. Get ready to see Michael Noss on TikTok. And there'll be lots of little dance going out there.
I was going to say, no dancing, but I've got a little crew on. How do I have... How many do I have on TikTok now? I got a little crew on TikTok. Definitely will never see me dancing, but
you've been on the
I'll do the
Talk
dancing
Life
for you, Michael.
You've been on the Talk Life?
How do
I dance like nobody's watching.
You've been on the Talk Life? Oh, all right. I didn't know you were out there, man. I'm only a Twitter only kind of guy. Don't talk to the guy that's on Instagram that's taking over Instagram. He's definitely a fake bitch. But you know you're big when you have the fakes that are too big to be stopped.
Unfortunately, I've had that happen where I have about 10 on each platform. It's really frustrating. And then people come messaging me.
There's some,
why didn't you message
that are
me
big.
individually?
There's some that are big, man. The Instagram guy literally is taking over, man. Let's go. You know what time it is. That means put the gloves up and let's get after it. Like I always say, hey, you might take a punch, but deliver one back.
2,500. That's how many nerds follow me on TikTok.
Straight action on out
weirdos.
The gates here for ETN. Can we get a continued takeoff in ETN? That's what I want to see. Right out the gates there. I'm pushing, guys. I'm pushing in ETN. I'm trying to take a big position in that and trying to see it lift off today through the 415s. We'll see if we get that action right out the gates. I can tell you majority of sectors down out the gates. Technology, though, in the green. Financials and energy in the green. What's in the red? Communication services. So the dividend play falling fast. That's your AT&T, your Verizon, your T-Mobile. Real estate falling. Consumer defensives dropping out the gates here. Healthcare dropping, basic materials, and then industrial starting to come back into the green. Energy, financials, and technology. Now financials starting to take the lead. I've talked about some trades this morning, like on credit services like MasterCard, like Visa. Visa starting the day up already 0.4%. That looks like a great trade there. American Express looks good. SoFi looks great right here. Starting it off already up there towards 18. We'll look to see if SoFi can take 19 and 20s. That's a trade that I would definitely keep on my radar out there. And with that one, you could watch like Upstart and other names out there. I gave you guys one this morning on the playbook to kind of keep an eye out in building materials that I'll keep an eye out for. There's a lot of action going on. What are you guys seeing out there?
SpaceX going.
Is breaking. Yeah, 13. Well, 213.
She's going again.
Continue going.
It was funny. I heard a lot of people go, "Oh, look at the failure that happened on SpaceX yesterday," and I looked down, and it was up like 7%. Like, what do you? It added like another 200 billion in market cap yesterday. It's like, how addicted are you guys to gains? So we're seeing it up 5% now.
The greediness out there is starting to feel. Nuts. They're starting to juices. The juices are out there. They're like, what? I'm not making a quick life-changing amount every day. Well, something's wrong.
Yeah, it's only 10% on a $2 trillion company.
It's a more expensive stock, but Fix, comfort systems, engineering and construction, an area that I'm looking to see get hot and continue hot. Why? Well, guess what? The data centers are being built, and if anything, what has added to the capex, right? More money. So that means more building. So I think engineering construction names in the AI space are some to watch. Fix is definitely one of the leaders there. PWR, EME, and MTZ, another name to watch there. I know that's kind of like a boring trade, but sometimes the boring trade in a time like this could be a nice one here.
Well, and yeah, it's especially on a day like this where the one thing we can guarantee you is that you will see some volatility at some point today. So you might want to trade in something that's a little bit chiller. Oh, and that's a reversal chiller there. Out the gate there on SpaceX. So it was climbing to new highs and then came right back down. Now let's take a look with, it's only up 4% today. What a loser. RSP gapping down. SPY is holding green, but just barely. And again, for me, all that matters here on the SPY is yesterday's low. And then I wouldn't even say yesterday's high, I'd say Monday's high. So like this little range that we're putting in here, we need to see a break one way or another for me to get super excited. And we're right back up on SpaceX. Yeah, just be careful with this thing. It's funny because low float penny stock traders will say, well, it just moved like 2% that's no big deal. And it's like, you have to just remember the scale of this is tens of billions of dollars that are moving and changing hands very quickly, right? So it's tens of billions of dollars up or down in minutes, even though it's only a couple percentage. It's nothing for you guys that trade stocks that go up 1,000% a day. But yeah, it's a big deal.
I'm still watching Cure as well to see if that one will fail right off the open. Looks like it doesn't want to. It looks like it wants to bounce here.
Here, yeah. So new lows a day for SpaceX. Let's see how that's going to translate. Again, I think SpaceX is the best vibe indicator for the next little bit until it gets rolled into the Qs, which is
the first
ripping, guys.
2 weeks away.
Tried to give you guys that out the gates here really quickly. You're seeing banks take off. JPM, nice move there. Bank of America, nice move. Wells Fargo, TD Bank. You're seeing the regionals also starting to move there. So you could look at your kind of your leverage play there with your kind of KRE and your leverage plays there. Your DPST, right? That looks good right now. Maybe a little scout play through the 130s. So that looks good in the financial space. Financial space leading the action here out the gates there. Credit services right behind that. I gave you guys plays to look there. MasterCard getting into the green there. Now starting to lift off to 502. Visa, American Express, Capital One up. This is why I like to focus on industries, right? Because think about it, right? When you're looking into an industry and you see the top 5 and there's 4 in the green right from the open and 5 in the green overall, that's how we end up in the green, guys. Like that's where my edge really lies in the understanding of that, right? Then you got to build strategies off of that, right? So that's what I always try to teach you guys is rotation, and that's clear rotation put on there, right? So now names that could be in the red could go green, like let's say like a PayPal. That's dipping right now. That could end up in green on the day. SoFi pushing, right? That's the name that I'll be looking at. Like Ally Bank, that's a regional bank that's doing a red to green move, right? Those types of moves can really help you catch that type of action, right? Here's one building material name that I like, WMS. This is looking at building materials.
On financials, I think it's a good time to go over again the swing idea. Like the reason I'm in FAS is just this pattern's been working all year, right? An undercut of support, a rip back through, right? So you have this little dangling guy down here where it's kind of stopped everyone out. Everyone hates it. That's the same thing I did on IVG, the same thing I did on HIMS, the same, right? When everyone hates it and they go, oh, this is just a horrible industry and it looks like it's going to break down and then it fails, right? So it's this candle here that I got involved. And yeah, ever since then, it's been great. So, I'm just going to keep using them till they stop working.
All right, guys, having a great takeoff here in ETN up there towards 418.40s. This is the swing that I've loaded into. And when I mean loaded, I've loaded. There's very rare times that I can tell you guys I've been like loading the boat in one name. I've loaded the boat over the last 2 or 3 days because it keeps holding and it's giving me the ability to take smaller and smaller risk. So I took the shot there. Let's see if it takes off through the 420s. Haha, pun intended. Let's have a party. I like this name. It's just a great AI name. Energy taking off. That's what I could see taking off the next move. And that's your CEG play, your VST, your BE continuing up, right? Look for Bloom Energy, 300 recovery, that type of name, right? I'm just playing a more safer name in ETN. ETN's not going anywhere anytime soon, right? Like I like to sometimes play a little bit, like if I'm going to go big on a name, it should be a name that I know tomorrow I'm not going to just see like a 30 or 40% down move, right? Because some names, like let's say like a Tempest or an FLNC, that can get you into trouble. You're playing a speculative name and you're loading the boat. That's when you usually get in trouble. Now, if you're loading the boat in Apple, or you're loading the boat in Tesla, you're loading the boat in SpaceX, right? Or SpaceX might be a little bit outside of that because of the range right now. But names like that, you have a little bit more conviction that it's not just going to just completely bottom out, right? It's not a penny stock, right? We don't go all in on penny stocks for that reason, because you don't know what happens. You go downstairs to go get a cup of water. You come back and they did an offering, right? that can happen. So,
oh yeah. I wanted to let you guys know too that I checked the Mag 7s, and seeing that they sold Mag 7, the ETF, I got in it and I checked to see, hey, what is going on with these different individual names, and seeing that almost every single one had that bigger money above from earnings except for Tesla. Tesla was the only one that at this time had the bigger money below. Other than that, all of the Mag 7 stocks had bigger money selling above at the present time.
All right, guys, the chat is being smarter than me today. Yeah, I'll give you guys some love. You guys are bringing up a conversation that I was thinking about a little while back, but you guys are bringing it back to life, which is, are the banks just seeing the up move because they supported the IPO?
When they got a bunch more on the go, right? So they're going to make money from Anthropic, and they're going to make money from
right. And the chat's been smart out there, guys. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the chat out there. You guys are awake. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, and that'll be what? JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs is like 90% plus of people who do IPOs.
You know Morgan Stanley looking good. You know Goldman Sachs. You know how that one likes to trade up. It's looking like it's on a breakout, right? I mean, so there you have it, right? And I love to sometimes scalp Goldman scalp. It's a tough scalp, but I'll tell you, it moves and it's steady once it starts to fly. So, hey, we'll see if Goldman Sachs can take off there.
Yeah, looking at
go ahead.
Yeah, you seeing that trending down, even though the Qs are recovering, and SMH just broke out to a new high day. So your semiconductors have been really the strongest kind of area there to look at. It could just be rotation back in. So if you grab like your Microns, maybe they start rebounding. But really, and I'm looking at AMD, that hasn't moved. So what's making SMH move so much? Is NVIDIA finally getting no, interesting. Something in SMH is just ripping for it to be up 3%.
I've got my breakdown too. Let me see. I put them all on the side over here.
It's semiconductor equipment names leading the party.
Like,
and then you also got a couple memory names. So like AMAT up 5%, 9% on the day. LRCRX on the rip out. So your TER is another name I'd look at right here on the pullback. But semiconductor equipment's leading the action today. Name PLAB, Photronics. I like this name here. I've been watching this name. It's stock has had a huge down dip, a huge down gap, could start to climb back that gap on the day. ICHR, cheaper names like KLAC, ENTG. So a lot of semiconductor equipment stocks. AMKR, one of my favorite names. I actually mentioned AMKR back in like the $50 break. It's almost $100. And then I'm getting another alert in the financial space here, guys. I'm just all alerts today, guys. I wish I could almost trade. I'm like fully invested right now. Upstart alert here off the 33 break. Looks pretty. I said it on the trend line alert. So there you guys have it. Upstart $33 alert. I'll give it to you. It's in the credit services. It's in the financial space. And you're seeing a beautiful move, right? I wish I could show you guys how the sector and the industry is moving compared to the stock. And this is exactly what I love to see, where the sector is leading, the industry is leading, and now the tide is coming for all the boats. Cut that one right there. You know what I mean?
Michael is also
that's what you want to see.
Ripping it to the upside. I saw you looking at LRCX, Teradyne, and A-Lab as well. ARM is also giving a lift, 5%, but AMAT is at 9.4%, so really lifting it up for the day. Yeah, there you go, Teradyne.
Just goes to show, right? All the people who go, oh, when NVIDIA goes down, we're all screwed. You remember those people? I wonder how they're doing. Meanwhile, NVIDIA's hasn't done anything in a long time, and semiconductors, right, close to new all-time highs, just absolutely ripping here.
Yep. Well, that's it. That's where you have to find that stock that's going to move apart from NVIDIA or the Mag 7 that will draw down the indexes. We're seeing the proof that the broader market is being bought and there's money rotation. So where are they rotating that? If they're going to try to go digital for banks, what are we going to see? We're going to see more of the energy backing up those digital systems. We're going to see the memory. We're going to see the processing. We're going to see all of that get a lift because they need it for their new systems that they want to put in place.
Stable coins, I guess we could take a look at. So that's what Circle.
Well, it was interesting. Coin was down this morning, but now we had a nice lift. Yeah.
Coin's not going to have a big benefit from stable coins just because there's like next to no spread or fees, so they can't like snake you with anything. They got to kind of just give you what they got to give you what they can give you, which is the actual spread, right? But Cerberus up 8%. Someone's saying CRBS. I forgot about this. This poor guy, right? Went IPO right before the biggest IPO ever. So that's an interesting kind of a chart there. Looks like it's found a bottom anyway. So if you wanted to take a shot in something like this, you know where you're wrong. You can have you can just lean against what, $200. Give or take, it's what, 228. So you're risking 10%. Then you think this could move 20%. It's an interesting little chart. I think I'm talking myself into.
All right, guys, time to have some fun, guys. Let's trade a 200,000 eval. And let's go SPCX in. Hands getting Oh, do we see a head and shoulders pattern on there? Do I see a head and shoulders pattern on SPCX?
Oh, if it is, that's really bullish. Remember, those are bullish.
65% failure rate.
65%. Yeah.
This would be the fun time to test it, right? Because it is. Like, look at the 15, look at the hourly. You can see it, right, Michael?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's obvious.
So you got a, 3 in 10 chance goes down, a 7 in 10 chance goes up.
All right, let's find out. So let's do the undercut. See, we've done 1, 2 times to break that 204 mark. We're going to look for a sweep on the 204. Let it come down to like 202. Liquidity sweep, right? That's what those kids call it now, Michael. So we'll look for that sweep underneath the 204. We want to see liquidity. What is that? We want to see like a nice sweeping action there, right? And then we're going to look for recovery to come right back through. Where we don't want to buy is the 202. We want to buy where this 204 undercut is, right? So that we could risk off of that 202. So the 204 recovery is our look, right? 205 could be maybe the entry. And then we're looking for this quick sweep right here because this starts to give you that down effect again, right? So you're looking for waves down and then quick sweeps back. Let's see if we get it. Or will we get the SPC takedown? We'll see what happens today. I mean, definitely we have the head and shoulders pattern. It's clear as day on the hourly. Everyone can see that, right? You can see the left shoulder, the head action, the right shoulder, and usually comes with this type of bull trap type of look, right? That's just what happens. That's how the way the pattern is set up, right? That's why it's called the head and shoulders, because it's usually a bull trap right before the action's supposed to break the neckline. Right? The hardest thing with any head and shoulders pattern, whether it's the inverse or the regular bullish head and shoulders pattern, right? Well, is where do you draw the neckline? This is the hardest thing to determine. And even the CMT books will tell you that this is where things get kind of wishy-washy with the pattern. So it's just hard to determine where exactly you are expecting the breakdown spot or the breakout spot. So what I usually look for is, let's see if we see the undercut and then the rally back where it's a wick and a trick, right? We'll take back a look. Let's take a little bit of a screenshot mentality here, and we'll come back to the trade setup. There's your 202 look. Now it should give you wash effect, right? So we want to see wash effect, big wicks on the 1 minute. Can give you that type of look and confirmation where you're getting a quick sweep, lots of volume, and move back into the green. All right, traders, just setting up a trade out there. How are you guys feeling about SpaceX today? My SpaceX bulls.
I think when I'm thinking SpaceX, I'm thinking max pain now. And I'm like, what's max pain for something like this? And it's like no movement. Just everyone getting super hyper about trading it.
It's not undercut the IPO low? The IPO open?
Nah, I think there's too many forces at work just to stop that from happening, especially that we know that the amount of shares they can sell are tied to performance. I don't think there's any. Someone's asking if I sold any out of SpaceX. No, I've got a game plan. I'll sell half at a double. If it hits it, I'll stop out if we get to 135. And then otherwise, I'll be a good little boy and hold for my 90 days that
good old boy.
The suggestion, just so that I can get like an Anthropic IPO or something. However, the whole thing that I showed you guys about shorting all of the other ones instead of really caring about the IPO itself, that to me is a more interesting situation, and that's what I'm excited for with these other IPOs. It's something I'm going to add to my repertoire, because if you just looked at even just buying puts on things like Virgin Galactic and everything the day before the IPO, this is what, $6 down to $3, so it got cut in half. You would have just made a killing. And then ASTS and Rocket Lab and all these things, just to have that study. Some brave soul went through and manually looked at all these IPOs, and I can just read the study and then build a trading plan based off it. And seeing it happen live like that will be super interesting for when Anthropic and when OpenAI go later.
I think the volatility
100,000 of MasterCard.
I think the volatility for SpaceX is going to be somewhat sideways right until the addition to the NASDAQ. Why? Just like you mentioned, we just had the options opening up yesterday for SpaceX. And so now that is setting the stage for the market makers, for the option players to really sort of play with the gamma exposure on the name and create that sideways price action as opposed to just a general upward trend.
Yeah, I was so close, and I was talking with you guys yesterday, and I didn't pull the trigger. But when we were up here, I was like, man, instead of selling some, I was like, the move is probably just to sell a bunch of calls, like outdated, right? Like $300 or $400 calls. And they had a lot of juice then. I'm looking at them now and it's gone. There's like next to nothing to do on them anymore. And it's because, just like anything, as soon as the moment a market exists, it is incredibly inefficient. And then very quickly it becomes very kind of tight and efficient. So yeah, I'm with you. I think we're going to just spend probably a lot of time between like 190 and 220. And we're just going to hang out there for, we get another 10 days or something. I think it's about 10 days until it gets included in the queues, and then it's just going to move with the market. That's really going to be, as soon as it's part of the queues, that's really when the volatility just gets ripped right out of it, because you can't have a NASDAQ component, and especially it's like the third or fourth largest, depending on the price in the minute, NASDAQ component just ripping around 10% a day. You won't get that anymore. It will start to move more like an NVIDIA and more like these things where you get a couple percent move here or there and you're happy and you kind of move on.
Yeah, for sure. And I see that there was a bigger Form T seller at 201.80. So it's interesting to see that that's somewhat holding as a support level now. That was yesterday that was filed. So maybe they were selling and then they're hedging, or they found disparity between the options and the shares. And so they went ahead and played that game that way. So we'll see.
It's funny because I wonder if they're trying the same thing that I was thinking, where I'm like, okay, I told these people I wouldn't sell it, but what if I sell a call and it just gets pulled? Like, is that me selling it? It's like, not really. I'm just I'm giving it to that guy who bought the call
sells
option.
It though,
right?
Somebody sells it.
Maybe, or maybe he just uses it to bone shares.
They have to cover their positions for sure.
Yeah.
Right, so it's like, is it somewhere? It's a call, like that's the technical term. Is it got called away from me? I'm like, is that? I don't know. Is that a sell, or is it just I send it to that guy and whatever that guy does with it, blacklist him from the IPOs. I just sold an option. So, and it's one of those. I could email my rep and he'd get back to me, but it's like, do I want him to know that this is the game plan, or do I just want to do it and then try to, if they blacklist me, try to come after them for like a technicality, right? It's like, it's the Airbud rule of, you didn't say I couldn't do it, so it should be legal. Just amend your thing next time. But so we're flirting here with $200. I think the reason we're talking so much about SpaceX too is let's just go look at the SPY real quick, right? Absolutely nothing has occurred just yet on either side of anything. So we're just we're chilling out somewhere.
And Mag 70 is melting.
Services.
Mags.
I'm just I'm just focused on financials. I almost can't even see them. There is some names out there ripping. Rack Space Technology for you small guys out there. That's at RXT. The pattern looks good on the daily. Very rare do I tell you guys that in smaller names. The pattern looks good on the daily. So RXT, interesting name. Big drive, right? Volume there. Chart looks great. I mean, that's what you want to see too, right? You need to see some type of good action chart also. Some type of developing chart. This has it, right? So we'll see if it can continue to drive here.
Well, it's funny, we were doing the Lance kind of market wizard wrap up thing, and he always said the same thing. He said about 30% of everything that he's interested in happens on the daily chart, even for his intraday trades.
That's right? Like gold, dude. You guys don't realize that sometimes, right? You've heard me on here say, just cut those intraday charts out, trade off the daily chart.
Yeah, he said it's about a third of all of his decision process goes in on the daily. What levels are we at? What are we breaking?
Dude,
and then execution happens on, for him, the 2-minute chart, right? That's where he looks to see.
2-minute chart.
And that's his, trying to refine. And even, like my buddy Brian Shannon, who's been doing it for years, and he's a swing trader. He uses He uses his daily chart for the whole game plan, and then just a short-term chart. And then the whole plan there is just execution. Like, where do I put my stop loss? Let me find a 1 minute, base or 1 minute swing low or something like that. And it's just his way to kind of cheat out a little bit more when it comes to risk, so that he can size up just a little bit more, right? If he looks at like a base and says, okay, I can put it, instead of just using low a day, high a day, which works fine, he's like, well, if I can eke up the stop loss just a little bit, then I can really increase my size and just make more money when I'm right, which is kind of the whole point.
That's it, man. That's it. Play the game to be right, and then when you're wrong, just protect.
I'm liking the fuel cell chart. And they've already had earnings. It's testing a downward trend. Looks like that could be setting
Not a
up
bad
for
area to look.
bigger move. And that is the daily. I agree. I like the look at the dailies to see where we are, to see if we're going to continue.
Yeah, as the stock though gets bigger price, what I would say is also move back from the daily, right? So like you get into like your $100 stocks or your 200 or above, you look further back. The daily starts to lose a lot of edge there, and then I look at the weekly and monthly chart. I feel like the monthly chart is so underrated. I've gotten this from institutional traders, and where when I was young in my trading career, I used to be like, no lie, you would have probably brought up a monthly chart, and I would have actually laughed out loud.
I
would
like
have
the
been
33.
like spit the water out kind of laughter. Like, monthly chart? Are you kidding me?
SpaceX is
But back then,
pooping just a little bit
month
here.
seemed a lot longer, right? There's your SpaceX takedown instead here, Michael. Trouble in
Should have sold some
paradise.
calls.
Trouble in paradise.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens. Will this be the liquidity
feel
scare
bad.
and a recovery of 200? So this is
I
where the
feel bad for
liquidity
the-
comes in.
Put sellers.
This is the liquidity scare. We'll see if we
Unless
can
you're
play
selling
it to the
puts now.
upside.
That's what I was thinking.
Now, is this a head and shoulders top, or is this just a daily starting to break? Fun action. That's called multi-time frames. Some of the time frames can tell you one pattern, the other time frame tell you another, right?
See, I'm
Well,
debating a buy and only
Oh.
because I have 170 shares, and if I buy 30 more, then I can sell 2 options. So it's like,
I
I
hear
hope
ya.
if we get a little bit of it, it's more of just like the OCD ticking. It's like, I don't like 170 shares. Give me 200
I will tell you,
shares.
I see the bigger money right now down at 173.68. So it could still go another 23 points.
Oh yeah, if we flush down there, I'm definitely just evening out that that little bit. Just now, can I sell those? If I buy those,
Yeah.
it's like such a annoying rules. And again, I can do whatever I want. They'll just say no IPOs. You think it'd just be like it didn't sell on day one. Leave me alone. It's on 31 million shares today. It's not like I'm the guy who's me dumping my shares is my 170 shares is doing
You know why?
doing
That's
a damn
set,
thing.
right? That's not set for you, dude. That's set for the banks to make money, bro. Come on, man. That's big money telling you, get your place in line.
I could sell. I could hit the button anytime I want. Right? They're not
Yeah, but
not
that's
stopping
exactly
me from doing anything.
You don't.
But yeah,
that's just wording to keep you from selling.
Yeah, because who would want to give an IPO
tactic.
offering to people who are just going to dump off the open? Like
It's a scare tactic, right?
If I
It's just a scare
own
tactic.
and one that you can completely totally understand. Their whole job is to give people shares that won't dump off the open, because if they launch an IPO and the thing gets cut in half like Facebook did in the first week, you're fired. You will never get a job here again. Why I'll go to the other guys. Right?
Now's the time to take the shot. I'm going to take the shot on the upside move. Let's see if it's a head and shoulders that becomes a bullish sense action here. It's starting to get recovery there. Let's take the shot. So I just took their 200 shares. We'll take any undercut of the 195 here and establish a position here. Let's see it. Taking a shot here with the 200K eval. Let's go. All right,
I'm
it's
watching
holding
closely.
in
I've
here.
got the 30 shares queued up here. And again, this is just to round it out. So then if I do options, I can sell 2 instead of 1. It's just annoying to sell 1 option and then have like just that 30 shares there left over or the 70 shares where I can't do anything on. But give me another little flush
It's also like after
below
an
this.
earnings, right? Typically, you're going to see the first 3 days, the continued up move. We had that, a top was set. Now, are we going to retrace back? How much further are we going to retrace back? It's just like the SPY and the Qs. We don't always have up days. So it makes sense that we would have a bit of a retracement and a bit of a retracement potentially, let's see, I'd say back down. It could easily retrace back down to 192. And that would be an average of those of the past couple of days. So I still think it has a bit more to go to the downside before we see that this bounces.
Well, I'm
Upstart
looking at
alert again.
I'm just looking at this level here, right? So this is yesterday's low we're at, and then it's also this kind of pre-market low back here. So it would make sense that they try to flush that a little bit. If we get into, if I see 180s,
There's a pretty good wall right here, something,
clunk
man,
it.
because it's not flushing through. So there's some type of buyer getting some fills right here around the 196. I'm looking for the quick bar that shows up a lot of volume right here. Kind of like, that pulling fill. So that's what I'm looking for on the action. You're going sideways now, 3 or 4 minutes sideways here off the 195. Let's see if we get it here, guys. I'm positioned in already. We'll add through the 200 on recovery, but let's go for it. Let's see if we get a nice trade off the bottoming action, taking a contrarian trade, right? This is contrarian on the pattern. The pattern says short it. I'm taking the long on it.
All right, I'm going to see how this turns out tomorrow. Off to go pack more boxes. Have fun in the market.
Unfortunately, the box packing robots are still not out there.
I know. Scott.
Stress. U-Haul's going to be buying a lot of robots pretty soon.
There we go. We're flushing that level there.
Oh, there you go. There's the big volume. Do you see what I meant by like the big volume now coming through? There's that wall. There's that jump of volume, like double or triple the volume. That's that fill. That's the liquidity now starting to get really processed. Let's say that much. So let's see right here. If we start to come working our way back here.
SpaceX decline. So I'm just looking to see if there's anything news related for it. Probably not. It's probably just that people are just choosing their moment. They're saying, okay, this is the time. If you bought it off the open, you're up 50 points. If you got the allocation, you're up 70 points. So you just go, you know what? Let's turn that into some money and hit the button, right? And so I look at the down. I'm only up 43% on my trade now. This is horrible. It's like the end of the world. All right, I'm going to pop it in there, right? So now I've got a full 200. There we go.
Michael and I getting busy with it today. Not getting busy with it.
And I just wanted that easy, because then if we rip back up into the 2s, now I can start selling 2 contracts. Again, still a relatively small position compared to kind of the normal positions that I take.
That's smart. All right, there you go, guys. Now we're starting to see a little turn. Now I want to see the quick drive. And I'm going to step up here, guys.
Trump on Truth Social. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. The Strait of Hormuz will open. So we're getting a rant.
That's always good.
Oh, now he's talking about India. Had good conversations about trade deals with India. So yeah, we're getting a stream of rant. So just be careful.
I could see wicked action off of that, right? Let's see the SPY reaction off of that. SPY is down right now. Could catch a bid, though. We'll see if the VIX takes a lift. VIX getting some bid there around the 2243 area. We'll look to see what happens. Of course, what's leading the market today is Basic materials and then financials. Basic just got a nice jump. Copper, big jump there, guys. Names that I really watch. There's smaller names that people don't look at here. ERO, HPM, SCCO, of course, my favorite name there, but that's just to mention it, right? TGB, I like IE. Those are copper names that you just don't hear of. And I think that if you got this whole basket, the copper basket, yeah, let's just say you might not be too mad. But I'm green here on SpaceX, guys, with 700 shares now and looking to add above 200. You heard that right, 700 shares. Taking a mega shot here on a brand new 200K account. Let's get after it.
He's doing some tweeting. So he says he's going to be live from France in 45 minutes. So that will be pretty much when we're wrapping up. So just be careful that
Good
now
job,
not only
Trump.
do we have
Thank you.
not only do we have an FOMC meeting to deal with, now we've got this guy is going to be doing some rants. So just, be careful. And it's just one of those, you never know. It'll probably be a lot of Iran stuff. So maybe the market doesn't care about that anymore, but he might just go on some sort of tangent. So, if you're someone who wants to trade off news and trade that closely, just make sure you got a game plan going there.
SpaceX finding a little bit of some resistance right around that 197.50 area. We'll look to see if it can hold in here and then make the move higher. I'm positioned in. We'll look to see if it starts to make the drive in action now, as we've seen some bottoming and now could start to play in here, especially the 15 minutes. You're right around these undercut and recoveries, but would need to recover 197.50 today. We'll see what happens. Getting a little bit of that flushing action on the open today.
Back to object. You gotta love like random errors. So I'm working on this new strategy I was gonna show you guys, and I just got it spit out an error, and the error is just object. It's just, if you code something, please, it is just the most error coding is like the most important thing in the world. I should be able to read the error and have some idea of what happened. Object doesn't really help me out too much.
Yeah, not gonna do much for us here. All right, SpaceX, can it hold in? Can it recover here? Can we see it take off here? Will we load the boat with the fuel and send the rocket flying higher? Right now, it's fueling up, guys. It's trying to fuel up here. Can it go? Chat, you bullish? You bearish? What you feeling here on SpaceX? I'm out of SpaceX, Mitch. First time in and made a small profit. Run with it, Derek. Run with it.
Well, see, now you can hang that on your wall and you can say, listen, I was there. I was there to trade SpaceX and I was profitable doing it. And then just
I'm a profitable SpaceX investor. What are you?
Yeah, like you take your one Bitcoin trader one time. You take your one Bitcoin trade. You're like, yeah, I'm a professional Bitcoin trader. Take a picture of your watch.
With basic materials going higher, I'll bring up the building material names again. And there's some names that are doing well today. So Builders First Resource, ASPN as a name that I'd look at, right? So sometimes you got to know these types of names, right? So builders, I like these building material names. Keep an eye out on the action there.
Another tweet had a good chat with Putin and Zelensky.
The Putins.
It looks like he's trying to pump things. Looks like we're getting a happy mood guy. He's not talking about fire and brimstone, right?
Mood. All right, guys. Buying a little bit of TT. This is a building materials play, but this is a day trade that I'll try to take a shot in here. Dang it. 5% rule. I honestly
very close on India trade deal. I'm just reading. I've got push notifications on for Walter, so I'll just I'll translate.
Yeah, a little push of volume here. Come on, man. I hate this.
All right, so we're getting a little bit of push up. So it looks like they like what he's, we had this little bit of a sell off, and then ever since he started tweeting, we've been grinding. Like, this is very grindy action, but it's been higher grindy action. So we're trying. What's Spcx as well? Trying to dig in just a little bit there on my ad. XLK looking to move a little higher. MAGS is really the thing that's hurting us here.
I pushed it. Let's go to my screen here. We are 176,000 deep. SpaceX. Let's go. Let's go, Michael. We're going contrarian. We are going for the opposite.
So are you just risking?
You see me built a position here at the bottom, right? Like, look where the entries are. They're all at the bottom. I just said, just taking the dip there. And then now I just went with this bar because I got a bullish engulfing look off this candle. So essentially I could risk off of here. This limit, you could ignore it. This is just like me just throwing an order out there. But now I just need to get back to the 200. That's going to be the key. We could see a big bar through 200, and I could already sell some into the move, right? I'm 900 shares, right? So just even through the 200 already gets a really nice action move, right? I'm up about 1,600 already. Back through the 200, we start to get into the 3,000s, right? If we get back towards the open today, it could be 20 grand, right? So let's see what happens here. Let's get after it. 200K eval right here, live in front of you guys. Let's go. The hands are starting to get sweaty. That's how you know it's a big position. The max profit on this account is 6K. So if I get to 6K, you might just see me run with the money. But that's just because, it's the max, right? But this trade has potential to make more. Let's see if it gets it, right? And where would the risk be, right? Because we're always about risk and reward, right? So let's just draw out the trade right here, right? So here's the risk profile. And if you haven't used this tool before, you are doing things wrong here at Trade the Pool. I would definitely use this tool if you're a new trader, especially Michael and I calculate these things a lot of the times quickly in our heads. And then he has bots to do this also, right? But this
because I'm not good at doing it quickly in my head. That's why I got the systems.
But this tool is awesome to do it with, right? It gives you percentage on the profit. It gives you the stop. It gives you risk to reward ratio right here. It gives you profit to loss ratio. Very important to look into if you haven't used this tool right here on the bottom left of your drawing. Use that. You can use it for long and short positions. Draw it out. Understand your risk and reward ratio of what you intend to happen. It also helps you stick to the plan, right? Like you can see the picture, you can see the coloring, you're in your red. You start to break down there. Well, you start to respect things, right? So it's kind of like its own discipline for you, right? And you can always adjust the coloring if you want to make the coloring, green or something like that. Hey, go ahead, right? You can always change it, right? You can change it to what you want to change it to, guys. But take a look into it. I think it's one of the best things to get after.
So someone's asking about news on FOMC, and no, not until, right? So we get at, it's what, 2? Then we get the number, right? And we know exactly. The press release
comes out, right?
And that's the important thing.
Get the first jump.
It's not the number. Everyone will report rates unchanged, and then you'll wonder why the market's moving so much. So we know there's a 99% chance that rates are going to be unchanged. It's what the press release says, and then that's not the end of the volatility. Dude gets on stage, which I'm probably just going to end up calling him JPOW for the rest. He's like JPOW 2.0.
He's JPOW 2.0. Let's give him
and then he starts yapping about whatever. And then that's when the real thing happens, because that's when you get all these reporters doing what reporters do, right? And they're sneakily trying to suss out what's going to happen in the future. We know what's going to happen today. It's not interesting. What's going to happen in the future, that's where the market gets a little bit interesting and something that we can look at. So no news until after he is talking. So I would say, if you really want to see what the action's going to be, you got to set your clock to around 2:30, and you got to chat. But like we mentioned, top of the hour, it looks like Trump's going to talk. He's already, there's more tweets or truce or whatever we want to call it out, and it's a Iran deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon, looking at sanctions on Russia.
He's going to try to distract also the market of that, hey, well, we just went to a war and we caused a lot of spending and we did absolutely nothing. The things are open again, and more than likely, we did not take the uranium away from them. So did we really take away their nuclear weapons? No, he's going to deflect. He's going to try to talk about something else. So maybe he can bring something else bullish to the news, right? So that's what you're mentioning right there, Michael. Mentions about Russia, mentions about this and this. It's like, look here,
the India deal. Yeah,
you get what I mean. Look here.
Let's forget about it.
It's the classic Houdini, right? Look here, but right underneath it, I'm selling you this, right? Yeah. So, hey, classic politician move today. Look for the action to maybe cause a spike, right? Who knows? I mean, we all know the deal is going to happen at some point, regardless, even if he battles back today, right? I don't think anybody would think really that the deal's off completely.
It's close to midterms, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that all of a sudden they have a deal that looks like it. Again, we haven't seen the details of it. It could be amazing, but it's probably just going to be Iran saying, no, we won't do a nuclear weapon, which was the deal they had last time. And they just started to do a nuclear weapon anyway. And he goes, but I don't think it's, he would be getting a lot of pushback from the people who are up for election in midterms saying, listen, dude, we got to go to the polls soon and gas prices are crazy and all of this. So you need to figure this out to kind of come back in. Let's settle everything down, and then we can start to build on everything from there. So that's what I think is kind of going on here. And the SPY has just gotten back to the high of the day and just backed off a little bit, but it's, it came back up, and then now we're just basing around this high of the day. Something to watch, but still, even if we break the high of the day, it's important to zoom out here on a 30-minute chart and just remind ourselves that even if we break the high of the day today, we're in the middle of yesterday's range, and now we're going to get back into the middle of Monday's range. So we're inside here and for a while.
Can we play a game of scenario analysis?
Sure.
Let's play a game here, guys. We'll have some fun, right? Markets are kind of on a little slow down. Michael and I are not really taking off here, even though I want Spcx to take off. But what I think is important is thinking, what if Warsh comes like completely like, I want to come cutting rates? Because that's what he got the job for in the first place, right? What if he comes in and says, guess what, guys? Oil is coming down. It's at $80. That price read that you read was completely transitory. It is coming down, and I am ready to cut rates.
Well, let's go. Here's the Fed rate decision in July is a 91% chance that nothing happens. And
getting a lift off. Let's go, baby. SpaceX.
Right. It's so far out.
When did we get this green arrow? This green arrow is new. Nice little feature. Whoever coded this one in.
And just to answer your question, I think if he comes in and says we need to cut rates, we just absolutely new all-time highs, market rips, great time to be owning everything. Because again, 91% chance that nothing happens and an 8% chance of a cut in July, and we can keep going, right? Fed decision June, I don't know, let's go to October. Right. And it's still a 74% chance of, or 50% chance of nothing. So the market's basically pricing in that nothing's going to happen at all this year. And I read somewhere that there was a little bit of a raise, but like Tax saying, it's a vote, right? He's only one member. Now he's the most important member, at least I hope so, if you're running it and you're kind of the front man for it. But I think if he very vocally starts going, yeah, I think we definitely need to cut. I think we just rip, just new all-time highs. Every short in the world just gets completely crushed. That'd be my bet.
Watching the action here, trying to get towards 202.63s to cash in $6,000 here. But another thing that could be mentioned, Michael, is the dot plot, right? Does he remove it altogether, right? Does he just say, you know what, to hell with the dot plot? That was the prior regime, and this is the new regime. That's what I'm thinking is the main kind of thing we're getting out is conversation that there is a new regime taking over the Fed, right? Where it's like, hey, we're bringing in AI, we're going to do things this way, we're going to take off the dot plot because the dot plot doesn't work. He could clearly say that. He could just say that it just doesn't work. It's giving you insights, and then all of a sudden I come in and then I change it up. Well, does that really work, right? I mean, doesn't really. And so in this case, hey, watch for that kind of conversation. And then that starts to put the Fed more in that sandbox where we're watching them closely. And I think that's what he's going to want. He's going to want us to pay attention to him, right? I mean, that's what Fed heads do, right? They try to stick their head out. So let's find out what happens today. It's going to be probably the most exciting event of the week for sure.
And this guy's a big
his conversation is.
This guy's a big Bitcoin guy, right? Doesn't he own a lot of
big Bitcoin USDC fan? That's why I like SoFi. If you haven't noticed, there's been a huge change in what SoFi has been doing with different protocols. I just did a research report on this, so it blew my mind, Michael. The research in here, I think there's some stuff that you can look into. You'd probably be interested in learning about. You got to look into the neobank. You got to look into the cryptography. You got to look at kind of USDC talk and all that. It aligns with these banks, right? These kind of digital banks taking over. Question is, will these regional banks go without a fight, right? That's my thinking. That's why I think the regional banks just have a hard outlook in the long run. Bigger banks can hang out and battle back, but digital banks and neobanks and cryptography and all that kind of coming in, you'll have some type of changing up in the financial space at some point in the future, right? Here goes SpaceX trying to recover 200. I talked about how that was such a vital spot here. We are on the point of the breakout. Can we get it here? You guys see the target profit already out there for the 202.63s. That's going to get $5,900 there. Yes, you heard that right, 59. Let's go ahead. Let's see if we can get this closed up there.
Buy new highs a day. Just broke through.
Let's go.
Here,
not a bad thing to hear. Not a bad thing to hear, Michael. Did the dip buy work today? We will find out. Up about $2,700 right now and looking for more. You know, the biggest thing with the 200K account is you just got to get used to being up this amount, right? Because some people would just be like, oh, I got to take it and run. They're like, I'm not used to being up this amount, right? And so the key is risk to reward, right? The risk and reward is what makes sense here. Risk to reward ratios are what I always think about.
All right, just trying again here with if this fixes the error that I've been having here with this signal stack, there is a lesson here, because how I ended up fixing it again, if it does fix,
you throw quad code at it.
Well, what I had to give it a pre-existing one that worked. There
you go. That's actually really smart.
That's a big lesson for anyone kind of having that issue is that.
Who got the rug pull? Michael's computer's working.
I'm here.
Is it me or is it yours? I don't know.
I hear you. I'm all good.
Got it. There was a little lag there. It might have been on my side.
Okay.
Someone's cloud's working.
But yeah, just giving it an example and just saying,
always,
you know, this worked, and it kind of said, oh, this is what I was missing, and then it reprogrammed it. So I'm clearing out the alert again. I'm going to put in. I might not get any more alerts until tomorrow to test, but
Another thing is if you went in that same chat and you asked itself, well, did you check a prior one before you did this? And it'll probably tell you, oops, well, I made a mistake. I should have done that, but I kind of cut the corners. That's exactly what happened there, Michael. It just cut corners.
Well, and that's with so you just update its memory files, right? And that's the beauty of it is you just create a hard rule.
You say, yeah, well, fix that. That should not happen, right? You should not be skipping the corners there and checking that. That's exactly what it did. It just skipped the corner there, and it didn't really look back at prior examples. It didn't look at success of how it worked in the past. It just went to trying to figure out what's wrong. But sometimes what's wrong is just going back to what worked, right? So coding is interesting. I've been learning a lot about coding, making these apps. You saw my my little app that I built there, and it's just one of the couples of apps that I've been building lately, Michael. It's been fun learning the coding life, man.
Yeah, it's nice to create. It's the same kind of joy I get from like the same joy that people get when they think of a discretionary trade and they take a trade and it works. And I still take discretionary trades from time to time, so I feel the same thing. That is very much elevated when I come up with a system and the system works. And it's not going to work all the time, but when I have an idea and I'm able to translate that into code and I'm able to back test it kind of responsibly and profitably, and then I'm like, wow, now I just have this little bot that will just kind of print me cash for a long time. This is great.
It's called art, my friend.
Right?
It's an art.
You make a thing and away she goes.
When you have a creation, it's like there should be a financial museum out there that I can put it on.
There is.
There's some out there. They're a little bit smaller, but yeah, they're out there, right?
The Smithsonian, I always say the guy Ralph Alcampora, who's painted, his barn. Oh, we got a trade in through here. So I think it's working. Let's see.
There you go. Fixed it up.
The RTN. Is that the 15-minute one? Yeah, there. So that's perfect. So this is the basic pattern that I've tested. And, if it works, then I'll give you the whole kind of presentation, everything behind it. But it's simply a gap up, and then you have your first 15-minute bar, and then you have an inside bar. And then you're doing the opening range breakdown after that. And it came from, I have a couple opening range break setups that I'm testing and refining and noticing, and this is one of the most important things of just sitting and looking and noticing things, is that I noticed that the ones that just broke down on the second bar were much whippier, much more volatile. And this is more, okay, so you get that first bar, you get the inside bar, and then you look for the break of that inside bar as a bit of a continuation. So if you look at this on a shorter term chart, it's basically just flagging. Like you're looking for lower volatility, so decreased volatility there off the open. And so this is one short for PTRN, just shorting this gap up here. So again, just going to be one of those things as well. Yeah, we're going to look at the swing trading segment.
Let's do it.
Give me one more second. I'm doing.
No worries. You get that ready to go here. I'll do a quick little review there. Spcx kind of hanging in there, looking around to see what's moving in the markets. Still basic materials leading the action. Financials, at least we were on top of that trade right out the gates there. Specialty finance having a good day there too. UWMC up 6% as a small name that's moving out there. Rocket getting a little lift off there. We'll see what happens in the other action. Also seeing basic materials, of course, we've mentioned gold and copper, those types of names continuing to move higher. AEM, WPM, gold getting the lift. Can gold come back into favor? It looks like it's doing it right now. Building material names are continuing to make a nice little move. The name that I talked about before the bell, AMRZ, now starting to get the lift there, up about 1.81% here. And then looking to see some more names in the market continuing to move. That's AMRZ. I'll show you that ticker right there up. We'll see what happens on some other action in the market. Let's go to the Qs here. Qs kind of hanging in there, trying to come back there, but now starting to fade off a little bit. I think we're going to be in what we talked about before the bell, a little bit of some chop zone before we get the action from the FOMC. Does it mean that we're not going up or down? No. But it doesn't mean that I think we'll just get one trend in one direction to that 2 p.m. timing. So that's what I'm looking at in the market. Yeah, it'd be too easy, right? So like it just doesn't give us that opportunity. It wants to create ranges, right? And expanded ranges. What is this, right? A range and then an expanded range, right? So we went from a tighter range to a more extended range. And what can that do? Cause you to over trade. The big reason why I'm just sticking to my ATN trade on the swing side of things and maybe taking a shot on the day trade, right? But it should be kind of like where I'm like taking one shot, not trying to take 7, 9, 10, 12, 13 shots today. Because the truth is the market's not going anywhere. And if it's not going anywhere and I'm over trading, then I'm doing a disservice to who? Nobody but myself. Part of these things are exactly what we talk about in swing trade. So it's time to kick into the swing trade side of things.
Yes.
And let Michael take it.
Yeah, so this is cool because it's a continuation from yesterday's setup or yesterday's education segment. So if you missed that, you should be here for these, and maybe we'll publish some of it somewhere. But I just basically went over, there's a new Market Wizards book out. I always talk about how I love these, especially as a systematic trader, because you get to hear from a whole bunch of different verified, not just random people bragging on the internet, but verified successful traders and how they like to trade. So we talked about Lance yesterday. Again, he was a prop trader. He made $100 million plus. And one of the things that he talked about here was this exhaustion gap setup. And very simply put, it was just looking for something that had already been down pretty significantly and then gap down. So all of a sudden, it's like, okay, this is down 5-6 days in a row. Everybody hates it. There's some bad news that happened. And then it gaps down on, say the 5th or 6th day. And the idea was that could be a capitulatory event. And it's time to start to look at the other side, time to start to look buying. And I gave the example, I don't know if this will just work like this, if I just bring this up, trading view. Can't open this chart. Go back to homepage. I gave the example of Adobe and what I did here on a DBE, which I did with all of you guys, a DBE off of earnings, in which when Adobe was down here 6 or 7 days in a row and had earnings coming up, I made a bullish bet that, if we did gap down, it wouldn't go under 200. And you can see the gap down, put in this nice little hammer, and then it was up the next couple days. You could have like a 5% little pop on that one. So that was the premise behind it, and that's kind of the beginning always to a system, right? That's how these things should start, is either something that you observe in the market or something that you read from someone else and that you listen to and hear on this stream or a podcast or whatever it is. But as the perpetual everybody's always wrong skeptic, I don't trust anyone. I know this guy made a ton of money doing it, but how much of it was that setup versus how much of it is the person's discretion around that setup? So I went in and tested it the way I always do. So I used Real Test for this. So Real Test is, again, no affiliation, but this is just what I use for any testing that uses daily charts or weekly charts, just because it's fast. You can do multi-strategy testings. Funny enough, the guy who created this software is himself a market wizard. So it's funny that, these things kind of go hand in hand. And this is just an example that I got from that setup because I'm programming this myself. I'm coding it. I pay thousands of dollars a year for real data that includes survivorship bias and all that kind of stuff. But with the help of Claude Code, I can simply go through and I did a video on my channel and I talked about it. I pulled this in and I gave this to Claude Code and I just went for a walk with the dogs and I'm just speaking to my Apple Notes the whole time and then copy and pasting that in. I'm just saying, hey, this is the setup I want. It has to be down a number of days in a row. And then we get a capitulatory gap down after that. We buy that gap down and let's just do an initial test. So this is just a very initial test, right? This isn't a strategy that I would necessarily run, but it just has those premises in there, right? For anyone who actually wants to see the code, if you're that big of a nerd. But, we're down 4 days in a row, and then we have a gap down, and then we're essentially just buying that gap down. And for this strategy, we're just holding for 3 days. And I often do this very loose. We have stop loss, 3 ATR stop loss, and we're holding for 3 days. And I do these very loose tests just to see, is there any edge at all here that's worth my time going into the next step? Otherwise, I'm not going to start hammering it over and over and over again and have why waste my time? If I test this and there was no edge, it just dropped sideways, or the equity curve just fell apart, it's like, well, why I'm not going to spend any time doing anything with this. So it does seem like there's a little bit of an edge. So let's explore that. So again, you're looking for a stock that has absolutely kind of got hammered for a number of days, is oversold on the RSI, and then a gap down after that, and we're buying it and we're holding it for 3 days with an ATR stop, because by definition we're buying something that has some sort of negative event that occurred in order to be down 4 days or so in a row. And this right here was kind of what I've gotten from the strategy just as a raw test. And that's a 17% year over year growth with a 35% max drawdown. That's great considering this is a 26-year back test. So it includes what happened in the dot-com bubble, the great financial collapse, COVID, all of this. Every test that I run covers this whole, big sweep of all of these, because the one thing I always say is when I'm building systems, I'm not building it for the person I am today. I'm building it for the guy that when there's the next great financial collapse has to sit there and hit the buttons to take the trades. Not, hey, I'm having a normal couple shitty months, I'm in a little bit of a drawdown, but like the whole world seems to be falling apart. How is my system doing? And with a 35% drawdown and the market was down 60-something% at that time, that's pretty okay. A decent little win rate, 53% win rate, and you make a little bit more when you're right than when you're wrong. So this is just one of those kind of coin flip games. And again, this is a very broad back test. I would refine it and explore different things, but this is the proof to me that it's worth exploring. It crushes the returns of the market, and it's very kind of broad in nature. And one of the main things I want to talk about is the average exposure is only 50%. So very easy to combine this strategy, because essentially means you're spending half of your life in cash and you're only ever deploying half of your cash to this particular strategy. That gives you more cash to deploy to a different strategy that triggers at a different time, or just be chill during those periods of time. And then I have the breakdown here by every year that it was traded. So this year would be up about 10%. Last year would have broken even, and you can see some degradation of performance. So this is the back test going back from the year 2000 to date. Right, you're just buying these things as they kind of sell back. And for the last couple of years, we've been chopping around a bit, but overall, pretty decent strategy. Here's the drawdown chart, where you can see that biggest drawdown happened actually in 2022. So it actually did much better in 2008. It did great in the year 2000, did fine during COVID, but a little bit of a drawback there as well. And let's just go and show, this distribution right here. This is what I wanted to see. So this is just each individual trade, how much you make or lose money. And it looks like on average, a good trade is going to be around 5%. And on average, a bad trade is going to be around 3-ish%. So you get that kind of, I'm going to make a little bit more when I'm right than I lose when I'm wrong. So just to go over some examples of what you're going to look for, if you're going to look at it discretionarily, this is something, again, that could be combined with intraday data, or it could be combined with news, or it could be combined with whatever, knowing that this premise is correct. And that is the main thing I wanted to kind of take about as well, is like the premise of down multiple days in a row and then a gap down is a statistically significant buyable event. We'll just go through some examples. So here's NNE. All right, you can see, lower highs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then it gaps down on day 7 and a little kind of a doji candle. We buy that candle, and then 3 days higher. 3 days were up. This is XPOF. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. And you can see the gap on this last day, right? We buy at the close of that day. 3 days later, this one's doing well. Again, half the time you're going to be wrong. I showed you it's like a 54 whatever percent win rate. Same thing, ACHO, and then you can see these are all over the time frame. So 2020, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row down with a gap down. We're buying the close of that gap down, right? 3 days later, we're up. So, what would be next when I'm building this strategy? Well, one would be, refining that exit, just a random 3-day hold time. That's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with time stops. I actually like them and I use them in the majority of my strategies. However, could I get a little bit more sophisticated with it? Is putting out a profit target with this, does that make sense? Does using a potential indicator value, like, sell the next time we get overbought or something, does that make sense? Also, I'm just buying on the close of that gap down bar. Just every time the gap's down, I'm just buying on that close. That seems a little bit unsophisticated as well. Like, could it be, I the next day I should buy it if it does this, right? Give it, instead of entering on the close of this day, on this next day, look for some price action to occur. So this is the beauty of systems trading, is that, I'm looking at the thing, I've got my game plan, everything's interesting here, and now I've got many different questions to ask of the system as I go through these charts, and those will then create answers, and then those will also create more questions. So always do, just a basic, simple premise is always, when you're testing things, do a very simple, broad test across a lot of things, and have those broad tests prove that you're at least looking in the right place. It would be incredibly easy to have run this test and just saw no edge at all and go, okay, this is not a strategy that I'm interested in any way, shape, or form. So let's just ignore it entirely and move on to the next thing. I'd say 7 out of 10 things I test, there's no edge to it at all. It's just some guy talking crap on the internet. And then I just move on. But when you see something like this that does have some edge, well, this is now what I'm going to be spending the next couple weeks of my life doing, is just going through and asking questions of the strategy, testing those questions to see what the answer is, and go from there. But there's the example for it. If you want to trade it as a strategy, you have that premise. For me, if I was doing this, if I was very interested in it, it would just be then zooming into like a 15 or a 30-minute chart and just really trying to fine tune the entry for them. Should be an easy thing to scan for. Most scanners you can find consecutive days up or down in a row, and then from there you're just looking for a gap down after that. So that's the strategy, and I just like that was a continuation from yesterday's, where I presented this chapter of a book, and then very quickly after I left here and mowed the lawn, I was able to turn that into a strategy and something that I could test and potentially in the future have a new trading strategy for.
Yeah, and it's awesome that you can be able to do that all in one day, right? I mean, that's the capabilities that we have nowadays. So will be definitely interesting to see what happens. Spcx holding on by a thread right now. It could take another leg lower now, though. Keeps rejecting that 200 rebound. So just hanging in for right now. We'll see what happens, though. Of course, the Trumpster landing in just a little bit. What's he going to say? Is he feeling bullish? We'll find out, of course.
Is he going to mention SpaceX? Because, right, are they buddies again now? I know there was a hell of a online spat there for a minute. I don't know if they're friends after that or not.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Because he could give him a government contract or even just a kind word, and that might be enough to kind of pop things up.
That it could definitely help, right? It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. SpaceX holding on by a thread, though. Can it just make the undercut and then the rally? It could still. We'll have to wait and find out.
Another quick kind of AI chat is that, so now that we got that trade, so I verified that the change it made worked, go back to your AI and tell it. So I just gave it the specific instructions of, okay, this version worked. update your memory. So whatever it went in and changed, it should be smart enough to go, okay, because I had it record, which is another good thing, of each version. Like every time you're sending me something, make it its own version number and save it, so that now it's not just overwriting what it's done. So now it can go back and it can look at all of the PineScript examples it gave me, and it can go, okay, this one didn't work and this one worked. So now that we know what works, we can start to hopefully going forward just do that thing. And there goes SpaceX down there to the new lows.
All right, probably gonna get flushed out on this and
Qs and everything as well. Things are. Something's really happening here to the Qs.
There you go. Taking the hit there, down there in SpaceX today. So, hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Looks like the head and shoulders pattern held today. The bears are taking control here and starting to flush down the SpaceX dragon. Now the question is, do I go to my other account and short SpaceX? We'll see what happens. Looks like also I'm getting a down move in ETN. Also was up pretty good earlier today. So we're going to have to wait and find out about this one. But that's the swing account, leaving that money alone. All right, guys.
I'm just looking on the streets to see if something, because that's a big candle. That looks like a something happened candle.
Yeah, something happened at least.
I don't see anything.
Trump landed. That's it.
Landed with a thud. Come on, man.
Landed with a thud. Hopefully not.
Let's are we just right back up? Is that a flush? This feels like, again, I'm not the feels guy. I just ranted at you for 20 minutes of quant stuff. This feels like just a profit taking kind of pullback.
Yeah, it's just how it is.
And a lot of people up a lot of money, so they go, okay, let's ring the registers on it, right? Yeah. Put some of that money in our pocket and go from there. I wonder if there's a lockup. This would be another thing. If I was really serious, if I was taking like big shots on this, I would like know by heart like the lockup window, right?
It's gonna be fun.
Nothing. Everyone's talking about Robinhood. I don't know what that. What's
the hoodster. The hoodster. Look underneath the hoodster.
It's nice. Nice looking.
Ripping.
That's a nice candle. Gap down.
Man, this was one that
closed strong.
We looked at when Bitcoin started to make a little move. I said, look at Robinhood over that, because it's just the better play there. I think it's the best way to kind of play your Bitcoin type of play. If you're trying to play, just buy a hood, buy a coin, and watch it go.
Yeah, this new highs here, but the Qs, are we just going to bounce right back up there? Was that just like a fat finger? Someone had to get out of a big position? It looks like we're digging in and we're reversing that pretty quickly. I wonder if the Fed, like, did the guy fall down or something?
He did. He broke a leg. Literally, they told him break a leg, and he broke a leg. We'll see what's going on out there, guys. It's another beautiful day here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything out there that could have caused that potential drop. Like not even a bit of news that's even slightly interesting. So no, it just could have been. That's why we could be retracing it very quickly, is because that wasn't. I'm not seeing a Trump tweet, or I'm not seeing any kind of foreign news or anything. So that could just be some dude hit the button the wrong way.
The elbow was on.
He put an extra zero. He wanted to sell.
I'm just happy because ETN lifts off with that, and we all know how it goes. The swing is the bread and butter here. Let's bring the butter.
And so someone may have, they were looking to sell, 10,000 shares, and they hit the extra zero and just punched it for 100,000 shares and got everyone spooked. Whoopsie daisy. Back we come. So that will be, now it's these patterns are interesting where, right, we get back above this 750.50. That's right, 750 and a half right there, where that started from. We get back above that pretty quickly. There's probably a lot of people who are shorting now into this, thinking that some news event took place, and they're getting a little bit of a bounce to sell into. And if those people are wrong, we could get this reversal back in, right? So, that's another thing to keep in mind, right? That I keep forgetting about is you guys are closed on Friday, so this is a short week. So it could just be FOMC stuff is the only thing we care about. We're gonna shake the trees a little bit and then just go right back to sleep.
Man. That's it. Literally, I think that's exactly it, man. There's not much this week, so it's just this FOMC that is like the big event, and it's more about the conversation and rhetoric, right? Not the number. Again, we'll repeat. It's rhetoric, so it's going to be harder to judge, right? Let's be honest.
And it's going to be about like grilling him, right? That's the thing. Is how does he react to the media?
How does he react?
Does he let anything slip about future plans? Because that's their job.
Oh, that's what they're
try to
trying
figure
to
out what's going on. But
yeah, you're going to get the question of, are you removing the dot plot? And that's going to be everyone's eyes are all open, like, or maybe already talked in the report that it's being removed, right? Does he release a report maybe of how he wants to approach things? That's what I would do. I think that's what makes sense. I think every Fed should do that. They should release like a big report that says, hey, this is how I want to do things, right? It would tell us a lot more about his insights, but hey.
Yeah, but he has been so far like very vocal on that he does not want... He doesn't want anyone to know what his plans are the way J. Powell did. So it would be very interesting if he comes on stage and just like gives his speech and leaves. Like Greenspan never used to like hold press conferences and things like he would speak in front of Congress like when he had to. Like you wouldn't hear that guy just chat, and he wasn't chatting all day and night. That's one thing I hope he puts to an end, where all of a sudden it seems like you have to go through your Forex Factory list, and there's like 30 Fed guys that you've never heard about just ranting about random bullshit all day. Like I hope he puts kind of the kibosh to that. It'd be super interesting if he just walks in there and gives his speech and just leaves. Like nothing legally saying that I have to answer your guys' questions. J. Powell just thought it was a good idea to do
transparency.
And I agree that it's a good idea to go, okay, well let's let everyone know what's going to happen and what the game plan is going forward. So hopefully the markets can be a little smoother. But he might not care about smooth markets.
He cares about him. I will say that. And so look for selfish reasons there to take control, right? So that's not doing what the prior one was doing, right? Let's just be honest. It's kind of like when you take over as CEO. You can't just do everything that the prior CEO was doing. You'll just be looked at as a copycat, right?
Yeah. So it would be interesting if he says this is how I'm evaluating markets now.
Some change, right? I think it's going to be a lot of AI conversation. Like, hey, we are creating like the Fed AI. We're using all our data. We've worked with certain providers and we're creating a framework for how the decisions will be made. And I will not be making the decision. The AI will be making the decision. I will just be making the final call, right? And I think that's the way it's going to be moving forward for the Fed, where they go, and the fun part, he can really say we're data dependent now. You know what I mean?
Well, I think what's going to be interesting too is because he doesn't get to decide shit on his own, right? It's a voting thing. So how many people quickly fall in line, like how many dissenting versus like agreeing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, does everyone kind of quickly?
Is Powell the only one on the other side of the stick?
I want to vote the opposite every time now, just to be cranky.
Every time. Just be the cranky old man. I just show up here just all mad, and I'm just like, why do we got to have these meetings in person?
Because I think that's a big deal. If everyone votes in line with them, then it's like, okay, he was able to wrangle in, get some cohesion on the team. And if not, then if the votes are all over the place, then it's like, okay, well, this guy isn't doing a good job of running the ship, and that could put a little bit of fear in the market, where if you don't have a Fed that has kind of everything roped in the way you want, you might go, that's a little bit of a worrisome thing, right? I'm sure the market would be way more comfortable with everyone kind of making sense, right?
Yep. It'd be nice, guys. Market just hanging in there now. Spot coming down a little bit still, but just seeing pretty much what we kind of expected. Pretty much a nothing trade here, at least today. Market's really not going anywhere when you think about it. That's a telling sign, right? We're waiting for Kevin. Kevin, where are you?
Old Kevin. And just to quickly summarize before we take off here, but there's not really much to summarize, right? And I think a 30-minute chart of the SPY kind of tells it best, where even with that sell-off, right, this is what happened on Monday, right? Sunday night into Monday. And this is where we are now. So we had a big push up. We came back a little bit. Now we've just been consolidating, getting tighter and tighter here. We've been ranting about this, but the same warnings will still come. Just treat, if you're new and you don't trade FOMC, I think this will be a big one simply because of the new guy. So either sit it out entirely, go outside, right, touch the grass, something like that, or just treat it like another opening, range, where that volatility you're going to see after Kevin is going to be the same kind of volatility that you're going to see on the open of the market. So if you're someone who's like, I don't like to trade the open because it's a little bit nuts, well, you're also not going to like to trade this. So 2 o'clock is when everything gets released, and that's when you get the crazy action. But then 2:30, everything the dude says is going to be under a microscope, and you're going to see those moves as well. So if you really want to wait out a little bit, you could say, well, let me just wait until 3, or wait until he starts to walk off stage, because that's usually when you start to see everything normalize. And just don't go crazy. It's not worth it. It's not worth getting a stop out of a day just to try to figure out what this guy's going to say on stage, right?
Yeah, it's not. It's not definitely the move to just play just get the guessing game, right? A lot of traders try to do this, especially retail. Will try to take a bet right before the report comes out, or the moment they see the first tick going in a direction. Michael and I will tell you from experience, if you can get that to work, man, please call us, because more than likely you just figured out a new holy grail, because there's no such thing, at least for right now. Any quant trader would love to be able to take advantage of moments like that. But the truth is, it's so fast, it's so wicked, and even if you had the press conference, could you get it right majority of the time? You probably still get it wrong, even if you had the press release right in front of you. That should be your tell sign. Well, we'll see you guys back like always right here. Trade the Pool will continue going. Peace. See you guys out there on the Fed conversation. Take care, traders.
Now they can see me. What's up, everybody? We have Steve Tileman here live, but there's somebody behind the scenes. I'm trying to get in. There he is. What's up, Josh? You're live now.
What's up? How we doing, brother?
Doing great. Doing great.
How
This
we
is
doing?
this is my slow day.
It's gonna be. Yeah.
What's that?
I said, well, it's gonna be fun here in a little bit. You're saying it's your slow day though?
Well, it's my slow morning, so I was able to get some stuff done outside of the market, which I always forget.
Okay.
I do have responsibilities outside of the market, but now I get to do the fun stuff, Josh. So I'm really excited to lock in for the next 3 hours. Guys, we got a doozy because we've got our recap. Then we've got FOMC right out the gates. We're going to be covering that, or at least I will be. Then we got Power Hour. So it's going to be fun, Josh. Which of those three is most tickling your fancy?
Just seeing your face. That's
No.
that's not even close. Just seeing your face. If I didn't see your face today, I don't know if I'd get through the day. Just to be honest. So
That's a lot of responsibility. I hope I didn't let you down. I put on all my makeup, but what are we talking about? It's always good to see you, man. It's always good to see you. And,
No, I can't wait for FOMC. I'll say here about this. Is our new guy, Mr. Warsh, is he going to be what color tie? Because JP was always purple tie guy. It was like we knew exactly what color tie he was going to come out in every time it was purple tie guy. I want to know what Warsh is going to be, and this is just our first one, so we'll have to remember: is he put the staple down and go with the same consistency as Mr. JP, Mr. Jerome Powell, or switch it up every time? You know, maybe a little blue, a little bit of red, a little bit of green. What's he going to do? What's he going to provide for us?
that's the question. I think you're right. Color theory is really important here. You know, the purple tie, it became more than a meme. He would say it himself, you know, hey, it worked well. I'm going to keep doing it. Spy here, I'm just pointing out, man, we got a wild little dump and rip here. I'm going to look around for news, see if I can figure out what just happened there, because that was a little spicy. That was a little wild. And I want to see if maybe it's time for the rally to begin. I would like to see a little washout in a rally up higher. There was a lot of call options bought earlier in the day, and they're still sitting there. I'd really like to see those call options be made happy. Let's call holders be made happy, and for Qs to close above 734. There were 734 calls bought for $3, which means I think that means probably they're expecting 736, 737. And hey, I'd be there for it. I'd be there for it. Have you checked out probably the most important stock right now in the market, because it's doing something interesting here, and I wanted to show you. How you feeling on Spcx here in the afternoon?
Good. Got some pullbacks here and there, you know. So I'm not surprised that we're getting a little pullback for the day there. But overall Spcx, I still feel good about it. Not too bad here. Let's see if we get a little ramp back up over this 197.50, 198 corridor. Should see a pop back up to 200. The play I just and today I took the day off for the most part for trading Meta though. Meta was one of the premier plays of the day. What a dump or rooski from Meta today. Taking out Meta sauce.
Josh, your mic's cutting out just a little bit, just so you know.
Wow.
Wow. The Owen Smith. Yeah, I got Smith in my brain talking to you. Oh no, Josh, we're losing you here. I'm getting every third word. So somebody's hacking my boy.
Let me check my internet. Hold on, buddy.
Okay, sure thing. Yeah, they don't want us. They don't want to see it, that Josh knowledge. But I know that he was going to be talking about something about shorting this beautiful Meta short. So I want to just go over what I'm seeing, and he can clear up what he saw to take this trade. But essentially, we had this nice range up top that broke through, and once it broke through, it just was all sellers right down, taking the elevator down to the last level of interest, which was this, you know, we always look for these W bases, these stage one bases, whether they're on a 1 minute chart to intraday, you know, to scalp, whether it's on a daily, weekly chart to get in long for an investment. But we always look for these double bottoms here, and the higher lows and the break of the necklines. When they break, we re-rate higher. When the upper half fails, then we re-rate back lower and we retest this. So you get the W's on the bottom and you get the W's on the top too. You know, it's just looks a little different sometimes. Well, a little reversal, I should say. So instead of the one lower and then the higher low, you're looking for the one higher. Where are my lines? There we go. The one higher then the little failed lower high. And then it's the break of this neckline here. So same thing in each direction. Basically, market's always in a state of either accumulation in a bullish way for expansion, consolidation in a bullish way for expansion. That's accumulation. Consolidation in a bearish direction. That's distribution, or the actual move itself, the directional move. All right, I see a friendly face in the house. How you doing?
We good to go?
This sounds beautiful. Love it.
Hopefully a lot better now. Hopefully a lot better now. Yeah.
Love it.
Wi-Fi not working so good today. So, and the thing is our the modem router is not, unfortunately, in my office. So that becomes the issue of running the old wire.
Oh, I've been there, man. I've been there. Yeah, I remember my parents used to be so mad back in the day. I somehow convinced them to do the wire through the house for Call of Duty for internet connection there. I couldn't get scraped online. I mean, my reputation was at stake. But yeah, I totally know that struggle. And it seems like it's always, no matter where you staple it, where you tape it, you still end up tripping on it when you're running around to something in the most important time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then having the dogs on top of the facts. So yeah, then oh yeah. ICCM though, by the way, just pulling up a small cap play of the day. Gotta go to ICCM. That is definitely the play of the day for you small cappers out there. I took this morning off, but man, oh man, this play has been beautiful. So I'm kind of waiting to get a trade. I want to pull back a little bit lower. I feel this play's still up a little too high for me to want to jump in at this point. Haven't really halted too much for the day. So, one of those things that's really running a little bit smoother. We've had a lot of halts over the last few weeks, and now we finally are getting. I think we had like one, maybe two earlier in the day from ICCM, but it's really kind of gotten to just a normal, slow and steady mover. We get explosive, but not to halting, which is good. So, I like this play. It does seem though we may get that third or fourth knock here, like we always talk about, and get that squeeze as we're getting up right now into that third touch into this resistance in the 950 or so area. What I would love to see is a pullback. Obviously, like I was just saying, I want it mid to low sevens. I don't know that we're going to even get. We may not get that if this gets explosive, but this old resistance in the 9.5 area will become great support if we squeeze through it and head up to like 10.50, 11. A lot of the pullbacks today have been right around $1 to $1.50 minimum. So if you're looking for a good move, I'm not looking for a micro move. I'm looking for a move that's going to last. Well, I want it to be what we've seen today. We've seen pullbacks that last about $1.50 or so. So I'd want this to go to like 11 really before I take a bounce play off of 10.50.
That's exactly what I was thinking. 11 is the 127 fib. So if we get the today's range expansion, that's a great magnet. And then once we get there, we could get your pullback very easily back into this 950. Exactly what you're talking about. What I drew is what I think would happen if we do reject right here again. And we need to just come back down just to kind of, I'll even zoom in. I just think it's a retracement of these kind of W bases that we keep seeing. So for this first little, oh, look at that knife. Oh, there's a rejection. All right.
Wow, look at this. We're halting down. I'm staying away from this right now, but we are halting down right now. This will lead to a good bounce play. Now it's halting down at 7:05 price wise. Now we're just now halted. I'll see where this is going to resume live at, but now I want it back down because what you're going to get off of this most likely, unless this came out with an offering. I don't think this came with an offering. Private placement. Placement. Oh, not good. So this did just come out with the news here. News just came out. It says Ice Cure Medical announces pricing of a $5.5 million private placement. Private placement priced at premium to market with single healthcare focused investor. So that literally just came out on the news there. Let's see if I can get a little more detail on this. It says for the purchase sale of 1.8 million shares, Series D warrants to purchase up to that on 1.8 million shares. Okay, cool. Exercise the price of $3 per share.
Sorry, my brain tuned out just a little bit. It's a dilution of some sort, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's usually a private placement. It's kind of like when you see a play put an offer. It's very similar to an offering. It's not a good thing usually.
Right, absolutely.
If I would have seen,
I heard the share number and I said, "Oh, that sounds too many for something this size. That sounds bad." I don't know how many this has, but it needs those. Like, it needs it to stay. Don't give more. Too many. big crushing level, and it's so sneaky how what a coincidence they do that right when it's into this big resistance. You would think that with this kind of juice they'd want to try to let it run more. I wonder if maybe they knew something we didn't, but I don't know for whatever reason. I guess their quant team said that was the time.
And what perfect timing for me to bring that play up, and then here we go. Like, wow.
Insane. What is that, like a 30% drop just in front of Horizon 1 candle?
Yeah.
25.
There's your small cap moves right there. That's what can happen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's going to be spicy, especially seeing how these kind of moves play out. I mean, what I'm curious is what we kind of do into Powell, and I'm trying to look around the market and kind of gauge where is the strength. Where's the strength? So I have some daily charts up here that I just wanted to show off real quick, Josh, because I think that they're setting up for these moves. If Powell, why do I keep saying Powell? We don't have Powell anymore. We got Warsh. And I miss him already. I miss him already, Josh. So I'm just dreaming of Powell and his purple ties. I think that this is going to be a game of expectation recalibration, where so many people had so long to say, hey, we're so sure that Warsh is a yes man, that they kind of got in their head and they're like, actually, no, I think he's going to be hawkish, and I think he's going to actually be the giantest, biggest hawk in the whole world. And I feel like there's been a lot of kind of pivoting as people kind of look for a reason, like what could take the air out of the market. I noticed like that wall of worry type effect where, you're just seeing the grinding up and everybody's like, are we really clear for takeoff? Well, we just might be. I want to see a bullish result. I want to see those big bullish bets that I've been seeing on the tape today get paid off, because right now they are down bad. And bad. And whales don't like staying down bad very long. They took, like I said, they took big calls basically this morning, expecting just a straight breakout. They could have just been wrong. But if they haven't sold all those big calls, that's a big magnet up here, and we have a binary event. Hey, we could have seen this price action in the last hour be kind of pressure release before we start moving up. I'm seeing a lot of strength in the best names in the market, the ones that I'm looking at, the leaders. So Marvell, first off, this one's been impressive after a really rough yesterday. Really disappointing yesterday. And I'm just wondering if they're kind of trapping price on a lot of these leading names until, well, OPEX rolls off and all that kind of constrictive flow rolls off. That's what I'm kind of thinking. We at the door.
Alejandra. How do we get Alejandra on the stage?
Let's see. That's a great question. I'm going to try to give it one of these, and hello.
There we go.
What's up?
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you guys?
We're all doing way better than anyone that's an ICCM long over the price of $8. That's for sure.
My dog has like stomach issues, so I've been like going in and out of the house like all morning and last night. I could barely sleep.
So fun.
What's
Poor
up,
doggy?
Joe? We got some people in chat. What's up, Joe, Nigel, Japoy? How we doing there? Of course, earlier. Harsh, how we doing? How we doing, team? D Ryder from earlier. Anyone else out there? How we doing today? Smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream. You know what you get. You get a 25K eval giveaway. So make sure you're smashing that like button. And don't forget, Trading World Championship. We have the ending of that next week. We have one-on-one battles. So if you do get picked and selected, be ready. Make sure you're ready. We want you on the camera. We want you on the mic. So make sure you have all those things set and ready if you're wanting to participate next week. I'll talk about more about that tomorrow as well. That we want you ready. We don't want you camera shy. If you want to participate on these one-on-one battles next week, we want you ready to rock and roll. So when we get you in the green room, you can get transitioned over to the live stream very quickly. But and last thing, World Cup predictions. Right? I'm watching the World Cup. We have a lot of matches now. We're really starting to really take place. 3-4 matches a day. Great matches too as well. You can predict those, and while predicting those, you can win evaluation credits as well. We're giving up to 1 million of those away, a million of those away over the last couple of weeks last week into this week, and then into next week. So you can predict World Cup Championship matches, the outcome, and win evaluation accounts as well. And Alejandro, how we go? Sane, how we doing there? Sane. Buy fun, yeah, buy fun. I'm gonna short most likely ICCM, just so you guys know. That's not good news, and with anyway, I'm shorting it out of the gate. I'll see if it can come back up into the sevens where we're going to gap or halt it down at, but we're looking like a big gap down already out of the gate, and this probably shoots into another halt down. So I'm looking to short this nasty, and yeah, what a time to really put it out. You're at that third touch breakout area, and then just smacked
That's crazy. That's the beatdown. I am taking a look at this this play that who was that? Mr. Sane he put it in the chat here for fun. This is
Yeah.
Six Flags. I thought that ticker was familiar. The minute looking kind of explosive, so I wanted to investigate this one just a little bit more. It's a wow, clear breakout here. And this is interesting because I wonder if this is a sympathy play with the FIFA with the World Cup, because we're seeing Ticketmaster, Live Nation, all of these types of plays break out. I mean, it's basically summer ticket event, fun stuff. You know, if you can buy concert tickets, you can buy Six Flags. If a lot of people are buying these expensive football tickets, well, then you can have that kind of carry over to the rest of the sector. And fun is a very good candidate for a swing trade here. I want to go out to a weekly, see if we can, yeah, look at that, it's bottoming. So the first thing to note, if you are in fun, it very likely wants to sweep this base and prove that it wants to go more. That being said, very likely also sells a little bit off the first liquidity grab off of this. So I'm going to zoom in and show you why I'm drawing this right here. It's not 100% perfect, but close enough. Basically, you see these 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks. I like kind of capturing all of those little areas here. You can see we're just starting to poke up into this, and there's just barely the smallest seller there today. That's where the morning seller found. So I think this is ramping for a push higher. It could just straight squeeze, go pretty crazy, up to 30, 35. I think what's probably most likely is overshoots a little bit. What's that?
I don't see your screen anymore.
Oh, thank you so much. Something happened there. Well, it's on now. Apologies, guys. Saving my life there. I would have been yapping all day. What I was saying is that fun's trying to bottom here. There's a big neckline, and I just wanted to draw with these 4, 5, 6, 7 wicks, all of these wicks in this zone. That's where we're coming up and testing. And I think that what we're going to try to do a little pop. I see another big level here, and then start coming back down and figuring out where the higher low is going to be. So it might be something like that. I don't know if this is enough of a base to just straight rip, start making its way back to the promised land up north here. But I do think it's a strong chart. I think it just needs some time to develop here. But it might be starting a little bit of a squeeze with that that FIFA thing. And we could see like $30 there reasonably. That's what I kind of look for there.
FIFA.
You guys big Six Flags fans?
I mean, I don't live near one. I used to when we were in Texas, but we didn't really go a lot too much there. I mean, here and there, but yeah, that was like to me, it was like when I was a kid. I love roller coasters. Once I've gotten older, I don't know. It's not it was there for about 4 or 5 years, 6 years, 7 years or so. Me and Avery loved riding them too, but yeah, anymore, it's just not around when here in Arkansas. Arkansas don't have anything. Oh yeah, it's called Magic Springs. That's what we have.
Magic Screens? Is that like Magic Mike?
Springs, Magic Springs. Magic
Springs.
Yeah. So they have, it's
Magic
it's in Hot Springs, Arkansas. So it's a really pretty, it's just like about an hour outside of Little Rock. But yeah, it's what's funny, Little Rock doesn't have anything like that. Like, well, again, Arkansas, you think Arkansas, yeah, they just don't have theme parks, overall. So yeah. But Magic Springs is where you would catch like, I don't know, what's some old bands that would be doing like shows in front of 1,000 people. I don't know. You'd see those guys too. We'll be at Magic Springs, and there's roller coasters. They have a water park. But yeah, it's nothing like Six Flags, my man. That though, back in the day, I loved riding roller coasters for sure, and all the different things, with the different theme parks. But you don't get that. We're here in Arkansas. We don't get that. It's not like Cali. I wish.
Fair enough. Yeah, we got one or two bumping around. It's a good time. It's a good time. What I will say is, as I get older, the more I miss those funnel cakes and the less I miss those roller coasters. So I think I'm just moving to a food-based incentive system. Yeah, Six Flags was awesome as a kid. Definitely. Good to see in the chat. Tacitus, I think I'm saying that right, and Ward Donaldson. Did they keep rates the same? Yeah, and we're going to be getting the dot plot in 30 minutes. I believe we're getting a dot plot today. Let me double check on that. Warsh is one of those guys who says, "Hey, we're giving too much information. We're yapping too much. I want less information." So we are going to be talking about what to expect as we get just a little bit closer to that meeting. I figured we got a little bit more to talk about in the market overall. There is some good stuff. So definitely stay tuned if you're looking for more Fed talk. We're going to be getting into it shortly. So rate decision will be announced at 2 And so in half an hour there, and then we have his debut press conference. I wanted to just make sure he was given that before I announced it, but that will be at 2:30. So we'll be covering that live as well. And just in case anybody's too concerned, we're definitely expecting them to hold interest rates. We're not expecting anything too crazy this time. The next one is probably when we're going to be seeing that. So we're going to be getting more into that. If you're interested, stick around. Before that, we got some more charts to go over. I'm also seeing my charts just a little bit cut off. Let me try to fix that for y'all. Bear with me one sec. I am going to remove it and then re-add it.
Quick question for Trade the Pool dashboard. To trade the instruments, does it have a different platform, or where? Oh, it's that, huh? You're using it.
Trade the Pool. Yeah, I'm using Trader Evolution. That's our platform. So
okay.
we can go over all of the fun features of that. So if you ever have any questions about something, let me know and we can do a little mini tutorial there. I'm trying to grab the edge of my screen here so I can shift it in. You can see the whole screen. There we go.
Did get filled a little bit up there at the $7 mark, literally exactly what I wanted there, kind of a halt strategy to the reverse side. So crazy enough, this thing actually bounced up on ICCM, but I am short on this at the 693 mark is what I got filled at. Didn't go in big. I just wanted to see how big of the rejection we'd get, and it's actually holding up. I'll just stick with this for a little bit longer, see if we sweep back down into the low sixes, if not fives. That bounce play was beautiful, though. I honestly thought this would sell off more. And again, maybe they know more than we know at this point, because, yeah, that was a weird time to put that private placement out, and then it's actually bouncing off that offering news that they said $3 per share was, kind of the price that those were triggered at. So, hey,
Josh, I did the thing, I think. Sorry to step on you there, but I did the wick thing. I didn't take it, but I put this zone out before. I was like, maybe this is the zone bounce, the wick off of these. I saw this first wick coming down, and then these big wick zones, and ding.
Yeah, and that's where I said I wanted to go for the bounce play until I was like, oh, this came out with bad news, and I was like, well, then maybe I don't want to go for a bounce play. And in the end, the bounce play was money, and this play has been a bounce machine today.
But it is interesting. It's like once we get that kind of random variable that makes things a little bit harder to predict, the reliability of your system. Like you said, this is what you look for in general. But because that kind of throws a loop monkey wrench in the machinery there, it just becomes a lot less probabilistic. So it's one of those things that it is cool that it did still work. And like you said, maybe that just is a sign of the strength, but you can't bet on it the same way when you've got that potential scary catalyst, that potential dilution, right on the tape.
Hey, good. Hey, first off, good name. Second, good question. Mr. Gold Magic with a sweet, was that some looking like a Lamborghini that says, "This is insane," as his profile picture says, how many minutes about how many minutes Kevin Warsh talks?
30.
Well, I don't know. We'll
31.
see.
Oh, I'm firm to talk an hour, exactly 1 hour from now.
Yeah. But I don't know if he means that, though, or does he mean how many minutes does he actually talk for? Well, usually with JP, JP comes on, Warsh probably does the same, comes on at, what's that, about an hour from right now. An hour from right now is when he steps on the podium, like Steve just said. And then how long does he talk for? If it's just like JP, it's usually he'll talk for about 5, maybe 10 minutes, and then he'll take questions, and so the whole thing lasts for about 30 minutes. So Steve and I'll stick around on this. Alejandro, you can do it as well. I'm going to stick around up until he starts talking. I do have a one-on-one this afternoon, so I can't stick around for the whole entire time, but I will stick around for the first 30 minutes. Maybe get a trade into on the SPY if we see some big reaction, get in with some momentum there, whether it's up or down. But he'll talk for about 10, 15 minutes, and then questions are about the same after that. So it'll be about a 30-minute event, and Steve will have you completely glued to the screen. And Steve, if you want to, you can even pull that up and just play it if you want to, so people can listen in, and you can kind of commentate over that if you want to as well once the FOMC actually starts and he starts to talk.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll be really good. Moi6 asking, you leaning hawkish or dovish? Just tuned in. Well, welcome to the stream here. I'm leaning. I've been I know I've been given back and forth here over the last couple of weeks. I started out saying Warsh is Trump's yes man. He will be very dovish. Then I started thinking, oh, well, doing a little more research, he might actually be a little more hawkish than people are anticipating. Now that we've had some more time, I think expectations have kind of been baked in on that side. I think that the market is ready for the slight hawkishness and the slightly less information that Warsh is going to give compared to Powell. I think that we are ready to take our medicine, say, hey, maybe we get a little less transparency. That could just be more of a reason to, put our blinders up and just buy. I'm hoping that we get bullishness a little bit more to just influence my opinion here. Well, I'm a big flow trader. And on QQQ this morning, there was a big old order, and there have been multiple big orders of calls being placed, 0-day calls for the 734 strike. So if they're buying 734 strikes pretty early in the day for about $3-4, they're currently about $250. They're sitting red on these trades. They're still holding them at this point, and I think they're expecting at least $3 premium over that 734. I think we want to go sweep these pre-market highs. Make a visit up to 737, 736. But you know what? Again, we just got to see how the market reacts to these data points. If we do react negatively, then I think the first target is going to be pretty clear. Just sweep the pre-market lows and then sweep that, pre-market lows and the cash session lows between 730 down to 729. Buy or sell, anybody say? Well, it's not that simple. I think that it will be a buy. I think that it can be a little bit more complicated than that, where we might see some trepidation while he's talking and a lot of volatility while he's talking. And then once he stops talking, that might be when the market says, okay, now we've got all the information. Now it's time to go up. One more thing. FOMC days, they tend to create a large range, and the best way to swing trade these and to predict the direction overall is not to get too caught up in the intraday price action. Wait for the candle high and low to set on the daily. So obviously, after the day is over, we'll have that range. And then what we're really going to be looking for to play directionality is the way that we break out of that daily candle range. So it's less about the noisiness that we do right now, and it's more about which way that resolves into the end of the week and printing that candle on the weekly, either nice and bullish with a big expansion upwards through the range we have today, or bearish with that downwards motion. That kind of makes sense, guys?
I'll say the other thing to look forward to, other than what color tie he does, is secondly, does he have the JP effect? Because if you remember, JP, it wasn't as strong over the last year or so, but you talk about 23, 24 especially, when he would walk out, as soon as he walked out and started talking, SPY took off. And I mean took off. And then when he started taking questions, you would see a sell-off. So that's where that was the almost most consistent trend with Jerome Powell, other than a purple tie, was when he started talking, it went up, and then when he started taking questions, it went down. So I'm also intrigued to see. Also, by the way, gold just saw a huge move right now. Gold, massive.
Wow.
Holy moly! Wow. Okay, that's a big reclaim of 400 with force, guys. What in tarnation? What? Oh, wow, guys. This was a big failed breakdown on gold, a big failed auction down on gold. I think gold might start getting explosive when you have these wild washouts of key levels and then they hold. The gold held, the gold hold. I think this is what we need to really start an explosive move. You see these bottom wicks here, the kind of Josh Bouncer play, and just tagged in and said, hey, this was way too cheap. So back over the 200-day, back over the 50-week. We can even go to a monthly chart, but it's back over something major there too.
Damn.
Samoa says nudge Warsh into dovish. We'll see. We'll see if he's dovish or hawkish. That'll be another intriguing thing to see as well. So we'll have it covered. Starts a little less than an hour from now, 55 minutes. And speaking of 50, smash that like button, which I think we're getting close if we're not already there. Get to 50 likes on today's live stream. We're giving away a 25K eval. Get it to 100 likes today, and we'll give away 2 of them. So again, smash the like button. Smash it. 50 likes, we'll give away a 25K eval here from Trade the Pool. Speaking of also Trade the Pool with the Fivers here with the Trading World Championship over the past week and the next week. Hopefully you guys are taking advantage of that. Top prize this week, which is coming to a close soon. Friday's the last day of trading. 10 minutes before the closing bell. You have up until that time on Friday to take trades, whether it's futures. Of course, I know the stock market is closed. but for you futures traders out there, etc. So that's when that closes. Top prize is 8,000 cash and a 50K eval, which is crazy. We're giving away up to $1 million in evaluations for you guys just predicting the World Cup. We have had World Cup matches day in, day out. You guys can go predict them, and whoever wins those matches, or you're winning some eval credits. Next week we have the one-on-one battles. A lot of stuff. This is kind of, usually I think of June as being slow, but for us this is actually kind of a more ramped up and picked up June. Then you talk about the small caps and the moves I have in my micro small cap sector to add into the kind of like, fuel to the fire there. Man, I love Father's Day. U.S. Open's always a good golf tournament to watch. Classic. Every Father's Day, 2 racks of ribs, baby. One's going to my pops and one's going down my belly. Give me my baby back. Chili's. Yeah, I turn into what's his ass? Is it Fat Ass? What's that his name from? Yeah, that's your movie. That's your series, right?
Big fat bastard.
Fat bastard. Okay, I couldn't remember what his name. That was his name. Yes, that guy from.
I got you.
From
I have seen that one, Josh.
I love it. From Austin Powers, but man, yeah, rack of ribs, some German potato salad. Got to go with some coleslaw, some brisket baked beans, some cheddar jalapeno cornbread, and some sweet mother effing sweet tea, baby. Oh, it's gonna be a good Sunday, buddy.
I'm hungry, but I'm ready. I'm looking at the Marvell daily chart here, just looking at this beautiful hammer candle and wondering if they're going to give me a clean entry off my 9 moving average, which they didn't give me yesterday or today. I wanted this deeper 21 and think that there's still a chance, but I mean, strong action today, and I'm looking around at some of the leading chips, just trying to kind of see what I see. I see on Intel, very tight candle here, very nice hammer candle. I think this one wants to push up to the 125-ish or so at the very least. I'm not seeing much weakness in these leading chips. Looking at AMD, another really nice hammer candle. They kind of all look the same, to be honest. SMH, the actual index, inside bar hammer candle. And it's kind of reminding me of this. We get the big red day, we come up here. The next day we try to push higher. And then we need to push lower, and then we need a few more days of basing to get higher. So I think maybe a few more days of chop. Maybe we test 650 again, reject, and get a 9-day moving average. But eventually, I do think this thing wants to break up higher. At least that's my gut feel.
Well, I think we'll get maybe what do we get with FOMC today too, right? I mean, maybe that helps out with some of these tech plays as well. We get to push back on up. We've had that pullback yesterday, was really nasty. I'm really intrigued over the next hour. I think it's great that we're covering this, so thank you guys for coming on over. I know a lot of the time it's just a normal lunch recap, but today it's a little special. We have FOMC, so Steve's got you covered. I'll be here at Alejandro for a lot of it as well. I will have to eventually dip out, but Alejandro, you can stay around as long as you want. I know Steve will be here glued to the screen for this next hour or two. I think it'll be definitely a fun event.
Yeah,
Wait, are you coming back to Power Hour, John?
No, I have one-on-ones this afternoon. I have a one-on-one this afternoon.
Yeah,
He's abandoning us.
I'm gonna take a quick break to grab a bite to eat because I've been up since 5 in the morning. Actually 4. And then I will come back for a Power Hour.
Sweet.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Good. I'm just power houring on through here. I got my morning.
Tag. Joe's hungry now. Yeah, Joe's gonna be good. I love it. Oh man. And the best way to do ribs a lot of the time, if you don't have a good smoker, which mine's okay, but it's not the best for ribs, is oven. You put them, you cook them in the oven, 300 degrees for 3 hours. They are, and my parents to this day, they're like, how are they so? I mean, they don't fall. They don't want them to just fully fall off the bone, but they literally take a bite, boom, it's right into your mouth, and it's so delightful. But it's in the ribs, sticky oven ribs. Every once in a while, when I do smoke other stuff like brisket or something it's a little bit easier for me to smoke, I'll throw them in there for like 30 minutes at the end just to kind of throw that extra little crisp flavor to them. I'm telling you right now, oh, I can't wait for Sunday. What's up, 945 DJ Asylum? How we doing? Good luck, Ale. Yeah, good luck. Oh, she's always got good luck on her side. I mean, they might as well call her Domino from the Marvel series or whatever. She's just that's Lady Luck over there.
Hi, DJ.
And then that's how I'm like this amp ramped up. Hey, how you doing? And she's like, hi, DJ.
we need both sides of the energy.
Sleep and I need calories, so.
We'll go eat if you want to go eat right now. Take your break if you want to, boo.
No, later, because I'm meeting a friend.
All right. Texas used to cater for Spike Lee. How was that? What'd you cater for him? Oh my gosh! I mean, I only catered my own big mouth and my family, but that's some catering right there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right.
Pretty
That's some
cool.
good stuff. Yeah.
I'm
Gold? Go ahead.
What's up?
I'll say
No,
gold
just
here looking strong. Gold's looking strong. I think this does push through to new highs here. I'm just saying gold's still looking pretty good.
Nice. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, I'm looking for this 21-day test. I think that's a good place if you are long gold. It's a good off ramp there to expect it to slow down a little bit. Find some resistance right at 403 for GLD. 403, that's going to be the 21-day moving average. If we can get through that and then back test it, we can look for continuation probably tomorrow and the next day up to this 410 handle. That's going to be the gap fill there. I'm really liking that setup.
Okay. Oh man, I love it.
While we're looking at gold, we got to look at silver. Silver's posting a tight three bar day here. And is this one lagging pretty significantly? Let me see. Little bit of a lag here on silver. So still liking both of these very nicely here. And I think this one, again, for the next couple days, wants to push up to 66. So some nice meat on the bones there.
David says that the Fed does not increase interest rates by 20,000 basis points just in the Fed at this point. I want rates to be at least.
At least 20%. Yeah, he wants the Volcker. He wants Warsh to be like his idol back in when he was in his young days at the Fed doing his underling stuff. That was when Volcker was in charge, and not exactly the most dovish guy, but did do the reset. So we can see who whose path he follows, whether he's a Trump yes man, whether he is Volcker incarnate. Either way, the Fed, everybody seems to have beef with them one way or the other, you know? And it's interesting that Warsh's biggest problem is, hey, we're talking too much. We're yapping too much. We're giving people too much to complain about. I think he wants less transparency, and I think he wants I think that would be his way of being a Trump yes man in the sense that he can still do a good job and still just tell us less, and Trump would be happy with that and not necessarily like Trump really didn't like Powell. I thought Powell did a pretty good job personally. Powell babied us. That's what Talk says. Interesting. So Warsh, he's gonna turn the screws. He's gonna say, you get what you get, and you're gonna like it, or maybe you won't, but I don't care. I don't know.
Hey,
I guess
Steve,
we'll see how it plays out.
Can you pull up the oil chart?
Yeah.
I think it has a lot of room to the 60s.
Let's see. So I can't pull up CL. I can pull up USO, which is a proxy for that. So if you could give me like a prior reference point, maybe I can get an exact level for this on the USO chart. You thinking maybe it sweeps that low from 417? Oh, my birthday.
Yeah, I think so. Is that the daily?
Yeah, this is the daily. So 417, that would be about a 3.5% move down. I can look up intraday here as well. Let's go to the 1 minute. Oh, wow. Yeah, this looks weak.
Yeah. And there's a gap to fill as well on the bottom. I have 3 profit targets. I already trimmed one just because I had a really nice trade with gold this morning. I sold too early, but that's okay. I got a really nice trade. Yeah, I have, well, you can't see it on there, but I have 75.13 first profit target, second 74.86, and then the last one 74.21. If it closes below 74.21, I would love to see the previous lows of 73.35, and then it's like there's no support until like below 70 to fill the gap. So we'll see.
Awesome. I love it. I'm pulling up my my other chart here with some other indicators so we can get the CL levels for the futures traders out here. And just to line up with your levels here, I'll just throw out a few of mine. For the CAM pivot, it should hold 72.72 unless you're right and we do get the trend day down. So this is kind of like if it's a smaller red or smaller green day, it'll stay between these yellow kind of bumper rails. But then if it's a really big red day, then we're going right down to that 70 target that I think you mentioned there. So I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Good area.
Stuff. We got more and more coming on in. Steve Canyon, I should say. The Fed never scared or never cared. Now that too, they're never scared. Happy Tune Kid says, bro, with BAIS up or down? BAIS up or down? That one's not coming up.
Well, this symbol does not exist.
Yeah, so Happy Tune Kids, which one we talking about? BAIS. Bro bias. Oh, bro bias up or down. Maybe bro bias. Maybe he meant bias instead of need to put the A before the I. Could be
Oh,
that.
bias.
Yeah.
Well, that
Yeah.
Josh, that symbol also doesn't exist. So
I meant like as in a bias. Are we biased to go up?
I wasn't even trying to be funny. I'm just that dumb. Okay.
Oh, that was a
But
combo of both. I was like, I couldn't tell, Steve. I was like, are you just being goofy with me, or?
no. I'm just dumb. I also misspell bias like that. So you're among like-minded people here. So bias up or down? I think up. And we can look up the SPY chart real quick. See how it's faring.
Love it. Hey,
It's
that's
just
good.
it's just consolidating right now. I
Tech,
won't.
yeah, ICCM. Yeah, I was saying ICCM. Yeah, tech. That's been a barn burner today, buddy.
ICCM, is that still is that unhalted or what's that up to? We can check that out too.
It's still moving around. It's still moving. It's staying in a range between 6 and 8.
Yeah.
It's the news was not that great, but we'll see that a lot of the time on these very bullish plays. That even though that comes out, this stays bullish. You know, it has a quick sell off, scares traders off, and then traders come right back up. There's really nothing else to trade in the small cap sector today, micro cap area. Bird's another one, as in BIRD. Yep, Bird, as in we have birds. BIRD is up today, but nothing too crazy. Overall, so that's where a lot of traders, when you have that one stock that runs, you have that ICCM, and then you get that continuation and just holds no matter what. We do have Tacitus asking about BBAI. Now I know BBAI is a ticker that I have traded before.
Oh yeah, is this Big Bear AI, the one with contract? Yeah. Contracts with the Navy, I believe. Interesting company, interesting chart. It's been doing a whole lot of nothing for a whole long time. Let's look at it on a weekly here. So this is one that could go insane. It could be close to a really good buy op if this is a higher low and this is a giant pennant. You'd look at it roughly like that, roughly like this, and just say, all right, consolidation on a high time frame. I don't love that this bid got rejected so hard. It's not the end of the world as long as it holds over $3. Game's still on, so to speak.
Says asking about next PLTR.
Next PLTR. Oh, I have some ideas there. I don't think it's BBAI, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say I was like, no, I don't. There's some other options. I don't think it has a shot to get to like maybe down the line 50, 75 with a big push. You know, that's maxed out for me, and I'm the one that loves to give big numbers, like giving 470 on SpaceX. So
Yeah.
I would not go with. Now it's not like it's a terrible company, but no, I don't think it's the next PLTR. But good. It's a good chart, and it, like Steve's talking about, yeah, we break that overall wedge that I'm seeing the same aspect, and old support or old resistance is new, or yeah, old support is new resistance that I'm seeing at sandwich here. You talk about sandwiches, Tack knows I know some sandwiches between 5 and 550. Well, that's the base of that downtrend. If you break that, then we could be off of the races, or a good load in zone if we get back down to around 3 into the 250 ish area. If you do for a dip buy, that's the way I'd look at it.
Yeah, it would just be scary to me if it lost this $3 previous swing low, because then it's like, what does it need? What does it need? Does it need that 250? Does it need all the way back at one? It would just worry me a little, but I would agree with that overall.
It needs you. It needs you, Steve. It needs some.
It needs me.
Power.
My buying power. I don't think that's going to save this thing. I do not think that's going to tip the scales.
Hey, speaking of, we have a great graphic I have to show at some point. I got
goodness.
my boy, Florida Joe, whipped up a good graphic of Crowbar Steve. We'll have to show it off on a live stream sometime soon for sure.
I'm scared. Let me give a few that have Palantired and ones that might Palantir. So AAOI, this was my last big Palantiring call. I wish I held on to this thing. I was trading it from 25 to 30 and 40, and then I let go of my last shares at like 45, and it went insane. So a big misplay on my part, but it did do the thing, which is Palantiring, which is where it goes up, screaming into its left wall here. So from, $20 up to 45 seems like a crazy move. No, that's just getting started, baby. That's just the powder keg to light it off like this. So when I look at next Palantir, I'm looking for these charts, which basically are just breaking their left neckline there, and they have a lot of room to go. HIMX, this one is a potential contender. You see how it just surged straight through its left cup handle there, and now it's coming back a little bit. I'm still looking around for more of these, but APLD, another strong contender. When we look at a monthly, you'll see what I'm talking about. Come on. Fighting with me. Please load. Oh, now I got the wheel of death. It's messing with me, Josh. But APLD, another potential one there. Let me in.
Uh-oh, Steve, they got you.
Uh-oh.
They got you.
Oh no.
They got me. We're doing an audible here real quick.
Switch over. Break right. Powell's talking about gold update. Yeah, Powell right now we're in a nice good flag, Powell. Gold right now in a nice good consolidation. 402, you could tell, very beautiful resistance. I still feel we blow through that here. Now, again, what happens in the next 30, 45 minutes, that could maybe even play a little bit of a factor with FOMC here. With our new man, Warsh it up. Speaking of, we got numbers coming out in about 8 minutes, right?
8 minutes, yeah. Let's start talking about what we can be looking for here. Real quick for gold,
smash the like button. 50 likes before Steve gets into a beautiful talk. 50 likes today, guys. 50 likes. We're giving away a 25K eval, so we're almost there. The numbers keep running on into FOMC's coming around the corner here. If we get 50 likes, we're giving away a 25K eval. If we get up to 100 likes, and this is all the way into Power Hour with Steve, right? So keep smashing that like button if you're coming on over here. We're going to give away 2 25K evals. We get to 100 likes today. Steve, back to you, handsome.
Yes, sir. So what we're seeing here on SPX really quickly, guys, just very encouraging into the big deal. You know, we are all watching and waiting, seeing what Warsh has to say. What you like to see is pullback after the crazy Iran potential deal rally. We push up big. I think that it's a 50% retrace. Let me double check on that. From the gap up, we put our fib here, and bada bing, bada boom. That's what we got on that flush out about this morning.
Wow,
so
I'm into holding and pushing right now.
I love it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at on SPX here. So essentially,
pretty big move.
Yeah, we're doing what we were talking about earlier in the stream, guys, saying, hey, it might be time. It looks like a higher low into a big print. So we mentioned that. I'm positioned long, and we are getting the peekaboo now through VWAP, through this downtrend line. Very important level here. And going to QQQ, we'll see quite similarly, I'm sure. Yeah, nice tight chart there. Nice little peekaboo.
I would love to see like some highs get swept and then just flush.
There goes gold too. Gold's popping with it. Nice good move from gold here. Watch for that 402 break. Getting a nice surge right here. Leading into Warsh's introduction. We're getting a nice move in the market.
Yes, sir. So let me see if my other charts have... Nope, not loaded. All right, we got to close that real quick.
Oh, you're all good. No worries. You use what you want to use, Mr. Chartatician.
Quick question. If somebody gets the demo account under Trade the Pool, would they be able to have access to the platform?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, come on in, guys. Come on in.
Either the web version or we have downloads for Mac and PC. So once you get the demo account, like any of the any eval or account you get from us right out of the gate, you'll go to your actual Traders Hub area and click on that account, which will take you to like the dashboard of that account. In the top right hand corner, you'll see a box that says credentials. Click on that, and it'll give you your login information. Also, when you click on that, you'll be able to download whatever platform, whether it's a PC, Mac, and or if you just want the web-based version, which I've used. I've used all 3 of them, so they all work fine. I've even used the phone app. The app on the phone works great. I'm usually out on the go, and I'm already in a trade that's green. I'm just scaling out slow, small shares. I've literally been driving one day. I was in a short, and it just kept going down like every 20 cents or every new low. I was getting, all right, out a little more. I mean, I literally remember driving, guys like, okay, a little more. I'm like, all right, keep going. I felt like I was playing a video game. It was fun.
Yeah.
It's awesome, of course, when a play's going in your direction. But yeah, just the fact that it worked great. I mean, instantaneously out when you're using the app. There was no like circling, the wheel of death as Steve just had to go through. It was straight through. Roy says after the meeting, skyrocket. I love it. Nice M sign. Oh, hey, look at my M5 guy. Yeah, I've got you're M5. I'm an X5M guy, so I have an X5M competition. 2022. What's yours, buddy? What's yours? I love all M's. I'm an M guy. I'll do an M2. Give me a little M2, give me any M, I'll take it. They're all nice. I really want to get a car. I've been an SUV guy. I'm 6'3", 200. I'm a decently sized guy. I'm bigger. And so getting into those cars, we have 14 dogs. So cars just kind of went out the window for us a while back. Now that we're slowing down, I want to get a car again sometime soon.
Josh, you need to get a BMW, like one of those sleighs for like Huskies, just get them to custom make you one and just strap in all those Great Danes and all those those big old dogs, and you'll get where you're going. Josh, I do need to talk a few quick points here before we get the print, because hey, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, we got 5 minutes here. So here, really quickly, here's the setup. Warsh was confirmed on May 13th in a 54 to 45 vote. That's the most partisan confirmation of a Fed chair in history. And let's see, he was sworn in as the 17th Fed chair on the 22nd. So he's taken the reins from Powell, our good buddy with his purple tie. He faced relentless pressure from Trump to cut rates. And we're basically seeing, hey, what's the deal with this new guy? Is he going to be the yes man or not? So Warsh, who vowed the Fed will remain strictly independent, so what we want to hear, what we hope is true, in overseeing monetary policy. He's stepping in at a difficult juncture here with inflation surging to its highest level in more than 3 years. So not an easy job, not easy shoes to fill either. The macro backdrop is this. We have inflation ticking up again. CPI came in at 4.2% in May. Producer prices rose even faster at 6.5%. And that could mean consumers feel a little bit more of that pinch soon. So this bout of inflation is tricky because it's driven by the spike of energy prices from the war in Iran. So it's not quite as simple as some of these other reads of inflation in the past. Labor market risks are easing, with job growth averaging 140K year to date versus only 10K last year. And hawkish voices on the Fed are gaining traction. So the rate decision is coming in just 3 minutes here. And the FOMC is expected to hold rates unchanged, with the Fed watch pricing in at roughly 97%. So we would be very, very surprised if they did not hold rates. The last cut was December 2025, and the April meeting produced an unusually divided 8-4 vote. And that's the most contentious FOMC decision since 1992. So the real story is the dot plot. We got 2 minutes left here. So economists said both all over the place. Yeah, especially both.
Before we get into let's go. I want to make sure we always try to answer as many questions as we can. I'll give my 15-second spiel. We got a question there from Mary Mango. NBIS, beautiful bounce. If you go back and look at the sweep down today, the bounce at 278, almost essentially off of yesterday's high of day. That's showing me this is crazy bullish. This is continuing to push to new all-time highs. I think we do hit 300 probably by week's end. Add-in area for me on NBIS, looking back here on the weekly chart overall, would be somewhere right around the 240 to maybe 235 handle. I don't know that we'll actually see that low ever again. I do love 235, 240 though. There's my quick spiel on NBIS.
Love that. Beautiful chart. This was one of the standouts I was talking about this weekend, as it was just setting up in that beautiful descending flag here and just reclaiming its 21-day moving average. Spent 1 day undercutting, 1 day in the middle, and then 1 day reclaiming. That was when I called it out at 221.86. I did not take this one. I'm in a laggard in APLD. I didn't want to give up on it, and I don't know. I should have moved some money into this one. It's definitely outperformed APLD this week, although still having a decent week here too. But in general, I think there's a lot of room on all of these names, and you can see that by just checking the basket. WGMI, 3-day bar here. I think this one wants to go higher. I think another great name in the space, IREN. Really nice entry here off of its 21 and 9-day moving average today. Good stuff there. 1 minute until the dot plot here.
We're coming in hot. FOMC. Love all you guys in chat. We're already the 50 likes. Again, if you like today's live stream, like it. Smash that like button. Why? Well, we're already giving away a 25K eval. Our vouch to you guys was to say, hey, oh, big reversal. If we get 50 likes on the live stream, we're going to give away a 25K eval. If we get 100 likes, we're going to give away another one. So we're already going to give away one 25K eval. You get it up to 100 likes on today's live stream. Smash that like button if you're coming on over here. Thank you for all the views today. We'll give away another 25K eval if we get up to 100 likes.
Are we going to broadcast?
Fed leaves rates unchanged, by the way.
Yep.
Unchanged.
Are we broadcasting our homeboy, Warsh?
So he's starting to talk in 30 minutes. Right now, we just have the information, or the dot plot, so to speak. So big move down.
Jeez.
That's a little bit of a spicy.
They're not liking the rates being unchanged here.
Oh,
which is crazy because it was a 97% chance of this happening. So that's very interesting. Let's see what else.
I would like to enter short on a pop here.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. So we are under the key 7,500 SPX level. I'm looking for more details to help us gain some insight here. So Fed policymakers see 2.2% GDP growth in 2026 versus 2.4 in March. See a longer run growth at 2% versus 2% in March. Okay, what is causing this? Let me see.
Nokia, I'll give my thoughts real quickly while Steve try to find some stuff. The random something gamer. All right, the random Arizona gamer, something like that. Nokia, what do I think about it? To me, this is a great consolidation area. I would say look for a dip buyback in the mid to low 13s. If it does crack that, kind of like Steve was talking about earlier, we were looking at BBAI and cracking that 3 handle and it would go down more. That's the same thing here for me in 13 on Nokia. Nokia would come down to that point around the mid 12s to about 12.15, and that is the last area that I would say it has to hold for add-in. If it cracks that, we're right back down to the 10s. Now on the way back on up, kind of that same sort of consolidation that BBAI had. It has that little bit of a downtrend and squeezed. 15 is going to be key, and then 16 is going to be key. Back over those two areas. As a company, though, Nokia's. When's the last time I've seen a Nokia phone? I don't know. It's been a really long time. But I don't think it's. My point being, it's not a. It's not, kind of like going back to BBAI. I don't think it's a top tier company overall. I think this is a good slow and steady type of swing play. It's not one, in my opinion, that you can look for, massive moves, but I think that's good earlier on in a lot of people's careers and journeys in the stock market. To me, though, I'd wait for dip buys on this. This isn't in breakout mode. 13 in that 12th, 20-ish area.
Look at that, still dropping like it's hot.
Yeah, and gold.
Wow.
Keep getting asked about gold there, Kabul. What do we got here in chat? K Habul say Mackie there in chat asking about gold. Man, we're getting pullback, and I knew gold would run overall here with the SPY. They're not liking rates unchanged. I'm seeing gold. If you're looking to get into this, I know Steve said it was a failed breakdown. That area around 380 into 370 would be great for a dip. I think right now gold's just moving with the market.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little more color here. Fed lifts rate path. Inflation outlook rises. I'm going to pop it back to SPX there. Wow, still dropping there into some lower levels of liquidity. Federal Reserve projections show the median Fed funds rate rising to 3.8% in 2026 from 3.4%, 3.6% in 2027, and 3.4% in 2028, with the long run rate unchanged at 3.1%. Officials now expect higher inflation through 2026, with PCE not returning to the 2% target until 2028. Growth is slightly lower, unemployment broadly steady. Only 18 of 19 policymakers submitted projections. Inflation.
They just what year do you think it's going to be when we stop saying inflation is causing anything, or we're when do you think we'll ever stop using the word inflation? I swear we've been talking about it since 2020, 2021.
I think it's gonna continue to be a very important talking point for the foreseeable future here. Once we hit the mandate of 2%, we'll see when that is. And the whole thing for me is, man, we probably would have got there if not for Trump's policies, the tariffs, all of the crazy stuff that we've seen this year. And now the market's like, well, we're unhappy. We don't
really. They're like, we don't want Warsh. We don't want like the guy earlier who was our boy in chat saying, get rid of the feds. And of course, M5 guy got a nice, good old, if he's still sticking around. I'm just kind of catching up with chat here. Nice old school E39 M5. That's a sexy beast.
Guys, I took a short position on that pullback. I'm trimming one, so I'm letting one run for the gap fill.
Yeah, this is
nice. Yeah, where's the gap fill?
It looks already? This is going. I'm just looking at
entry.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it's heading down to, in my opinion, team. I'll say here, if this doesn't hit 43.50, I'm going off of it's 44.50 Friday's high. Watch for a potential bounce off of Friday's high. If we crack through Friday's high, this is gonna get nasty. And I think it's right around 44.25, somewhere in that area. So here we are. Here we go. Ollie's just loving life here on the short side team. I would be loving it. Short there, Ollie.
I like it. Good follow through there. I was hesitant to take the jump here. I'm seeing us coming back into this previous swing high. I would like to see the gap fill and then a buyer step in. So that still is another 20 points here. There's still room on this thing.
Yeah. Moving my risk into profit, so risk free.
Very nice. Great trade.
Yep. Good job. Yeah, and you got it there. Going all the way back up into chat, though. Yeah, this was who was? I'm trying to go back up earlier when I found that. Where was it at? Gosh, I can't. David says the Fed does not increase rates when then no. So David's. I think everyone's like David. At least the big pullback here overall, and now here starts to come a little bit of that bounce. Like I said, off Friday's high of day. Ollie's, of course, already banked and made some pretty good profit. What's funny, did run into that 43.50 line that I talked about, and there you go, Mr. Mackey. You're welcome for the direction on gold. Yeah, just right now, you're going to get that on FOMC days. Just as long as I've traded FOMC and looked at FOMC days, you can pull up probably almost any ticker right now across the board. Meta, big pullbacks, right out of the gate. Google saw a pullback right out of the gate. Apple, pullback right out of the gate. And, I mean, any ticker I type in that's, a big runner, especially in these Mag 7 plays, they're going to be seeing a pullback here with the SPY. And of course, that's why Ollie kind of jumped in there with the future side of the pullback. And we might even see more continuation. That's why she did a good job waiting for that retest back up. You don't want to just jump in, and then she got a good entry price from more. Love it.
Yeah, I have a feeling it wants to hold this 30.97 area. I might get stopped out in profit, but we'll see. Hopefully it stays below 225, but I don't know.
And these are NQ levels, right?
Yeah. NQ level, yeah, sorry.
Gotcha. No worries, just making sure. Yeah, I'm just looking at SPX here, looking at the strong bounce. Dead cat bounce. There's the collapse. Well, we got the collapse. Now we get the collapse. There you go. And nice little dead cat so far after a really nice short that you caught there. Great job just jumping in.
Beautiful, beautiful. Snowman says cut. Or bullshit, or he said bullshit, cut the rate. Whatever.
Well, I think that we're dropping because of projected rate hikes going forward.
Yeah.
That's what it's kind of reading to me as. Let me keep getting more color here for us. Yeah, Fed signals higher path rate, markets price hawkish shift. Fed Reserve projections show, the median funds rate rising to 3.8% in 2026 from 3.4. I think we read that. Yeah, spot gold turns negative there. Crazy. SPY is trying to pop here. And let's see. Fed removes statement reference to additional rate adjustments. Fed lowers median 2026 GDP production from 2.2 to 2.4. That's what I'm seeing so far. I'm also seeing Brazil's Lula saying, I believe Trump knows little about Brazil. Fair. Okay. It's right in the middle of everything else. All right, that's my breaking news update. We definitely have more to talk about. Right now I'm loading my gamma levels, updated gamma levels, so we can get a better idea of how the terrain has shifted in the past 10 minutes here.
Looks like I'm going to get stopped out.
Why you need
to strong bounce there. And that was the previous, let's see, on a 15-minute chart it should show, this was the previous swing high. This is also kind of this neckline.
Oh.
So decent retest so far. I wonder if this thing just starts screaming now. I'm surprised that it didn't fully fill the gap. That's what I'm most surprised.
I'm so surprised too. But that's okay. That's why I'm moving my risk into profit, because I didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, totally. So
right now, dumpage right now. Finally getting a little bit of lift off at that 93.50 handle area. Starting to see a little bit of a bounce. But man, that one continued to stay red till here recently, getting a little bit of green coming back on the tape.
Love it. So here's where we watch and see if there's going to be continuation or rejection of this bid, because we basically are coming back into the 50%. We're up over the 9-minute quite strongly, in fact. So I'd expect a small push down to backtest and a push up to the 21. That's at 74.85 SPX. Assuming, right now it's just testing the straight ahead. We might be seeing a big, sharp V-shape if we can really start cooking here. That would be beautiful. What a crazy move there. We dumped almost 100 points.
Yeah, I haven't seen a move like that on no rate cuts. I haven't seen a move like that in a while. That was a big move, bigger than I think any of us.
We're saying the same? No rate
Say
cut.
That again?
We're saying.
Yeah, no rate cut.
Yeah, no rate cut. No, they're starting to price in future rate hikes here, I believe. Snowman, yes, power hour today, absolutely.
Steve is doing it's Power Steve Day. That's right. We got lunch recap now, where this is the FOMC hour, and Alejandra and myself will be stepping off the mic and the camera for a little bit. Alejandra will come back and cover power hour with Steve. So Steve ain't going nowhere. I got him locked in the basement. He ain't going nowhere until this live stream better get 100 likes, or Steve ain't getting any food tonight either.
Oh no!
Yeah, I got Alejandra. She's Alejandra's up in the tower, like the princess. She's up like in her tower, or the top of the, she's all up to she's at the very top, So I have to send servants up there once an hour. And if Steve doesn't get out of the basement, those basement dwellers become my servants. And so please smash that like button for Steve's forsaker. He'll be serving Alejandra for too long.
You're like getting very elaborate with this hierarchy of imagined torturings of Steve.
Gosh,
so
look at gold. Holy Jesus!
Let's see it. Oh
yeah,
wow!
It's reversed right back.
So we are seeing money leaving gold and going into SPX here. It looks like into the indices. Yeah, it's still holding very strong here, but still testing that equilibrium. We go to Qs and see how tech is faring versus the rest of the market. I like doing this on big moves, just seeing who's lagging, who's leading, seeing which way this is pulling. So Q is leading a little bit, trying to hold over their 50, but you still see the little bit of resistance there. Last thing I want to check on is SMH as well.
Gold. I like how we're all talking gold today. We bring up Austin Powers earlier and Fat Bastard, and then next thing you know, we're still in Austin Powers and talking gold and gold member.
I love gold. Look at Intel just eating this dip up. Beautiful, beautiful. I love to see it.
Love it. Thanks for joining us today, guys. We have Warsh coming on the podium here in probably about 17, 18 minutes. Put the drum roll out for Mr. Warsh as well. Any first-time viewers, smash that like button. If we get up to 100 likes, we're going to give away another 25K eval, because we're already giving away one, because you guys have smashed enough to get 50 likes. Get it up to 100, we will give away 2 25K evals. Got a lot going on here. The World Cup, you can predict the World Cup matches. The link is in our description there. Go sign up for that if you haven't already. You can win up. We're giving up to $1 million away in evaluations for just predicting the World Cup matches. Get ready next week as the end of this Trading World Championship we've had going on, where everyone in the world is really, I think we have over 30,000 traders participating in this, which is crazy. Futures, wow. Forex market, the equities, there are all kinds of different traders out there. Top prize, which will be given out this week, $8,000 cash. 50K cash. $8,000 too, which is crazy. So that's that's why that's already over with. But that just shows you what we're doing over here at Trade the Pool. We tag team up with the futures and Trade Set Go, and we're having this trade. But next week we have one-on-one battles. So the guys that make it to the end, they're coming over and they're going to challenge us. Steve, I don't think we have the full. I haven't asked that yet, but I want to know who is facing off against who in the one-on-one battles next week, and who's going to face these traders, because it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll have you guys join us on the live stream. Be ready, get the mic ready, get the camera ready, get some cool background stuff going, because it's mano-y-mano, baby. I'm taking you down. I don't care who I face. I'm not going easy. I'm slaughtering you. I'm pulling out the AK-47 and we're rolling it down. I'm just known to buy AK-47. Your crowbars. You're pulling out the crowbar, right? Alejandra, what would guess. We got to come up with Alejandra. I guess she's like magical, right? Because she's in the top of the tower. So Alejandra, she just does a little something like this right now. You just hear this from Alejandra, and you know you're done. Where's the twinkle at? There it is. When you hear one of these right here.
I knew you were the twinkle.
She just waves her fingers around and you just turn into like a frog and you're like, no!
A frog?
Well, yeah, isn't that what they did in those Disney movies? You turn into like a toad or something. I don't know.
Dang. All right. We're turning into toads here. Really quickly, we had a question on SPY. We went through the other ones. I usually watch SPX instead of SPY, but here's SPY. It's the same thing. We are testing this equilibrium. You see the precision price delivery right at the 50% of the pullback. That's where we're finding sellers now powering through. To me, this looks like a failed breakdown. To me, it looks like we got the rate hike spookies out of the way. Well, now we know where we stand. We're waiting for Warsh to come in and just sing sweet nothings into our ear, make it all okay. That's what the market wants to do. We want to pump this V-shape. It used this squat to push even higher. I want to see a big move up. I know my little fun gamble port just swung wildly there, back to back to the price it was right before. A little bit green on the day, but it was not for about 10 minutes there. So sometimes you got to chill the heck out. What I'm holding, by the way, if anybody cares, look at that stick on SPY. Beautiful. I'm holding FLNC. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at it go.
We might go
power
right,
through.
it's going to be one of those V moves where I think we go right back to where we came from. We go right back up to the 750s again. And yes, I'm wearing pants. Dutchy Philippines asked if I'm wearing pants. I am. I got my short shorts on. Who wears short shorts? I wear short shorts. Poker face. How we doing? Love it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. First time here, liked and sub. Appreciate that. We go live. We do this every day, Monday through Friday. We're gonna get a Friday. We have a lunch recap with Steve. We go live on Friday night called Friday Night Live. But very soon, we're gonna be doing something called maybe an all-day live stream on Friday, featuring these beautiful faces above and below me here. Alejandro and Steve look to front a possible Friday stream. So we have Money Mitch, Airplane Jane, Michael Noss, Jesse, myself, Steve. Monday through Thursday. Come join us Monday through Thursday. We got you covered at the opening bell onward all the way to Power Hour with Steve. We got you covered. And then on Friday, we're going to have you covered as well coming up soon. And speaking of, BYLC, bring your own chart. I think we're going to start doing that on Friday for the week recap. I meant to message you earlier, Steve. We need to get someone for this Friday. Adar said, hey, do you have someone lined up? Just someone that is already ready to show their chart. Someone that's maybe camera friendly. They know what they're doing on the camera and the mic. So we'd love to get someone on each week on a Friday for the week recap and have a BYLC. You bring your own chart. You bring the chart. We'll break down the trade that you took. And we'll think, we'll kind of go through the process of, hey, what did you trade? Why did you trade it? Did you go long? Did you go short? Look at the aspect of was it a good trade? Was it a bad trade? We can go through a few different trades and just to help you out in your charting and in your trade. So, Steve, let's think about someone who we can bring on Friday to help them with their charts. What's up, Hamid? How we doing?
I got a few ideas already, so we'll find somebody for sure. Taking a look at our updated GEX charts here, a few things I want to go over. So first off, this is let's do 0-day SPY chart or gamma exposure chart. Basically, we're trying to find the hidden magnets behind price on given time frames. So this is gauging options strength. This is showing today's options layout. So we hit the magnet just about, and you can see when we hit this magnet, we said, no, that's probably low enough. What we want to see to confirm this is a break over this 7,500 level, 7,501, 7,500. If we flip that, then we can start to squeeze. Likely what we'd see is some of this gamma down here, these magnet areas, these big purple bars coming down, shrinking as those calls or puts are sold. And then we would see the calls being purchased and growing these bars up here into the close. And that's what we would like to see. Probably the 7,545 is the highest what we're going to get today. But that is what you would be kind of looking for. The level where it could kind of flip and get jagged is where it flips from purple to red or to yellow here. So from negative to positive, and that is essentially right where we sold off from. So just something to note there for the 0-day. Now on my other screen, I'm grabbing the weekly expiry.
And yeah, Tech says no trading Friday. Yeah, we are also, because Juneteenth, yes, the market is closed, but me and Steve are not going to be closed, and Alejandro and other traders here from Trade the Pool hopefully will be stopping in on the week recap, but we'll still be live. We'll still be able to break down a trade or a chart that you had maybe on Thursday, tomorrow, or even today. But Friday, we will be live. Also for Juneteenth, starting tomorrow, and we'll be promoting this, 10% off on all of our evaluations. So come sign up. 10% off starting tomorrow, runs through Friday, Juneteenth. We're doing 10% off all our evaluations. And on top of all that, if you're a first timer with us, you go get an eval. And if you lose that evaluation, you blow it, we're going to give you one for free. That's right. Here through the World Trading Championship, I keep forgetting to bring that up. And there's many ways to be a first time user. Hopefully you are. Like we just had here earlier, we had someone come in and say, hey, first time here, subscribed, and I'm here now. Love it. All right. Well, maybe it is your first time. So then but my point being, maybe you've had an eval with us, right? Maybe you've had a couple of them. Just go, me and Steve, Jess, we've talked about this. We have multiple, I know you've got multiple emails. Go sign up with another email. Then you are new and you can take advantage of this. We want to make sure you can take advantage of this. So don't forget, if you're a first time user, any evaluation, if you blow it over the next 2 weeks, I think that runs through June 25th, we're doing this. We will give you another one for free. So whatever eval you have, if you're a first time user and you blow it, we'll give you one for free. 10% off starting tomorrow through Friday, Juneteenth. We're going to talk about those two deals we also have coming on. Poker Face asked about what indicator is that?
Great question. Well, this is a little bit of a home brew here. So what this is, it's my personal gamma exposure system. It's proprietary. It has not been launched yet, but it will be coming out in the next week or two. What it is, it comprises of a trading view app here, where you basically, in the settings, you load in a big string of information that's generated with another app, and then it gives you this nice gamma exposure bar on here. You can change the time frame that you want. And this is all powered by the big dashboard here. This is in Excel right now. It will be a full-blown web app shortly. But right now, you have weekly heat maps that shows us each day of the week. You have to refresh it, but it shows us each day of the week where these maps are. This is some more gamma exposure information in different flavors, different layouts. You've got your rotation sector heat map. You've got your economic calendar. This will all be included in a service that you can find on my Discord, which I will drop here. And
what happens when you drop a Discord? You get the air horn, baby.
So guys, this whole system, it's trying to go after, like, those big names that are charging 100, 200, 300 a month. I'm going to be charging 50 a month. But come on in. There's so much free information too. I'm just trying to build an educational hub for everybody who's serious about trading. So come on in. There's free trades and this information posted almost every day as well. So come on in. We're in the lab cooking every day. Got some great traders in there. That's my pitch. Thank you for letting me pitch my book there a little bit, guys.
Oh yeah, speaking of books, what book do you want to talk about? Your book you wrote?
Oh
Who,
yeah,
me?
I saw it.
I like how he says "who me." I had to get him there for half a second. Who me? Oh,
I'm an author now. I'm learning more about myself every day. Soon, perhaps.
I would like to see some more downside here if we get this rejection here at this level.
It is a little wilty, isn't it?
And
A little
on the
wilty.
50-minute time frame, it's closing below the previous support of 33.23 on M&Q.
there we go. I got a little love there from Tacitus. He says, "Nice work, dude."
Is that Tacitus or Tacitus? I don't know how you would confirm that over text. I think that's like a Roman word, isn't it? Let me look it up.
Well, the reason I'm probably saying Tacitus because I'm always saying Tack and Chat because of Tack and Chat with the TAK, so we call him Tack. Anyway, so yeah, it could be Tacitus 907. Good, nice work.
How are we gonna pick the winner, or not the winner, but like the person to show the charts on Friday?
Whoever we want, we can pick them. Of course, what I'd love to do is have chat participation. So kind of like a call-in show on Thursday. Point being, Friday, we already have someone set, ready to rock and roll. And then, then we could say, hey guys, if you want to also, anyone that wants to join us, we'll give you I will be the lead on that essentially, and I'll get their email address. I'll give them a way to get in contact with me, but we'll figure it out. But I'd love to have someone like, hey, Poker Face comes over on Friday and is like, oh man, that's awesome. I want to join you guys real quickly. I'll get him in on the live stream. We'll get him over on the EV Mux and he can join us.
Cool.
Yes, Tass. This is Roman historian. Tacitus. There you go.
Yeah, that was another tab. I don't want to cut you off there, but interesting. Okay, his major works were the Annals and the Histories. He also wrote Germania, an ethnographic work of the Germanic tribes. Interesting. I've heard that referenced actually in some nerdy stuff that I've researched. So very cool. Yeah, the Roman history is wild, isn't it? There's so many figures that did the wildest stuff. And the craziest thing is, like, Rome was like the whole world. Like, not literally, but kind of. I mean, it was so big. I was reading about, like, there was this major collapse in a Colosseum section, and it was the equivalent of like 10% of the people on Earth died or something. It was that insane. It was like there were so many people there and not really around there, Very, very, very interesting stuff. Roman history, Greek history, Egyptian history. I think it teaches us a lot, honestly, about
those are probably my two favorite the Romans and the Egyptians for sure. And I think I even have when they show like your feet, you have Roman, like mine are like a combo of like Roman and Egypt, I think it was Roman and Egyptian. I can't remember because I always see that, but yeah. I can see that.
You said when they show their feet.
Everyone used to say that about my neck. Like, are you like Egyptian? Because when I stand like straight up, it looks like it's longer. And I don't know. I used to get that as a kid. I'm like, what? Really?
I didn't even know that was an Egyptian thing. Huh.
Yeah, I know. Like, people say that about me. What? Yeah. I'm like, what?
You'd say so if you say so. Snowman asked about why Matt. Why Matt?
Small cap ticker. Small cap ticker starting to pop up again. I would look for a reversal at 95 cents into $1 for a short. Beautiful support down today at 55 cents. So those are your two key main areas, 95 into $1 and then right at 55 cents.
Oh, yeah, this one's pretty juicy here. Yeah, definitely watch that VWAP sitting at 77 cents there. And of course, yeah, those double tops at the 95. Really quick on SPX, just got to give Alejandra her flowers. Great read there on the dead cat rejection. Really nice action there. Did you happen to catch that?
I did. I'm in it. I'm
Nice.
I'm breaking even right now, and my profit target is a little bit above the gap fill. So we'll see if it gives it to me.
Do you have the
Nice.
link, Steve? Are you gonna? Do you want to play and have Warsh on? Do you want to do that and have him up? Do you have a link? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Got it. I'll pull it up right now. Good timing. Yeah, 3-4 minutes into this. I'd like to see a higher low on SPX here, but I don't want to fade Alejandro either. So I'm not taking it. I'm just talking today.
Well, I'm break even, so it doesn't matter what it does, you know.
Fair enough. I love it. And I just love your agnosticism towards price. Like you're not you say you like short bias, and here you are crushing the shorts. But if it doesn't happen, you're not gonna go down with the ship, you know. And I love that. Just whatever comes, we'll take that trade.
Whatever comes, we'll take the Trump going to fire him. That's funny.
I did want to go eat, but I don't know if 30 minutes is gonna be enough.
I can eat in like 3 minutes. 30 minutes isn't enough for you to eat?
I have to go downtown and meet my friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is not going to be enough time. I told you to leave like 40 minutes ago, and you wanted to stick around, Miss
Princess.
Princess.
I watched this too, and they just got there.
Listen, so. I'll have the servants bring you up something. What would you like for me to whip up for you?
Thank you.
Steve, get to work.
Am I the servant? Am I the help here?
Get to cooking, Steve. Go to the kitchen already.
We're very progressive here at Trade the Pool. We're sending them into the kitchen.
Steak, medium done with some eggs over easy, avocado.
Right. Ooh, ice cream. Snowman with ice cream. Snowman, I love it. He's like, I just want to go straight to dessert. Can we get some ice cream and some cake, please? Cake and ice cream.
She gotta earn that, he said. Oh, hell no. I think I've earned it with these two perfect shorts and great entries. Hello.
There we go.
Good entries.
I'm surprised it's not a flavor for an ice cream, or they haven't done like a special edition with Budweiser. I'm surprised, honestly, that there hasn't been a beer ice cream.
I bet there's one out there, and if not, there's going to be by the end of the month, Josh. I'll hit the labs there too. I'm going to get a water refill before we get the big news here in 3 minutes. So yeah, be right back, folks. Look for that higher low on SPX. I want it.
Love it. Yep. And I'll be, whenever Steve gets back and we get Warsh on, I'm going to step off the mic and the camera. Just want to see if we get a little reaction from him as he walks onto the podium. And of course, we'll keep that covered. Steve will have the link up. We'll keep the charts on watch as well. Have a little combo of the both. Maybe have Warsh and the chart up. Alejandra's going to get hungry. Now she can't meet with her friend. She's like, no. Where are you going to go meet at? Where are you going to meet at? What's the restaurant? I got to know what food you're going to eat.
Mediterranean.
Ooh, that sounds yummy. Sounds nice and light too for a lunch.
Not really. I got the combo, steak and chicken.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think you were gonna go combo on me, but I love it. Look at you. Now we know she's an eater too, gang.
Feed the veins.
I love it. All right. Hey, I know it. Working out. Says Yo-Yo. It says anyone knows if gold is going up or going down. Right now, really with the market, it came down more in my opinion than the market did overall before it found its base, but it looks exactly like the market once it did find its bottom, where we're getting that reverse, that kind of dead cat bounce, reversal that Alejandra's in on the future side of things. Getting that now. I think it's just truly going to roll that way. I think to me, if I'm looking at gold, that big push that Steve was talking about and that failed breakdown at 370 and the move back up, we just need to break the downtrend. The downtrend, and I think Steve talked about a 402 or 404 level, or 410 he said 410, and a push back into that. But I still feel like we are in this real severe downtrend. Once we push to and then through 410, especially, we're rocking and rolling on gold.
Yeah, I jumped the gun there, didn't I? I kind of cursed it. I said, hey, it's a failed breakdown. And then it was a breakdown back test.
Right.
So over the 410.
Got to get this going. Hold on. Where's it at? Hold on. I got to find it. Drum roll, please. I'm guessing Warsh is walking onto the stage now. That's the reason I said drum roll, please.
All right. And yes, he is. I've got the feed live here. I'm going to turn the sound on. Let me know if this is coming through. Do you hear a little music?
No.
No? Okay, let me switch it to this.
Low forming. I'm out of my
I'm going to reshare my screen.
You're good.
There we go. I got to share with system audio. That should work.
Here we go. I hear it.
Great.
Good day.
Good
It's an honor. a true honor to be back at the Federal Reserve and to take up this duty at a
I'm
time
stepping up the
of
mic.
such consequence.
All right.
Sounds good, brother.
I've been
Have a
especially
great day.
heartened by
Up
the
to 100 likes.
Today gets to 100 likes. We're going to give away another 25 now. We're already giving away
one.
Listen closely
Two if we
to my
get to 100.
fellow FOMC members. Heard a lot of new ideas, new thinking, and genuine interest in moving the Fed forward. This week's FOMC meeting exemplified the very best of the Fed's traditions: rigorous debate, open-mindedness, commitment to mission, responsibility, and accountability for performance.
My God, my trade.
They all add up to
I like
one
it.
thing.
I like it. Good cover.
Getting
We don't know what's going to happen
monetary
yet, and the market
policy
wants to
right.
try to bid this up, I think.
We're as near
Looking like
to
a double
it
bottom
as we can
potentially,
do.
reclaiming some moving averages.
That is our North Star.
So we were looking for
My
Alejandro, I
colleagues
think.
and I are here to serve our legislative remit, which you've heard us say before: price stability and maximum employment.
Boom.
And these objectives guided our
Good
business
call.
when
Higher
the meeting
low.
just concluded.
Thank you. Yeah, I just know that
As you
these are
saw a few
often
moments ago,
like liquidity
The committee
grabs.
decided to
And
maintain the target range for the Fed
97%
funds
chance
rate
of rate of
at
flat
3.5 to
rates.
3.75%.
I think this is an overblown.
in support
Move
of
down.
the Fed's dual mandate. The committee also reaffirmed its policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace, despite elevated uncertainty that owes in part to the conflict in the Middle East. Productivity growth
Nice
and capital
push.
investment both
Volume
strong.
coming in.
Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. We recognize that inflation has been running well ahead of the Fed's long-stated inflation goal of 2%. That's been going on for more than 5 years. Persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. But the recent past need not be prologue. I am pleased to report that members of the FOMC are unambiguous and unanimous. This committee will deliver price stability. At any institution, a change in leadership is a natural and timely opportunity to reaffirm its mission, to review current practices, and to consider whether those practices best meet our objectives. My Fed colleagues and I will be working in close collaboration to ask what changes might improve.
All right, so
the
SPY,
conduct of
we're
monetary
fighting for
policy.
this moving average cluster here.
On that score,
Want to see what
you might
happened. We
have already
couldn't
noticed
secure
something.
the
A
clean
difference
close
in
over the
today's
previous sweep
policy
high.
statement. It's a bit shorter,
Gonna be watching.
a bit simpler, and it dispenses with some older language. That statement just gives you the facts as best we can judge it. Absent also is so-called forward guidance.
Sorry about the screen flashes there.
Which we
Switching
agreed
windows.
was not well suited to the current policy conjuncture. This afternoon, you also received the usual summary of economic projections. It's been the practice of this committee for participants to submit these projections, and I have encouraged my colleagues to continue to do so. I, however, have refrained from offering any projections of my own, consistent with my long-held views on the SEP, at least as currently structured.
Not
In
best
the median
candle here.
projections, real GDP rises at 2.2% this year, 2.3% next year, and total PC inflation runs at 3.6% this year, 2.3% next year. The unemployment rate stands at about 4.3%. The median participant judges that the appropriate federal funds rate to be at 3.8% at the end of this year and 3.6 at the end of next.
Okay, let's see the save stick. We need
Let me turn now to a few words on a key initiative that we're announcing
Otherwise, I don't
today.
love it.
I'm appointing a task force in each of 5 areas that are central to the broad conduct of monetary policy. First, Fed communications. Second, the Fed's balance sheet. Third, our use and reliance on existing data sources. Fourth, productivity and jobs in an era of transformation. And last, the Fed's inflation frameworks. These subjects are timely, consequential, and in my view, worthy of a fresh look. My colleagues and I discussed them with energy and purpose over the last couple of days. For each of these independent task forces, I'm enlisting some of the very best minds, both inside and outside the economics profession. They will be supported by
We have the
subject
2-year
matter
rising a little
specialists
bit.
from our
The SPY's
superb
trying to
Fed
catch here
staff.
too. We have a lot to talk about
And they'll
after
have a
this, by the way.
straightforward
I don't want to
charge.
cut them off though.
Start with first principles.
SPY's trying to eat this
Ask
up.
hard
Watch the previous
questions.
swing high.
Examine current practice.
Blah,
Consider
blah.
alternatives.
Me?
And
Yeah,
ultimately
I'm
propose next steps
just
for
watching today.
policymaker consideration. Since last summer, my colleagues
My swing trades are
discussed
doing well
possible
though, so I'm
improvements
just
in the
not
form
doing
and
futures right now.
function of Fed communications. This new
Intel in
task
particular seems
force
very strong.
will build on that effort, and I
Nice.
expect propose some
This is strong right
well-considered
now.
changes.
Watch this sweep. If
including
it wants
to
to
the
reclaim,
SEP
it'd be a
I
reclaim of
mentioned
the
a few
hourly
months
trigger
ago.
if SPX gets over
The second task force,
74.92.
the one on balance
And
sheet
again, the
policy,
big level is going to be
will review the
7,500. That's where I'm
benefits and
expecting us to
risks
go
of
and
the current
retest, and then
ample
it's a decision
reserves
time.
regime
I'd love to see up, but
and the
we got to see.
composition of the Fed's balance sheet. They will assess alternative frameworks for the conduct and operation of monetary policy.
Really nice reclaim on the past 2 minutes,
third
though.
task
That really
force, the one
retains
on
this
data,
potential lower
will
bottoming
evaluate new
structure.
information sources
But somebody's like,
and
there was a
consider
big short that got kind of
methodological
clobbered right there, I
changes to improve
think.
data
And now we have to
gathering.
see if they step back in.
with
Looks
the
like they
aim
might
of
get
giving
squeezed, though.
policymakers more accurate,
Yeah, it looks like it.
relevant,
You
contemporaneous,
see the volume size on that
and
red
perhaps
candle?
most important, actionable information on the state of our economy. Fourth, the task force on productivity and jobs. It'll survey the pace, the reach, the economic impact of new general purpose technologies, including AI, and explore the implications for the Fed in pursuit of our employment and inflation mandates. The last task force, the one on inflation frameworks, that'll examine the drivers of inflation, first principles, and weigh the full range of ideas for delivering price stability in a changing economy. You'll hear quite a bit more about these task forces and this overall initiative in the coming weeks. Enough for now to make a simple statement. Each task force will serve an objective shared by everyone in the system.
I'm going to
shared by
pause him
everyone
just a
around that
second,
table
or
that I
silence
sat
him just
with
for a
over the last
second. You
couple
can
of
still see
days.
the quote or
A
the
Federal
text on
Reserve
screen,
that-
but just want to summarize a few things that he's talked about so far. So right off the bat, he said his goal is to get monetary policy right. He said, oh, we're getting a nice push. Okay, maybe I'll wait to do this because already starting to take questions.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, Chairman Howard Schneider with Reuters. Good to see you again.
I think we should watch this.
And welcome back. This is a lot to be putting in motion so fast. What is the timeline you have in mind for each of these?
So I think it'll depend on the task force. It also depends on the urgency in which we need clear answers. My expectation, I'm still in the business of recruiting and finalizing them. My expectation is the task forces will begin work in the next couple of weeks, and we'll start to get some more information from them, some more framing of how they see things starting in the fall end, hopefully most, if not all of them, concluding by year end.
And just specifically on the inflation
Great pushes so far. We're
framework,
getting the
you
squeeze
talk
type
about
action we're
first
looking for.
principles. Does this
Now,
include
next stop
a
is going to be that
review
7,500,
of
which
the
we're very
2%
close to,
target
2 points
itself?
away. Through
You
that, VWAP's
mentioned that things
6
to the
points
right of the
ahead.
decimal
Through that,
point
we go
don't
for the
matter.
complete engulf at
Should this be starting
75.18.
from a premise that 2% as a point estimate is too strict?
Let me break that into two pieces. First, on the inflation framework review, their remit is
Sellers are
what
going to
are
try right
drivers
now.
of
We're
inflation?
watching the back
What's
test of the
Fed's
previous high. I'll draw that
responsibility
out.
for inflation. In part, how do we measure inflation? But that'll overlap with my data group. On the 2% inflation objective, that is the Federal Reserve's long-held objective of 2%. You've heard me say before, I tend to focus on the left of the decimal point. Well, the 2 is the left of the decimal point. For now, 0 is to the right. I see no reason until we have established our commitment and ability to deliver on the 2% inflation objective to revisit that. So that'll be outside the scope of what we're taking on.
Colby.
Thank you so much, Colby.
I have a feeling this is going to be briefer than we're used to with Powell. So
and in the policy
I will hold
statement,
off and wait
it includes
to
this
start
pledge
yapping.
to deliver price stability, as you've reiterated today. But looking at the SEP, the bulk of your colleagues expect core PCE to run around 3.3% by year end, and for the 2% inflation target not to be reached until 2028. So I'm curious how patient you think the Fed can afford to be at this juncture in terms of waiting for one-time inflation waves to wash through and for underlying inflation to step down after so many years of inflation running above target, and under what circumstances you would support the Fed taking some action and raising rates.
Sure. So quite a bit there. Let me try to break that into pieces. First, we have the capability and commitment to deliver on our price stability objective of 2%. That's exactly what we're going to do. In the Fed's review of its strategy over the last any number of years, in January, the Fed, including the strategy that we're still bound by, the Fed statement says that inflation is primarily determined by monetary policy. You bet it is. I've said for years inflation is a choice. You bet it is. And today I'm announcing that this committee unambiguously and unanimously have decided we are going to deliver on that. The rest of your questions sounded like an encouragement for me to give forward guidance. We dropped forward guidance. Some along the committee, I think, dropped it, I suspect, from our discussion the last couple of days, because they said at this moment in time, it doesn't feel as though providing forward guidance is right. Others have, I'd say, different views and think as a general proposition, forward guidance isn't the business we should be in. But that'll be taken up by the Task Force on Communications and my policymaker colleagues. We're going to listen hard to what the experts say and make our own decision. But I can't give any forward guidance about what we're going to do next. The good news is we'll be meeting in 6 weeks.
So just following up, I guess, on the current policy settings, then I am curious how restrictive you think things are at the current moment, given
it's very tight
the
in the
flow
past
of
5
data
minutes
that
of price
we've seen
action,
and,
which
you
is,
know, forecasts that
I
are
guess it makes sense. It's kind of ironic considering he's saying, hey, you're not getting any forward guidance from this guy. Nice try, though. But market seems very constructive, wanting to push up, very tight right now.
If I look at the housing markets as one example,
Did the quick
Fed
back test of
policy
this little
isn't
level,
the
barely
single
tapped it,
determinant
now
of the
pushing
state
up
of the housing
again. See if
market.
it reaches for the
But I would
VWAP for
say
that. It's now
there,
into
Fed
over
policy appears
7,500.
to be somewhat restrictive.
Big level.
I would have a hard time managing to say those words if I were to see what's happening in financial markets. So I'd say it's uneven. That's perhaps a function of different transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, whether monetary policy is coming from our interest rate tool or our balance sheet tool. But the good news, we have a task force on that too, and the balance sheet task force will be looking more at that subject.
You said you don't like forward guidance. You dropped it from the statement this time. But with the dot plot, 9 members suggested that they want a rate increase by the end of the year. And the markets have
Big green candle all the way up to VWAP. Whoa,
so
boom.
What does this mean in terms of
You're juicing.
how
Love it.
you guide the markets and in terms
I wish I was
of
more
what the dot plot is?
We're gonna cure your bearish
same answer I gave
brain
to
virus
Smith
that
without
seems
a task force.
you're afflicted with. I know many
I'll
such
give you
cases.
a little bit more.
It's hard to go long when everything seems so
I reviewed
overvalued.
the dot
But
plots, and when I saw the submissions,
we'll work on it, 'cause, man, what a crazy reversal. Beautiful.
The big erasers.
Well, I'm glad I didn't sell anything at the very
That's
least
to
in my
say
long-term
that
stuff.
I think my
I wish I bought a
colleagues
bunch,
around the
but
table when they submitted their dots understand the world is changing.
hey,
quite quickly.
we identified
And they didn't
this
feel
being a
bound by them
capitulation
6
low. You
weeks from now or
closed
6
a lot of
days
your
from
stuff
now
on the
in the
initial
event
push down.
that their
Beautiful trade there.
circumstances change.
Then you identified that this could be
I'll note a
rolling
couple
again,
other things.
but you
What I
defined
put
your
around
risk.
the
You said you
table
free rolled the trade early, so beautiful
was,
job there.
as they
So
submitted
even
their
though you're
modal
bearish
forecasts,
biased, you
the
made
modal
money.
forecasts,
You know,
to be clear,
I
were-
missed the
this
first move
was
entirely. I'm
more
bullish
likely
biased. I
than
made money.
not.
So we can both eat here. You
This
know,
was
it's a
more
good
likely
situation
than their
when you
other
get these.
scenarios.
I think the best example,
So I didn't
or that's the
hear,
best thing. Let me do this real quick. That's what these liquidity grabs are. This type of move where we're in upward trending tape, we get a big knife down and then we recover back up here. Everybody gets to eat. And so that's the market likes to do this, you know? So if you just lean with the market, move with the market, you'll catch these crazy moves. Alejandro caught it down. Maybe you missed that one. Then you wait for your spot.
I've been
What's that?
Someone said I got cooked.
She got cooked. No. You must have missed the part where she read the news. She said, I'm waiting for any green candle after this. She got her wick up. She got in, perfect entry there. And then she was exiting on this last candle into this zone, right in the confluence with our level. Right now, by the way, we are seeing the rejection over VWAP, over this mitigation zone. It doesn't look like a hard rejection yet, but just healthy to see price step back, or price action stepping back in, sellers stepping back in just a little bit there. Let's see what he has to say here.
Deliver on the remit that Congress gave us to deliver on price stability. And there was no disagreement on any of those points.
At the risk of
sorry, really quickly, I have a trade that's going crazy. I need to manage this Intel trade. That's enough for me. That's a big push up here.
What is your feeling about these news conferences? Are you going to
it's an intraday.
continue,
It's a this one was a weekly
meeting?
option, so I should be responsible.
Do you find them useful? What is the future for the way Kevin Warsh will communicate?
Well, this one's probably got another 15 or 20 minutes in it, so I don't want to prejudge the outcome.
He's got jokes, all right.
Conferences can be a very useful way to communicate with households, businesses, and more broadly, through using the likes of you. I had a great old mentor named George Schultz, and his mantra was press conferences are useful, but when you have one, you want to make sure you have something important to say. Today, I think we had something important to say about our commitment to deliver on price stability, our commitment to rethink practices with an eye of moving the Fed forward, and to give you and the American people a sense that these aren't idle thoughts, these are concrete thoughts, that we're going to seek out the best minds.
Trying to get filled.
The best
Jeez.
thinking inside of the Federal Reserve.
Come on, man. Give me a balance to get out here.
Business and economics and the academy and technology and the rest to
You don't
share
mark
their
it out?
views. That's what we're going to be doing here
I
in the
do.
pursuit of truth.
I was using a limit order, though.
I think
There
we're
we
gonna
go.
come up
Got
with
filled on the
some
bounce.
new and interesting things. We
It's
made
a
some
short-dated
changes
option.
today.
It was
I
up a
expect more
lot. I
changes
didn't want to
come.
get gouged too much. It was down like 30% of those two
and some of those
candles.
might
So
well be
when it
worthy of a
filled up there, it was maybe 10, 15% from the high there. Probably still, pardon me, keeps going, but I just wanted to lock in a nice 75% win in a few minutes.
Could you give us a sense of how you
Yeah, it does
see
look like it's probably going higher, though.
more in the
Oh, well.
long term? I know you may not want to comment on the ups and downs, but is
Go back
this
to SPX here.
mainly driven by energy
Nice
prices
recovery
and
there.
the Iran war at this point, or do you have any concerns
That's why I
about
didn't want to mark it
underlying
out, because it was going to be like,
inflation
I knew it was
pressures
just
in
going to be
the
volatile
economy?
for a few candles at least.
So I can't do much better than the committee
All
just
right.
did. So let me restate it. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have driven price increases in certain sectors, including energy. The paragraph goes on to say, but to be clear, the Fed will deliver price stability. My own judgment is the committee spent quite a bit of time, not just in 2 days, but over iterations of a couple of weeks. That's what we're prepared to say about inflation, but the commitment to deliver is strong, unanimous, and unambiguous. And that's, I think, an important message. We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to fix that.
Well, great. And then just on
Interesting
your,
stuff. We have a lot to
data
talk
task
about
force and
once
everything else. I mean, generally
he stops
speaking,
talking, which will probably be in 12 minutes.
I think people feel the Fed looks at everything already. Certainly, that was the sense from before. Is there data that you feel is not given enough weight? I mean, you mentioned the trimmed mean in the past, but again, that's well known to certainly most Fed members. So what is that task force looking at, and what might be the? I mean, I know you don't want to prejudge the outcome, but are there examples of data that you expect might be given more weight? Thank you.
So you're answering my question. So let me say I don't want to prejudge the outcome. I also don't want to say too much about what they're going to do because I still have a phone call or two to make before I've nailed down the people that are doing that. I'm interested in what the outside experts' view is on the subject. I'll say this generally. Most of the data that central bankers and other government officials in the United States consume come with old-fashioned survey methods, a national accounts of what the U.S. economy looks like that looks very little like the U.S. economy in 2026. Survey methods that don't have response rates that we need, asking questions that might have been quite applicable a generation ago that are less applicable now. So even inside of official statistics, I would be open-minded if the task force and our own best thinking had recommendations how those official statistics can be
So definitely a
brought up
seller
to
view
a
up still.
standard of our
We're coming
time
back into the
using
9.
analytic methods.
Still healthy price action.
Also say
Just
this,
losing the 7,500
almost
level.
every private
But
company
not a hard
CEO
loss.
that's
So I want to
running
see what we
his or
do
her
as we consolidate
business
around here.
are doing so with real-time information that isn't subject to much revision, that is telling them what just happened at that very moment. As you know, there are normal, long and variable lags in the conduct of monetary policy. What we're really interested in is what's happening right now. What we're less interested in is echoes of history. And you're hearing from my answer that some of the data that we receive, that we're waiting on, the first Friday after the month, the payroll index or something else, that might be an echo of history that's quite useful on its third revision. We need to take those error bounds down because we have to make hard decisions in real time. I'm really open-minded that there is a lot of new data sources that we can learn from the private sector, from reforms in the official sector, and new analytic techniques that are far more refined than asking a simple question about whether something was core or non-core.
All right, is he done?
Mr. Chairman, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business.
Nope.
So if you don't give
so in general,
a lot of
Alejandro, how are you feeling about this so far? What do you think about the price action we're seeing?
Shouldn't Americans have more access to what you're thinking going forward?
I feel confused.
So I think
You can have some reduction here and things to come down, but there's also lag. You can add this area of support going higher to 65, probably to sweep a new high day. I mean, create a day. I would love to get to do that.
I know, but that's the thing though, is because I do too, right? I was thinking it didn't feel. I have a little bit of OCD, and it did not feel good to see this wick here. I was like, come on, like I'm a bull, and I still wanted to see it fill all the way, you know.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You're saying it, I'm saying it. I bet a lot of other traders are saying it too. What if that's the fuel? Everybody was expecting to short till there. They held their shorts too long. They didn't have the discipline you did to stop out on that first big green candle when you knew you were wrong on that. You know, not wrong. You were right. And you captured your move and said, all right, it's time to chill. You called the bottom there. So great job there. I don't know if it has to fill. This seems like a strong reversal, but what we really need to see is a break over this previous high. I'm seeing that kind of surge in this candle right here. So I'm talking faster, going to a 1 minute chart. Yeah, nice pop candle here. That's still buyers here. They're coming in right over my other system here, the hourly trigger system, this green little stair-stepped line. Nice reclaim, just bopping under a VWAP. Alejandro, I really like this. I think that we're still going higher, and we just need to consolidate a little more. But I'm just looking for price acceptance into really just like a beach ball underwater anytime it's under this 7,500. Like you pull it underwater and it wants to shoot back up to the equilibrium. So as long as we get that.
They're saying I have an echo.
What was up?
They're saying I have an echo.
You have an echo. Let's see. Say something else.
Hello? How come this it's still there?
I'm not hearing an echo, but let me try to solve that. It might be something to do with the fact that I'm sharing sound for Mr. Warsh here. So
say happen once you're sharing.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. For me, you're like actually cutting out a tiny bit.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, kind of like what has happened to Josh earlier. It's probably EV Mux messing with you. So no worries.
Yeah, probably. It started happening, but it happened when you pulled up Warsh.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm sure it's something that is. I'm dumb, Alejandro, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
You're very intelligent.
Well, thank you. Something's up, and we're gonna get to the bottom of that. But I just don't.
I'll just shut up.
No, by all means, feel free to keep chiming in. But I'm gonna work on fixing that in the background. And sorry, I haven't been able to keep track of comments. Been bouncing between a billion tabs. I'm also summarizing everything that's being said right now, so we'll have a nice little thing to talk about after this. I just don't want to cut our man off. It's interesting having a new guy up here though. It feels weird. I'm so used to Powell. He's been like my guy for like basically he's when I started active trading, Alejandro. So I feel like nostalgic already and like wistful, but it is interesting seeing a new style. Do you like his vibes? Can I get a vibe check on Warsh here? Yeah, I'm sorry. You said you weren't talking. Now I'm asking you questions. 2 thumbs sideways. We'll go with that. All right, I'm gonna let him finish up. It'll only be a few more minutes. Spy's fallen a little bit here, and then we'll get into the good stuff.
Make sure when you establish a task force that the group that's going to be the recipient of the information feels as though they've got some equities in it too. That's why we're looking for, haven't done the final roll call, some of the most significant talent we have in the building and across the reserve banks on each of these, and in some sense seconding them to this group for a period of some number of months, so that the leaders of the task force know what the most analytical central bank in the world thinks about that. They can reflect on it in a final best practice.
Smoking on down. So clearly it's still a seller at 7,500. We wanted beach ball underwater. We did not get it. So the pop above the hourly trigger is being rejected at this point. Got to be real with that. So now we are seeing what we're doing. Worst case is this could be a little bear flag.
Have a good family fight about it. But what comes from them,
that would look like something like this. I'm going to be watching this uptrend line here. Make that a little bit brighter.
I even see a head and shoulders.
See a head and shoulders? Okay. On a 1 minute, or what time frame are we looking at?
On your chart, 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So yeah, kind of like is this the head here? Or is this is this the head and this the shoulder?
Well, the right shoulder should be I don't think.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So something like,
I don't trade patterns, but it's sideways flush to the
yeah. I like it, and I like your not trading patterns thing too, because like head and shoulders 60% win rate. Sure, if it stacks with other things, that can be a good sign. But we need more than just that.
Short.
You getting short? I see it. It broke the trend line. So for me, I would want to see just a little pop, just like you did last time with that green candle up. But you might just, a lot of times I don't get filled on those when I'm greedy about the fills. So you got the direction right. It looks like here you're already in profit. I love it. Let's see. Where are you looking to take some off?
Nice.
Yeah, nice push there. Let me know when you lock some in there. I'm curious. I'm going to pop back on.
But I would like to see another drop. I can move my risk into profit or at least break even.
Okay, right on. Looking like just a little bit of a buyer, just off the kind of equilibrium of the last consolidation, but not surprising. Just wiggling. Definitely shook something loose here.
Come on, baby. Pay for my lunch.
There you go. That's I'm too stressed, Alejandro. I'm too stressed to take big trades on stream lately. I've just have too much going on in my life, so I'm just doing the pizza money trades on stream. You know, that's the only way I can be chill.
I'm moving risk free.
Nice.
I only took one mic.
Looks like we swept the previous little swing low there. Real nice action there. And this is not what bulls wanted to see. And I need to keep on checking my feed, seeing what Warsh is yapping about. I've seen a lot of task force memes. Those are going to be fun.
I took a red trade. I was down 400. Right now, I closed at green.
You said you closed in the green?
If I close it, I'll be in the green.
Oh, beautiful. And that's awesome. Whenever you can just kind of scrape your way back into a green day, really does well to kind of build that confidence that you can trade any scenarios, right? Like, it doesn't matter what the market gives us. We can find our little edge. And bear with me one sec while I'm trying to keep synthesizing all this news. It's a lot to manage here. He should be wrapping up any second, but then we'll have a nice summary to talk about, and we'll make sure, Alejandro, that you're not echoing. And although you sound great to me, so sorry if there's still a problem in the chat. We're going to work that out, I promise. But he should be done in just a second here.
Oh no. I'm wants to form that other right shoulder give us another drop.
Yeah, I mean, it could. And so that would be something like that. And that would be, I mean, that's where I want it to pop to invalidate this potential bearishness too. And I'm just a bull at heart. I got little swings. I lost about 2 pizzas worth on that little pullback here. So I'm really glad I closed my Intel, I believe. Maybe it's screaming higher. Yeah, okay, it was a good close, right about in this, 124. So happy with that. Really quickly, I'll go over my other swing trades. I'm in FCX, but I'll go for an hourly chart because that's what really matters, I think. I think this thing's on the verge of a major breakout. If I'm wrong, I get smoked for the value of my contract. That is okay. It's a monthly contract there. Also have a monthly contract on FLNC, another one that I think is a really tight consolidation. Not acting exactly how I want in the last hour here with that little pullback, but I think it's still healthy. Still holding this one, as well as my last is LPTH. Also a monthly. I'm a degen, but I think these are launch pads. I think these all have the potential to double or more. I'm in a monthly 17.5 call here, looking for kind of a repeat of this same type of flag pattern that we got the pop of. Flag pattern here, getting the pop. Now let's get back to SPX and see what's cooking.
Is he still talking? Yeah.
Still talking.
Does he have like a time limit?
Oh, I don't think he does have a time limit. I'm assume with his whole thing of not wanting to, talk as much as Powell, that he would be shorter than Powell or the same at the very least. So I want to see. I think they're usually half an hour. I do believe. Now I'm like going crazy. I'm like, I've watched, I don't know, 50 of these or something, a lot of these, and I can't actually remember because I'm always like just watching the candles so much. I am seeing, speaking of which, Spy's trying to get some traction here. That was a sharp candle. I'm going to turn him back on here.
Just make one other point. You talked about
Spy trying for the reclaim. Let's see where the sellers step in. It's going to be important to watch.
I don't believe that we have a clear choice. I don't share.
I like it. I'd be flat here, and like I said, essentially am. I gained one of my pizzas back though, Alejandro, so I get to eat tonight. That's good.
You got to choose, and you're going to have to decide whether you're willing to tolerate higher inflation to put more people at work. I don't believe in that. What I believe
Don't say inflation.
Is if we do
Don't say inflation.
We can make strong growth.
Damn,
lower prices.
That's frustrating. It didn't look.
And so what you heard from the
man, the candle was so strong until almost the very end of it. And the very end of it, it went to the very bottom to close bearish. That's such a trappy candle there.
Thank you, Nick Timmeros.
I'm still like I have no idea what's going to happen here. You might get exactly what you thought, to be honest, and that's.
If credibility requires
that's frustrating.
The move would be to tighten, or at least to threaten to. Now, you didn't do that today. Why not?
But maybe this is a higher low on the 1 minute, and maybe it rips higher in a second, because we don't know, because anything he says could really change this pretty drastically, which is why we're not seeing super clean price action. We did see the double bottom, and it mitigated the sell, came back up to where we sold from, but then we still saw a sell from there. So it still is kind of muddy and choppy here. I personally think that the cover, when you saw the big candle, no harm in that at all. No harm in that at all.
Is AI adding more to demand or to supply?
It's a good question.
This is interesting. I want to hear what he says.
At the central bank in an economics profession, what we spend most of our time doing is counting demand. It's easier. We can see it, we can count it, we can check it, we can revise it. What we do, though, is we infer supply. You'll notice in the second paragraph of what one of your colleagues described as a very short statement, we have a sentence on the demand side and a sentence about the same length on the supply side. Just because we can count one better than the other doesn't mean we're going to favor one.
It is possible that gap fill is still on the table. It is kind of just sitting there.
The growth of data centers and
I just
infrastructure.
don't know if it has to fill. Let's find out.
We're counting the demand
Let's find out. The rejection of VWAP was pretty gnarly. So I want to see what price does after Warsh stops talking. I think that'll be pretty kind of what we need to wait for a clear indication.
The extent of the growth in the supply side. It may well be an intuition the supply side is going to expand, but it'll take longer. I just describe it this way. There's a race between supply and demand. Milton Friedman says that the only thing we know about economics is that there's a supply line and a demand line they ultimately cross. When they cross and what are the implications for policy? The good news for you is we have a task force for that.
We got a task force for it. I feel like that's going to be the new meme. You got a problem? Get a task force
for
that.
Like on the task force on data that you were looking at overhauling or completely overhauling the system of national accounts, the way the government mines the economy. Is that your ambition?
In a word, no. In a few words, much of this data gathering happens in other government agencies to which we owe a tremendous
Looking heavy, still rejecting that 9-minute moving average, but I just got to see where this. I'm going to look for the 5 minutes to start closing. We just got a 5-minute
Fed
close.
staff have already begun to develop about things that they could
5-minute
be
pivot starting to form here. It's 7471.
We're not going to hesitate.
7471 SPX.
And I don't want to try to delineate
Spy.
the four corners of the research.
I'd be
on the
done
task
with
force
that
on
one.
data. But I do think there will be a review of official statistics.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Alejandro.
And
Let me
at least
pause
as
the.
important a view of bringing the best
Mr.
practices.
Warsh. Say that again, and a little jump on SPY, by the way.
Yeah,
I see that.
I would say that if it stays below the price of 33.45, I'm going to give it another 5 the short side.
Another try on the short side. Yeah, you're looking for that kind of the shoulder to develop there.
Yeah, but if
Yeah.
not, then I'm just looking for the low.
For sure. Yeah, it's these are really hard for me to read, and usually in my personal accounts, I don't even trade these at all, just because it's such a mess. You know, it's just it makes me feel dumb because I never know what I'm going to get really. And usually price action kind of shapes up, tightens up, and acts better when you wait for it to kind of settle after he stops talking, after the market kind of gets the jitters out, flushes this out, and you can start to kind of especially even in the next day. I don't even like trading in these days at all. But sometimes you get, at the very least, you get some really actionable quick scalps if you're fast like yourself. I'm a little slower now. I'm tired, so I'm chilling. I'm making or losing one pizza at a time here in my little gamble account with my FLNC, FCX, and LPTH. But I got a feeling that it wants to curl up. But it's just vibes, guys. Just vibes. Turn down my volume. I apologize. What we're going to do is I'm going to keep letting you know what Warsh is saying. I have an updater going, but I think that messed up our audio here. So I'm going to stop Mr. Warsh here, and we're going to redo this. Thanks for your patience.
The 15-minute and the 1 hour looks really weak as well, which is why I'm aiming more for the downside. But I do see those higher lows forming on the 1 minute. So
it's hard for me to read. Like the 15-minute looks oversold to me, but I can't say it looks good. Like the oscillator, this is definitely like sketchy, But let me look at that hourly. Hourly still has an expansion down, so I can't deny your analysis is good. Cannot lie. I just don't want it because I have longs and I don't really want to open a short. But that never is a good trading strategy, is it? And I'm seeing these top wicks every time it's over the 9 minutes. So as of now, we are still heavy here, and your little lines here might be starting to play out. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep some tabs on it. I'm going to bounce around to some other stocks.
if it fails that little bear flag, I can enter in on the retest of the bear flag. But if not,
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to sit on my hands.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking like, okay, 1, 2, 3 attempts to push up, all getting kind of squashed, but there's still green candles. So we need to get some decision soon. This might be the candle where we get decision. I would imagine pretty soon we're either going to see this level actually reject, or the shorts who are trying to bop us down eventually back out. So one way or the other in the next 5 minutes, 2-3 minutes, expecting a little break of this tight 5-10 minute range we've been in. Let's see it.
Weakness.
One weakness,
I want to get a good entry. Like right now that would be a really good entry, but I hesitated.
We can look see that 1 minute fair value gap that just opened? You can look for a wick back into that as the moving average comes down too, like the 9 minute moving average. Do you use moving averages?
I don't use anything.
No, you're a purist. Okay, all right, I see. I was like you too. but they're comfortable. So I like them for situations like that. There's still time. There's still time. It'll give us an entry, I'm sure.
I wanted to have a good entry so that my risk is not too wide, but let's see.
Let's see what we get. So first off, we have this about to be the break of this range. I'm going to redraw this a little to show that.
Hopefully it doesn't reclaim this. Yeah.
Well, let's see.
8 seconds.
Could look for.
It'd be so cool if this plays out because that's a beautiful head and shoulders.
Yeah, you can also just play the momentum here. Like that's valid. Just you got to be fast and not go down with the ship if it wipes you back the other way, and it's just reaching for liquidity below. Because until it breaks these lows, I mean, it did violate this recent one, but we're still under the the big sweep low. So there is the chance that this thing does try to push higher. Let's see.
If it taps into the 74.56?
Well, just if it doesn't hold, if it doesn't break the initial impulse move low, it can always do some whippy, messy stuff. Just it can just be tricky. I'm sorry. Let me make sure. Is he still talking? Took him off my screen for a second. What is he saying? I'm trying to keep up with everything here. Okay, we are getting that nice pull down now.
My entry.
Maybe it back tests the low now.
No.
So that might be the last swing
When I
low.
hesitated, that was the entry.
It happens. Yeah. It happens. Again, it's just lower probability right now too. So don't beat yourself up if you miss anything. I'm not even looking to get involved with this. I'm just watching myself lose. Oh, now I'm down 3 pizzas. Down 3 pizzas. And he's still talking.
Wow.
A little chatterbox here.
It's giving me a retest right now. I see another 1 minute bearish fair value gap, so I would like to utilize that as a risk.
So I'll draw this yellow zone as the fair value gap on the 1 minute here. But here's the thing, if it taps up into this, then it's engulfed on the 1 minute, and it could be a higher low. So just I have no idea is kind of my point here.
Yeah. If I see a higher low, then I'm not going to touch it.
Definitely. But it is working its way down as of now. I want to see what it does. If the trend holds with this 9 minute moving average that's reaching up to test right now. If it gets strong through here, it might be the change of trend because in the past 15 minutes, it hasn't been able to break. And see, there's that strong candle. Now it's a little smoke stick. So now the bulls are trying to basically do a little failed auction where, the bears thought that they were getting this. We get the first leg and then it whips back up. And then it can trap the shorts who are expecting this to continue like we were talking about. Just because, like I was saying, there's no confirmation yet. So I was not predicting this. I just was basically predicting somebody getting messed with,
Yeah, no, I'm not touching it. I'm done for the day.
Yeah, I respect that. And Alejandro, tomorrow there's going to be such better trades, I feel like.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow and then especially next week because this is a short week. So it's just kind of weird. A lot of big traders, they're not really involved. A lot of institutions, they're kind of not doing a ton this week. Tyler in the chat. Sorry, now I'm able to kind of start looking at comments here again. Tyler in the chat with the boom. He was talking Paladine. I want to talk about Paladine. Oh, and Fermi was a really nice basing chart as well. I just could not buy the narrative because it was such a weird situation fundamentally. But hey, sometimes the worst companies that everybody thinks are going bankrupt actually end up being great opportunities. So let me see.
I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. My friend's bringing me my lunch because I couldn't get out.
A good friend. That's a good friend. All right, guys. So in a second, I will have a little summary for y'all. Let me see if he's still. I think he finally left. Okay, he's finally done talking. That's what the big candle was. Apologies for the late read on that. So yeah, we got Warsh out of there. Now we got the reverse of trend so far, the start of a reverse of trend. You can see we're just back up over these short-term moving averages on a higher time frame chart. We are oversold on the 15-minute, trying to get some traction. We still do have room to push down on the hourly if we want. So, just keep that in mind. We could keep dipping. Nothing's written in stone. Nothing says we have to bounce, but this is often when you can get a change of the trend. And we do technically have a nice W base here where we have a higher low. We have a higher low. Something to consider here. Give me 1 second. Okay, a little bit of a pullback now. We're going to see if we can hold these moving averages. Just see how nothing's really following through. It's just really hard to make a lot of money outside of quick scalps. So you can see that we have these zones drawn, and they are like coming back, retesting, and giving you pops off of them. You're seeing these ones as well. You know, this overshoots a little, but VWAP, there was a good short there, good short on the back test here, and you get a few candles down. But for me, it's like, okay, if I was getting long in here like we talked about, I didn't actually take the trade, but I was just saying, hey, see what it does at VWAP. If we get VWAP and find acceptance, we can engulf the whole thing and really start ripping. But otherwise, this is where shorts step back in. They did indeed step back in, and now it's the same kind of thing. Are we going to go break the range and just fall off the face of the earth? Well, maybe, or maybe, you know, it aligns with when he stops talking. We get a little bit of a surge up here, and it kind of keeps us in this consolidation pattern and gives us the chance, gives bulls the chance to push back up into VWAP again and flip it. So let's talk a little bit about just a little recap of what we saw with Warsh here. We just got through the conference here. It's his first one as Fed chair, and I think there's a good amount to unpack. This wasn't a Powell presser. You know, the tone, the structure, the philosophy, they were all pretty different, and I think we should talk about that. So let's walk through it. So first off, the decision, you know, rates on hold, basically kind of a hold but don't get comfortable. So none of the 19 at the table felt that they needed to tighten today, but Warsh was crystal clear. We have work to do on on the price stability front. So inflation is well ahead of the 2% goal, and I think that's what definitely comprised of a decent amount of this initial shock down when we just heard this kind of first bullet point here. You know, and persistently high prices are still a burden. So critically, he said that the recent past need not be a prologue, right? So he's not accepting elevated inflation as the baseline here. So next point I want to talk about, he's talked about financial conditions are not tight. So here's, there was a line that I think is kind of a pretty important part here. A little bit of a sleeper headline. What's that?
I came back and it's not holding.
It just didn't hold. That's what I'm saying. Alejandro, nothing's sticking. It's just so like wishy-washy. I don't even know, you know? Even now, it's like he stopped talking. We got the pop. Market's not holding. Market's not holding for now. So it does seem like it just wants to kind of continue to give sloppy price action. Maybe this is really neat price action if you're a bear. For me, it's a little bit wonky, and I'm fine sitting out on here. But I was just going over, you know, a few bullet points from the presser here.
I was listening.
What was that?
I was listening.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry. Looking at this low to breach, and maybe it just continues on down this path just after a little fake back up there. Tricky price action. We shall see. We were talking about financial conditions not being super tight. So he basically said it's hard to say policy is restrictive anywhere but in housing. So that's a big deal. He's basically telling us that even with rates where they are, financial markets aren't really feeling it, and credit is flowing, equities are elevated, and liquidity is ample. So housing is the only place that you actually kind of feel that squeeze, and that's a clear, it's quiet, but you know, it is a clear justification for future hikes. We are also, I think he mentioned, let's see, he's not buying the stagflation trap, essentially. He pushed back on the idea that the Fed faces a cruel choice between full employment and stable prices. He doesn't buy that stagflation framing. He's saying that the economy is expanding at a solid pace, and the FOMC is unanimous on delivering that price stability. So no second round price effects will be tolerated, and that's the tariff pass-through warning. You can kind of think of it like that. So, oh yeah, the next one's really important, I think, and I almost forgot to mention it. Forward guidance, it's dead. Pour one out for forward guidance. We got to talk about the communication overhaul here, because that's where Warsh really breaks from the Powell era. So forward guidance, completely gone, like I mentioned. He said explicitly that it is not well suited to the current policy state. The statement was shorter, simpler, stripped of older language, and he did not submit a dot plot or a dot on the dot plot. He said that submitting a dot is not helpful in the conduct of policy, and he noted that the dots that did come in arrived with pencils that have big erasers, meaning policymakers don't feel bound by them anyway, so why are we even doing them? So we shall see how this plays out. And we're seeing the market kind of lukewarm on it so far. Let's see, I have a few more points here. The task force structure, we got to talk them task forces. Meanwhile, SPX breaking down under that 74.50, and these are pretty big candles here, guys. So now we are about to lose this previous low, and it seems like, Alejandra, this is playing out. Where would we maybe go down to? The 74.14 looks intriguing, and I can pull more gamma levels after that, but we were seeing the 73.76 put wall still lit up here. Still lit up here all day. So interesting to see.
I couldn't hold it. I had to
Couldn't
jump
hold?
in.
You jumped in? Hey.
Yeah.
If you're in, you're in.
But
It's a great.
now. I'm break even, so risk free.
Love it. Break even on the day?
No, like if the trade goes the opposite way, I'll break even.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Nice, risk-free, beautiful, nice. And so yeah, a little minor level of gamma here, but let me actually update these levels for us. So I'll go to my spreadsheet, go to 1 DTE, copy, sorry, cat background, there we go. So now I'm inputting my new levels here that are updated on real time, and we'll see how this changes. Oh man, yeah, a lot of added liquidity down here, gamma exposure down here at the 73.30, and the 73.78 also still lit up quite heavily. So we do have room to the downside if we lose zero gamma at 74.20. 74.20, and I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see the relevance of these levels. We are close to filling the gap. That's going to be zero gamma will be just like an overshoot of filling the gap. Just getting close there. And bigger levels down below. That's spooky. Definitely spooky because we still haven't achieved the new all-time highs here on SPX. That's a pretty decent divergence from, I can overlay Qs.
If I get stopped out again, I'm so annoyed.
What's happening now? Let me look back at the 1 minute. Man, the volatility, it's going to keep picking up like this, you know, right now. So it's back testing the previous low there. Back testing the previous low and still finding sellers. So I think you're still on track for lower. But, you know, if the 74.50 reclaims, then we could see a little bit of a boost. So far, what I'm seeing is definitely the heaviness down below. And that is a spooky, spooky, spooky picture there. Spooky picture. Let's see what else we got. Sorry, just looking at a few other things on my side here. Yeah, my momentum play is really giving some of this back. You hate to see it, but I think that we still have time, and I think that, like I was saying, this daily candle is what's going to really matter going forward. And this is a bearish candle giving back our big gap up. But if the war deal sticks, that's tomorrow, if that lands, then we should see a rally back up here. And we should be basically retesting this kind of key zone, key chunky zone where we keep on playing footsies with. On the daily, we are just back at the 21 moving average. So I'd really like to see this 21 day be closed above, and that is 74.40. So going back to a 1 minute chart, we're right under a very important level, and maybe we flush and reclaim into the close. Maybe this was the flush, the reclaim, and now we're going to lose it altogether. Pretty spooky, but 74.40 definitely the level that I want to watch.
This is playing out nicely. Come on, I just want to see that sweep of 30.72, and then if we close below that, I think we'll fill the gap. One micro, $500, not bad.
Very nice, nice trade. So where is the gap fill proper? It is sitting, I think we just did tag it on SPX at least.
Almost. Oh, SPX maybe.
Yeah, 74.32. 74.32 did transact, but still heavy for now. Just because it fills doesn't mean it has to bounce.
Yeah, come on, baby. My water's boiling. 1 sec.
Yeah, talk mentioning OIH. Sorry, I'm just getting a chance to check comments again. OIH, I feel very good about. My friend Kevin Life in our Discord, I was just laughing. He says the law of karma dictates that after all the tech bros dunk on the oil analysts, that oil must rally in their faces. So you might see that. We can look at OIH real quick here. I just want to watch SPX's reaction to this gap fill and see if we find a bid or not. Let's see. It's starting. It's trying.
Oh my God. Come on.
Are they coming for your stops?
Yeah.
How dare
They know I'm here.
You know, this is the 21-day moving average right here. We're testing a reclaim. So just be careful. If we do get that kind of squeeze going back above it, it can really rip it because they're trying to reclaim that big level. But if they can't, this is the pivot where it could reject from. So definitely a good time to watch. I'm even going to reload my gamma once more here to make sure we got nice and accurate info after we're closing that gap. Can't wait for this to be a web app that all updates instantly, but for now I use the instant on the dashboard. That's part of the package. And that gets us most of the way there. Testing this reclaim, such a key level. And I'll pull that up on the daily chart over here too, so you can see. We're fighting for it. Yeah, there it is. All right, so we're going to keep on watching this as it progresses. Any other trades that you are watching? You're not into individual names too much, huh, Alejandro? Just straight futures?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you focus. Sorry, I'm seeing they're trying to reclaim here. Personally, I don't like. It's just there's no trade for me here because the long would be like a little short squeeze scalp after sweeping a previous low, trying to run them out. Right now, there's the seller stepping back in off there. So let's see if they can hold for you. And for me to get long, I'd have to see a higher low. And then I'd have to see a break of that kind of 74.40, the pivot that we're talking about, 74.44, right around there. Rocky and Chad saying SPY is beep. SPY is done for. SPY is cooked. Let's see. If it loses this 21 on the daily, it definitely has room to go lower. But, I don't know. I'm just seeing kind of consolidation. Maybe we look at the weekly and get a better read here.
Well, the 1 hour looks really bearish. Like it. How many minutes until the 1 hour closes?
We have 32 minutes left. So 2 minutes until the half hour.
Market close. It looks good though. It was so close to taking me out. $2 away. 2 points.
Very close, very close. Yeah, so on the hourly now we are testing. We saw a little bit of the bounce there at looks like roughly equilibrium. I'll redraw my fibs. Also that hourly 50 moving average. So just interesting to note there, that responsiveness. The 50% equilibrium of the current range is 74.05. So yeah, we still do have room if we lose this kind of key shelf here at 74.33. 74.33 SPX. And for SPY, that is 742.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. It's getting the push. All right.
Get some money.
Click
Dinner
on that.
money.
That's more than dinner money. That's some good money right there.
I'm up $200 right now.
Let's go. Love it. That's a nice dinner. That's a half a Chipotle burrito bowl at least with inflation. Something like that.
Something like that.
Back lower.
With soda, with the drink and dessert. Look at gold. Gold is so it bounced and then it's like hitting a new low, huh?
That is brutal. Yeah, it's about to fill its gap as well, down to 387.50 on GLD. That is wild. What a rejection, and it looked so good until, well, it didn't, and that just goes to show how these levels, all you can do is say, hey, we have a high here, we have a high here. It's pushing up into it, looks really strong. All I can do is take some profit over this because I know it's a level of interest. All I can do is watch for a flip and a rejection of this level because it's a level of interest. I thought it was going to go higher. I thought it was good for 404, coming back and then testing up into the 410. But hey, all we can do is look at how price acts at these key levels. That's where technical analysis can really help us. Not necessarily telling us what's going to happen, but just telling us where to look for something to happen and just to be ready. Like Talk mentioning, we got some SPY imbalances here on the half an hour mark here we can take a look at. I always like looking at these 30-minute candles. Just good to kind of gauge.
Previous area of support, top of the gap again.
Let's see.
New low, or sweep the previous low to a new low.
We could see a pretty decent washout. I'm afraid to check how many pizzas I'm down. Alejandro, let's see.
Whoever said that they're trimming their position, good job.
Yeah, I like the risk management here. It's just a logical area where you could start to see a bounce. And I'm just not super sure. There's... trying to get a better read here. Hourly, definitely bearish. It's bearish, but it's starting to get oversold. And I'm trying to think about how this day is going to print a candle. And man, I would like to see a bounce pretty quick, but we're just straight up not seeing it. That's crazy. I just wanted to see it close over the 742. There's really 742.80 now that I look at it. And just no dice there. So I'm searching for some other higher liquidity targets that we might be reaching for. And I think those SPX gamma levels are the only thing that I'm seeing. So let me look at those again.
Look for my name on the directory. I'll let you in.
This thing is drilling. Nice short. So this is a big level for me, but if it loses this, I mean, it's got, like I said, 20 points at least.
Oh, there we go. Come on, baby.
More. Whoa, look at the crack. Nice job.
Yes, we're cooking.
Princeton, there we go. I wish Ayush was here so he could hit us with the leprechaun. Have you seen the dancing leprechaun when we make money?
Yeah, I have.
It's so cute.
I want
my own. Killer trade. Still cooking on down.
Let's go. I'm green for the day. No reds today.
Must be solid green now. Poker Face saying SPY 742.55 is the 161 retracement. Interesting. Let me take a look at that. I do love those 162, 161 retracements.
I'm moving my risk into profit.
Awesome. Let me try to find this fib extension.
My friend is coming up to bring my lunch, so I probably have to go within the next minute here.
Yeah, no worries. Been nice having you on. Really nice trade. That always feels good. Log off with a nice win in your pocket.
Yeah.
Very cool. Are you going to leave it open, or are you just going to lock it out here?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave it open. I have my buy order.
Beautiful. So your risk is defined. It's a win.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great job. Nice trading there. We still got half an hour left, 25 minutes. So you can get some more downside here for sure.
Yeah, for sure. As long as it doesn't do some BS move and take me out before it continues to come down.
Yeah, this is a wild sell, by the way, guys. Just to let you guys know the magnitude here. Just while we've been on camera, we've seen a 1% drop, a 1% rip, and now a 1.2% drop. So wild price action here as we swing. Just massive points here. So guys, Alejandro caught the first short. We called out the higher low that got us back to VWAP, said that was the sell. I think Alejandro caught the second short right about here too. Yeah, and she's printing. She got back in here. She got stopped out here. Maybe it's for a small win, something like that. So at the very least, 2 big wins. Awesome job there. And we gave you, I think, 3 or 4 out of these 5 or 6 moves that have gotten here. So I love it.
All right, guys.
Putting the team on your back there.
I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy my lunch.
Absolutely. You earned it. Great trading. See you next time.
Okay. Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right. And she's off into the sunset. How about that, guys? Just making it look easy. Making it look easy, catching a couple shorts. Like she said, she doesn't like to long. So that's fine. If you don't like to long, just catch these shorts. Easy money there. So now we are looking and seeing if SPX can gain a little traction off of that low. See if it can push back up, reclaim some stuff here. SPY. Let's see. Oh, Poker Face. I'm glad to have you around because I see that you are perhaps an Elliott wave trader. You like fibs as well. So we're going to have to talk. I'm not sure I'm seeing. Where are you drawing your 168 extension fib from? That's what I'm a little unclear on. But I'm sure we can find it. What else we got? Poker Face saying it will bounce. Let's see. It's an area of interest for me as well. Higher N asking, will it go more down? Should I hold or book profit? I would definitely be booking all but down to a runner. All but down to a runner. Like Alejandra's doing, she can walk away and enjoy her lunch because her risk has been defined. She's put her stop into profit. So basically, I don't want this trade to go red for you. That's how I would frame it. So what you can look for is say, hey, if it reclaims the 21-day moving average, I'm out. 100% out. And that's a big stop at this point, especially if you are, scalping with size. That's a 30% up, 0.3% move there. So you can do, that is the last swing high. So personally, I'd be trimming here so that the runner, if it comes back to this level and reclaims, I'm not crying about it. But honestly, anywhere down here seems like a really good place to take some off because I almost always am only going to be leaving a runner once we fill the gap. And we have filled the gap and then some, and we're putting in a bottom wick on the hourly. So for me, risk, it's more likely that we go mean revert up pretty soon than it is that we see a ton more downside. That being said, there is still room on the SPX SPY hourly. We're starting to get oversold, but you can always go pretty deep into the oversold territory. We have to look for the buyers to step in on the lower oscillators as I go through them. Still, it's oversold in all territories. It's only very much starting to curl a tiny bit here on the 5-minute. So that's the kind of time frame you can watch. And I do think that personally, gun to my head, I'd be down to, like I said, very small position because I think that it could start to bounce anytime. Could it keep going? Yeah, so keep the runner on for sure. But let's see this 9-minute moving average. This keeps me in the trade if I'm short because this is a nice top wick and a close underneath. So now you could consider managing your risk on a candle close over this wick, 742. Candle close over the 20-minute moving average at 742.30. And so far, this 9-minute is our guide. Definitely make sure that this trade pays you, though. Don't let it snap back because now that we're in negative gamma, the moves to the downside and upside are going to be accelerated. Like Talk said, this is not financial advice. I'm only ever telling you what I personally would do if I was in that position. Because that's all I can ever do. Hey, Mike, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Higher standing in $600 in profit. Beautiful. On this big surge down, we're also approaching 740, the round number. There's going to be a buyer here. It could be very small. We could knife through it, but expect some bounce. I'd be locking some in right now. As we transact the 740 handle here because you never know how big, how sharp that bounce can be if they start trapping shorts or if they plunge straight through. So if I had 2 contracts left, I'd be down to 1. If I had 1 contract left, I would be taking it off there and waiting to see if I want to re-enter. That's what I would say there. Great job, though. Great job holding the short, guys. I gotta shift back over. I keep drifting out of camera here. Still seeing more push down, and we're just in empty territory here on this 1 minute. So let's get some reference points on our left here. What a driller here. Under 740 now. Man. Crazy. I don't love it. I gave back over half of my profits on the day from earlier, but hey, you know what? They're swing trades. I think that they'll be fine going forward. But hey, never fun going green to less green. That's why they're swings, though. And that's why I'm really glad that I took profit. Let's look at that Intel trim, or the Intel sell, I should say. Had 1 0-day contract that we bought before all of the craziness happened as it was flagging here. Could have sold it there for like 10%. I waited. I wanted the bigger move. I wanted 125. I didn't quite sell at the 125. It was like 124.60. A nice sell there, looking like it's going to wash out completely. My other swings getting kind of beat on, though. FCX, big red. This one's having trouble. I still believe that in a month's time, this thing is going to want to break out. On the daily here, if we remove some of this noise, you will see. Man, when this thing goes, it's going to be very explosive. It's just a matter of whether it needs to come back. Give another entry off this 68, maybe down here to 66.50. Either way, I'm a buyer at both of those levels for the potential move much higher. LPTH, a little bit of a top wick rejection here. I still think it's fine. And FLNC, this one's the one I'm most scared to look at. Yeah, ugly top wick today. That's really unfortunate. So probably needs to sweat me a little, push down again. But I'm sticking with the trade. I think the potential still is there for a big push up. So I'll be watching this 21 moving average at 22.80 very closely. If not, then 22 proper. Big support there. Back to SPY. Can it find a buyer? No, it cannot. Rough. So market not liking Warsh so far. Not loving it. And I'm curious what SpaceX is doing too. Let's see it. Let's look at an hourly on SpaceX. I think it's flagging. I think it's going to do okay here, actually. I think that it's going to give us some buy entries before it's done completely. It could be done completely, but I want to see what it does when it gets back down to this big volume shelf here. And potentially be putting in one big higher low before a bigger move up. That being said, if the IPO move is done, it has been a couple days, and as we're getting into the end of the week, this might start just getting hammered, and this thing can really drop, really drop. SPX on the daily trigger now at the 50% retest. We said this was the next area of interest, 7,400. Man, it got here fast. I should have been trading this more actively. Oh well. Oh well. At least Alejandro caught the short. That's what matters. Somebody here on camera caught the short. We sold the long at the very least. That's good enough. That's good enough. I have a feeling we're going to see some green pretty soon here. Sup, Jonathan Spencer? Good to see you. Asking about Tesla. Let's take a look. Having a hard time here today. So we wanted the washout and the reclaim if we were going to push up. Since we did not get that, starting to think that this path is not going to play out as we thought. We got this part. We got the washout. We thought we were getting the reclaim of the 200, but it rejected there. So not the best look. We can hope for a higher low and reclaiming in this kind of bigger uptrend level. In general, kind of spooky. What I would say is it's always important to watch price action and how it reacts when we're trading into these big magnets. So we were trading above this big magnet right here at 400. Now we traded back into it, oscillated around a bit. So far, finding sellers there. We also have the 50 moving average, this green line, starting to reject us here. So until we can reclaim that 50 at 402, that 9 right around the same level, that 21 at 407, it's going to be in for a tough time, and it could easily come back down to 350 with the potential to break down further. What I would say is I kind of think that it's going to do some funny business, maybe come down to 350, 355 or something, and then find a big buyer, put in a higher low off this kind of big uptrend line we have. But for me, there's no real trade right now unless you're looking to scalp it short away from this pivot, or unless you wait for the pivot to reclaim and then play to the upside. We got Jeffrey asking about NBIS. Yeah, big bull on NBIS. We call this one on the reclaim of the 21 day. So I'm in other names in the space. I did not take this setup. Wish I did. It's outperforming mine in APLD and WGMI, but NBIS, it should. It's the leader. And essentially, we noted the reclaim on this day. Big green to red kicker candle, very bullish when it opens. Sorry, I said green to red. I meant red to green. When it opens very low, immediately gets bid up and closes near the high, especially over this key 21-day moving average. So nice reclaim there. Set the fuse. You can see it's still not giving back much. This is a very, very strong name in a pretty darn strong space. You can see WGMI as putting a top wick in here. That's a little spooky. But in general, the leader is leading. I would expect it to continue going up. Going back to SPY, watch the carnage. Watch it unfold. It's trying overbought on the 1. Or sorry, oversold on the 1. Oversold on the 5. Oversold all the way up. Not on the hourly on SPX, but it is oversold on the hourly of SPY. So there should be some reaction pretty soon. Question is whether it sticks. Doesn't have to stick. But we're due for a bounce. So the last 3 times it's rejected here. Let's see if it can finally start to reclaim. Because this is the first time it's rejected and hasn't made a new low, at least not yet. We could still see that here. But looking like we may see that here with a big top wick still. Just incessant selling pressure. And maybe Snowman's right. Maybe we get the big one. Maybe we get the big down. Higher end asking, can I please guide your analysis for tomorrow's market? Yeah, we can take a look for sure. Snowman says red. I'm going to show you what I'm seeing and walk you through it. Going to update our GEX levels here. And see, there's the attempt at a reversal. We'll see if it sticks, but it's just about time. Just about time for that to happen. Watch the 21 minute. There we go. I'm going to hide some other stuff to make it a little clearer. I know it's kind of messy like this. Oh, we're trying to reclaim the 0 gamma, this big level. This big level. We knifed down. We didn't quite get to it. We needed to come back up, clean up this kind of midpoint where it shifted from all these purple bars to yellow bars. We were trying to break through the positive and really rip up. As we rejected, the whole gamma magnets got filled out lower here. This caused 0 gamma to be pulled back down here. Now we're trying to reclaim this. If we get rejected here again, we can expect an attempt to push down here over the next day or so. We're running out of time to see it today, so I would expect this to be the kind of crescendo of selling today, and now bulls will have a chance to take it back up, at least a little bit. I'm not sure how successful that will be. This was quite a sell, but I do think that for the day, the selling is over. We have a bottom wick forming on SPX here. I really want to see how these progress tomorrow. Right now, there's a lot of premium down here, and we are in negative gamma, so any sells can be exponentiated to the downside. I just wonder, with not too much time left, this is a lot of negative gamma that could easily be rolled off, and if we do not get closer to down here, these puts that are out of the money, they start to wither away. As they wither away and get smaller in value, they have to be hedged less and less, right? So it's kind of like this hedging requirement, which would pull us down, gets less and less strong. That magnet gets less and less strong as we approach the end of the day tomorrow. So I would hope that we get some reclaim, and then we can start to push through the seasonally bullish period of, June's not great, but later June and especially July, very good. So we really want to essentially see the bottom happening pretty soon here. I just need to watch these moving averages, guys. So I'll be honest, it's not a good look when you close underneath it. Underneath that key yellow 21 moving average, which we'll put on the screen right now. There it goes. A little sketchy, but we did test the equilibrium. We did test the daily trigger. This little zone here from 74.13 to 74.04. Call it 7,400, which we didn't quite actually get to. And you know what? That's a decent little area to undercut these moving averages and still catch. We're still at this big volume node, as you can see. We still have a bigger volume node up here. If we hold here, I think we at least dead cat up 50 points or so, retest these moving averages. And if we reclaim, hey, why not test higher? Why not test this one? If we, do a small pullback and then retest again, we're probably heading higher again. I don't think the highs are in this year, but I will play devil's advocate. This could be a lower high, could be a topping pattern. That would look like if we really start rejecting here at this big volume node of 7,400 SPX, and for SPY that level is going to be nice and easy, just 740. So that's the big pivot. Looking into the 1 minute here. Ooh. Spicy mock candle there. Initial sell being bought up. We'll see where this closes and where the 5-minute pairing, the 10-minute pairings come in here. I just want to see where this closes on the 1 minute first, though. So we're going to watch this for 30 seconds, see if the bulls have juice. Violently flat day for me, up, then down. Made $50 in the gamble account. Looks like I should have locked more in up here. But I do like that my swings are higher than they were in the morning. Or at least not too much lower. You know, I was able to maintain my equity balance at the very least. And hopefully we get some catches. And then I was just saving some profits for later. Because it's not real until you sell. Ain't that right, folks? So SPY still can't find a buy here, just off the red stair-stepping 1 minute trigger you're seeing. Every time they get a chance to sell, still selling heavy. Very, very heavy price action, guys. Woof. So I was saying, geez, looked away for 5 minutes. Holy moly. Any analysis for silver? Yeah, we can talk silver. Talk mentioning sells in NVIDIA, Marvell, FXI, China. Interesting. Yeah, Marvell, I was hoping it would put in a strong candle. Ooh. On the daily, it still is an inside bar, so it's definitely one of the stronger stocks. Still is not ready to give up yet, but I think it's going to give entries on reclaims of the 9 here, potentially this 21 eventually too. So wild action there. Let's see SPY through to the close here. Having trouble. All right. We have 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. We were going to look at silver. That's what we're going to do. I want to look at gold first real quick. Oh, tagged into our zone here. Hey, we called it, guys. We said, hey, if it loses this level up here, can't break through, then it's probably going to fill the gap down there. Bada bing, bada boom, transacted. Decent pop there. You can also play these mean reversions long. You can say, hey, I'm just going to put a little tiny order in here, give it a 10-point stop, say, hey, I bet it kind of drifts. It's going to drift up and give me an easy 10, 20 points there, just like a 1-to-1 little trade there. Let's look at silver. I think these are all trying their best. Yeah, they're trying their best to maintain this this rising 200 here on silver. So, you know, this could be the start of a higher low. Could be a little boom, boom, bang, bang. It would be a very tight entry, just like right under the 200. Then as it reclaims, you just put your stop under there and you're just good to go. Are we seeing a solid reason to believe that it's bottomed? That's the question. I'm not really. Not really. So I got to wait and see on this one. I want to see where the weekly closes in relation to this 200. That's going to give us a little bit of a read. In general, though, we have time to catch a nice, easy long once it is time. If you have a very long time horizon, you can take a little nibble here with a stop under this low. And I don't know. It's like acceptable, 5% stop. I would rather wait for the higher low to be put in and buy it right when it reclaims the 200 there. I think that's looking better. Let's check out GEV. Very nice, very nice. Beautiful recovery of the downtrend line here. And talk, this is one where I'm down to just one singular share bumping around. But you know what? I'm just going to hold it forever. I should really start adding again on these dips because, oh my goodness, my weekly trigger system, that was cash money at 885 if I was paying attention. Literal bottom tick there. It also gave us the bottom of this flag here. I did play this one. It's 550. This big flag. So easy money there. If you guys want these trigger systems, come on over to my server. That's where they can be found. Give a drop there. Sorry, guys. You can probably tell I'm a little low on energy. I've been streaming since very early. I was not doing too well. Kind of sick this morning too. So we are going to be wrapping it up in just a few minutes here. Get those last chart requests in if anybody's got them there. That's my Discord in the comments as well. 650? 650 on what, brother? Let me look back. On SPY? On SPY, you want 650 and you want this gap fill? Maniac. On the shy, that what we're calling it now? I don't want 650. That sounds terrifying. I think the low was in. If it wasn't in, then I'd like the low to be at 700. Then I'd be buying a whole darn lot. I'll tell you what. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you in the chat. Oh, wow, 200 people watching. Yeah, sorry I'm low energy here, but I appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to bring the heat, bring the energy next time. We have Warsh, energy vampiring me. I almost typed in Warsh as the ticker. What I wanted was a 5-minute chart so I can show you the damage that he went with did with his transparency regime here. All right, maybe... Sorry, the lack of transparency regime is what I meant to say. Maybe we want the transparency. Maybe we miss Powell and as Talk would say, his babying, his coddling. I don't know. The market did not like what he had to say. I really don't like that we pumped so severely here back to 750 and then rejected so harshly there. So not the best look there. But again, at the end of the day, on a weekly candle, this is not a disaster. At least not yet. At least not yet. We could close strong tomorrow. And we still have 2 days. We have room. So we're going to keep an eye on where SPY finishes this week in relation to its daily 21 moving average. Currently sitting at 742.70, give or take a few candles there. And you can see SPY trying to carve out that bottom. So now there's the little W bottom here. You can take a little long swing if you want, if you're brave, on a candle close through this neckline over the previous high. Or you could also take an entry off this 9-minute here with a stop under here, assuming that this is a higher low and you're getting a little low cheat entry into the moving average. So this would be an entry here, but this would be higher risk. The safer one would be a candle close over this neckline. Targets would be VWAP, but again, we're running out of time today, only 3 minutes left. So this would be a swing, and as always, risk comes with holding anything overnight. So be sure be careful. Thank you, Saline Girl. I really appreciate you being here. You can feel me drifting off here. Pops Mafia saying people are scared of change. Yeah, absolutely. Talk saying it's the tie color. Any of these could be true. Let's see. Higher end saying not able to find the Discord server link. Let me post that again for y'all. And I'm going to change it. Yeah, okay. So generate the new link here. We should be good. So it is a free educational server. I have a lot of traders in there that are better than me. That's why I started it, for a place for the best traders and all these other servers that I was in to talk serious shop. So that's the biggest selling point, that I'm not the best trader in there by a long shot. You have people who just love helping new traders. They're all about the educational experience. And I also do signals. I also do a newsletter, and I am just launching my big old Gex suite, which is a live dashboard that plugs into Thinkorswim. It'll have a server channel on Discord as well, every 10 minutes updating with a screenshot of this, these gamma profile snapshots. It will have the trading view indicator that we talk about. I'll show that real quick. And the last thing is it'll have a really robust learning section too. Lots of documentation, lots of videos over time as I build those out to basically teach you how to use these gamma levels, which I think are cheat codes in this day and age, in this market. So that's what we got cooking there, and it is posted in the server now. So you can see it. It should be right there. Putting it up on screen here too. And that's where to find me. I don't post on Twitter much. It's hard to keep up with all these different things. But this is where I do post. As always, of course, be sure, while you're over there at Discord, be sure to join the Trade the Pool Discord as well, because we have a lot of great traders in there regularly too. Like I said, I wish I had time to be just everywhere at once, but those are my favorite 2 places on the internet to talk trading. Pops Mafia asking, did Alejandra hold her short overnight? She held her short to go eat lunch. I know that. She had stops in and she had to take profit in. So it's a hands-off trade. Nobody knows what's going to happen. There's the bell. Pencils down, folks. Hope you had a great day. Sorry, I was looking over at my Gamble account. I gained 2 pizzas right at the last second there. Some bitter ass ticked up there. All right, guys. So that's it for me. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing the whole thing over again. Tomorrow is Thursday. So I'll be on Trader TV at 2:45. You can catch me there for a 15-minute spot before my power hour. We're going to be doing the power hour again. I'm also doing the call-in show with Josh at 11 o'clock market time. 11 o'clock market time. 12 o'clock market time. I apologize. Yeah, I believe it's 12 o'clock market time. So be sure to tune in. If you want to win a free account, you can come on in, join the call, and we can talk about whatever our call-in topic is. I'm not sure what it'll be, but we'll know tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun, guys. I know I'm ready. A few more things to put on your radar here, guys. We still have the what do you call it? I was going to say buy one, get one free. It's even better. It's a free shot, a free chance challenge. So if you order an account with Trade the Pool and it's your first time, you will get a second chance. If you blow that account, you get a redo. You get a do-over. So I thought I had the link ready to go. I don't. Apologies there, but go to tradethepool.com and you can find that. And who doesn't like a second chance? Everybody deserves one. So be sure to take advantage of this. It's the best deal I see around in the prop firm market. And plus, you get the reliability that we aren't known for. If you have any issues, just talk to our service, our team, and everybody I know has been a very, very happy customer. So thank you so much, guys. That's what we got here. And of course, just the continuing World Cup extravaganza, whatever you want to call it. Every day we're going to be doing a lot of great stuff. But next week, phase 2 is in effect. That means we're going to be starting our head-on live 1v1 trading challenge. You can trade against me, against, Mitch, Michael Noss, against Alejandra, and you can see how you stack up against a quote-unquote professional trader. See how we manage our trades live. You're always watching us. Well, now we want to see how you manage yours. We want to put you up against us, against each other too. We got a great scoreboard. We're giving away a ton of live accounts and actual real cash as well. So keep on tuning in every day. We're going to have some good stuff. I am losing my voice here, I think. That's my cue. So take care, guys. Have a great rest of your day. And remember, trade safe out there. Better times ahead, because today was not an easy environment to navigate. Better times ahead tomorrow. We'll see you then. Later.